the other hand so I could sign in. An 8 a.m.er, no less. Nice. She pushed some curly hair over her shoulder and typed in my name and date of birth without having to ask for it. Sign this, and the nurse will be out to grab you soon. I scribbled my name on the scuffed digital pad and sat down in one of the plush leather chairs. Hints of breakfast wafted from the paper bag in my hand, making my mouth water. The only other thing that made me drool this much was Beckett's perfectly messy hair and his muscled shoulders. How he managed to look like a prep school god in his uniform, while I looked like an overweight Mia Thermopolis, pre-princess makeover, I had no idea. I got the breakfast sandwich out of my bag and took a bite, savoring the sausage. My eyes slid closed. So much better than a grapefruit. So much better. Hey, Rory, a voice said beside me. A sexy voice. I gulped down my bite and, brushing biscuit crumbs from my lips, turned to see the deepest hazel eyes. Beckett Langley knew my name? Beckett, I breathed, then coughed and said his name at a normal tone, like I wasn't a complete love-struck psychopath. Beckett, what are you doing here? Okay, not a perfect second attempt, but closer. He sank back in the leather chair next to mine and held up his arm, sporting a black wrist brace. Fell wrong in practice. Coach wants an X-ray before he'll let me play again. Oh, I said, completely distracted by him. Now that I had looked away from his eyes, I couldn't stop taking in the rest of him. The tight Emerson Academy t-shirt and mesh shorts that hung on his muscular legs. The dampness of his hair that made it look almost black. What about you? He asked. Oh, God, could I stop saying But then again, it was better than the whole pregnancy test missing periods virgin conversation we could be having. Rory? Chloe said by the door. She was wearing Winnie the Pooh scrubs today, and I'd never been more grateful to see Pooh. That's me, I said, half to her and half to Beckett. He gave me a 2-finger salute. See you in math tomorrow, Rory. I nearly choked on my saliva. He knew my name, and that we were in math together? Yeah. I bunched up the paper bag with my food and stood up, straightening my shirt and checking for stray crumbs. As I walked to meet Chloe and go back for my appointment, I felt Beckett's eyes on my back and my heart in my throat. 2. Between the blood test, an ultrasound that went where no man had ever gone before, and a massive list of probing, intrusive questions, I was done. More than done. And for the first time in my life, I was glad to be wearing my school uniform again. A knock sounded on the door. Decent? Yes, I managed, and Dr. Edmondson came in. I got a great view of his bald patch as he walked through the door, flipping through my charts. It's what I expected. He sighed, every bit as dramatic, but nowhere near as sigh-worthy as McDreamy. What is it? I asked, because I'd love to get my mom to stop bombarding me with pregnancy tests. He chuckled, but quickly sobered. Usually, we'd wait for the readings to come back, but as a favor to your mom, I took a peek myself. You have PCOS. At my confused look, he added, Polycystic ovarian syndrome. For the next 15 minutes, He explained this thing I had no idea existed, but had somehow taken over my body, my weight, and apparently my fertility. He explained why I'd packed on the pounds so quickly since middle school and had to go to weekly waxing appointments with my mother. That I'd have a harder time conceiving when the time came, if I was able to at all. All of it seemed overwhelming and unfair. I mean, yeah, I ate fast food, but so did half the kids at Emerson Academy. Why was I the one ballooning out, and they could still stay in single-digit uniforms and procreate like monkeys? So, how do we get rid of it? You could try to lose weight. I rested back in my chair and rolled my eyes. My mom's on that one. Everyone acted like if you were fat, all your medical problems were fat. They never wanted to look beyond the extra layer of tissue to see what was really going on. I'm assuming she doesn't know about that. He sent a pointed look to my takeout bag, and I scooted it behind my backpack. I refused to respond. That was his only solution? Try to do something my mom and I had been working at for months? You'd think years in med school would have given him some advanced thinking skills, but apparently not. Maybe you should take her advice, Dr. Edmondson said. In the meantime, I'm prescribing you birth control to help balance out your hormones and jumpstart your cycles. You'll be feeling better in no time. I wanted to tell him I felt just fine, that aside from my weight, I led a perfectly average existence no one could shake a stick at, whatever that phrase meant. Plus, not having the bloody devil staining my underwear and stomping on my uterus every month wasn't the worst thing ever. Now, I promised your mother I'd have you done in time for class. He looked at me over his spectacles. Don't make me break her promise. I turned and grabbed my bag. We wouldn't want that now, would we? My lips quickly fell as I walked out of the office. Any dreams I'd had of Beckett knowing my name and holding a secret torch for me shattered as I processed the news. How could I be worrying about infertility before I'd even hit second base? And this disease meant I would have a harder time losing weight, but that was my only chance at being healthy? It didn't make any sense. I got into my car and slammed the gear shift into reverse. What kind of cruel joke was this? What had I done to deserve this? I had straight A's. I volunteered. I tutored every now and then. Heck, I even ate my mom's stupid grapefruit. None of it mattered. None of it made a difference. I was still fuming when I parked next to Merritt Alexander's stupid hot pink Hummer and walked into Emerson Academy. The school's motto over the entranceway mocked me. Ad meliora, toward better things. Or more tortuous things, like an hour-long lecture presented by my very own mother on menstrual cycles and condoms and STIs. I rolled my eyes before opening the classroom door. If only Mom didn't have Dr. Edmondson in her back pocket, I could have stalled and gotten out of there in time for lunch. Doctors were notoriously slow. Most of the girls in health class already lounged in their seats, but we had a few minutes before the hour started. Mom rose from her desk and came to me. Any news? She asked quietly. I looked away from her, toward the board where the projector had the first lesson slide on the pull-down screen. My mouth hung open at the 4 letters on the title slide. What? She followed my eyes. Oh, yeah, should be a good discussion for you girls. No, The bell shrilled and she rubbed a hand on my shoulder. Catch me at lunch so you can tell me what Dr. Edmondson said? Deftly, I nodded and went to the open seat in the front row where I sat in Mom's class. Every class except math, to be fair. Mom would know before I did if I'd been goofing off or not paying attention. Perks of having a parent for a teacher. Mom began the lecture, reading from the slides and covering all the information I'd just learned from Dr. Edmondson. Some common symptoms are hair growth on the upper lip, weight gain, especially around your middle, and irregular cycles. Her mouth went slack, and she turned her eyes on me. I nodded. She swallowed. I felt the entire class's eyes on me. "Excuse me," she said to the class. "I have to make a call. Work on something until I get back." She left to a chorus of murmurs, and I tried to hide my red cheeks. She hadn't pointed me out directly, but she might as well have. "This is so dumb," Merritt trilled from the back row, where she sat with the rest of her groupies. "Mrs. H might as well just give another lecture on the dangers of obesity." Her friend Tinsley made an ominous "ooh" sound, like the ghost of Christmas fat was haunting the room. Poppy giggled, egging them on as usual. "I don't get it," Merritt continued. "Why not just cut the Twinkies and quit whining about it?" I gritted my teeth and turned to see how Jordan, the scholarship student sitting next to me, was reacting to this. She weighed at least as much as me. But her eyes were on her homework assignment, even though her hand wasn't writing. Tinsley scoffed, "I mean, I'd trade Twinkies for not being fat any day." Merritt's voice turned falsely pensive. "I don't know. I mean, it's one thing to have a little extra cushion, but another to be obese." "True," Poppy said. Was Zara hearing this? If anyone would stand up to Merritt, it would be her. She was my size, but had curves in the right places and a feisty personality to match. Plus, her dad was rich enough to have as much clout as Merritt's parents. I turned to see if she was catching it, but she kept her thumbs tapping over her phone, probably texting some celebrity her movie producer father had connected her to. No hopes for Callie, who was so tame a kitten would probably scare her. "It's so unhealthy," Merritt continued. "Not to mention gross. What guy would want to be on top of all of that?" Tinsley let out a peal of laughter. "Or under it." Enough, I thought. Or, at least, I thought it. The entire room quieted, and Merritt said, "What was that, Aurora?" My shoulders tensed. "It's Rory." "More like Bory," Poppy said. I raised my eyebrows. "My name rhymes with whore, and that's the best you can do? I expected more from you, Poppy." Merritt seemed equally as unimpressed by Poppy's insult and held up a finger to stall Poppy's retort. "No, I want to hear what Aurora has to say. Tell me, how many guys have you been with?" God, could everyone stop talking about my vagina for one hot second? What's it matter? Just lay off. "Oh, I get it. Your feelings are hurt because you can't get a guy interested in all of that." I rolled my eyes. Please, I could get a guy interested. Okay, I might have been blowing hot air, but at this point, I'd do anything to get Merritt to shove her opinions up her size 0 ass. Oh, I'm sure you could get a guy interested. Chester would probably even pay you a quarter or two. Tinsley cackled. If he could get it up. Poppy shrugged. They make Viagra for a reason. I bristled at them making fun of the sweet old man who always hung out at Waldo's cafe. Being insulted like that wasn't exactly fun either, especially after the morning I'd had. It's not like there's a checklist to get a guy to go out with you, I said. They're free to choose who they want. And my point, Merritt said, walking toward my desk and swinging her pleated skirt on the way, is that no hot guy in his right mind would go out with someone like, well, you. I barely managed to keep my mouth shut. I'd heard Merritt talk like this to other people, but had never had her wrath directed at me. Being a teacher's kid had some advantages. But now that I was an ant burning under Merritt's name-brand magnifying glass, I couldn't back down, especially not with the other plus-sized girls overhearing this. I could get a hot guy to go out with me, I countered, sounding way more confident than I felt. Besides, hotness was subjective, right? Oh? She raised her eyebrows and looked around the room, lapping up the attention of everyone who had their eyes glued on us. Did you all hear that? Precious Rory Hutton could get any guy she wanted. More than a few people laughed along with her. That didn't feel great, but I kept my eyes leveled at her. I was not backing down. She pressed her manicured hands on my desk and leaned over, revealing her cleavage. Do you mean it? Any guy? And not just some hottie in a straitjacket? I stood up, not wanting to be underneath her in any way. Really? I folded my arms over my chest, secretly wishing my mom would hurry up and get done grilling Dr. Edmondson about my prognosis. Prove it, she said. Oh, yeah. I rolled my eyes. Let me go grab a guy and ask him out with everyone watching. Good plan, Merritt. She tapped her chin with a hot pink fingernail. Actually... I did not like the look flashing in her eyes. Not one bit. What do you say we make this interesting? I lifted an eyebrow. Interesting? Yeah. She crossed her arms, giving her push-up bra some help. What do you say we make a bet? Go on, I said, trying to hide my apprehension. If you can get Beckett Langley to take you to homecoming, I will gladly give up my homecoming crown and back off. If you lose, you stay home from homecoming. I don't need your kind ruining my day. I rolled my eyes. If you're going to make a bet, at least make it fair. I'm not trying to steal your boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend anymore. She leaned back on Jordan's desk, oblivious to the obvious discomfort on Jordan's face. Merritt picked at her nails, pretending to be bored, but I didn't miss the flash of pain that crossed her dainty features. So, what do you say? Do we have a deal? Jordan shifted back and gave me a look somewhere between upset and helpless. She wouldn't dare go up against Merritt and risk her scholarship. It was up to me. Game on. The entire class gasped, or maybe that was the blood rushing in my head. I dropped into my chair, shell-shocked. Merritt forbid anyone in the room from saying a word of the bet until homecoming, on the threat of her daddy throwing around his money to get them kicked out of the school. It had been done before. Mom came back minutes before the bell rang and assigned us chapters to read. At class change, I rushed to the hallway with the rest of the students, not wanting to hear what was sure to be a barrage of 1,000,000 questions from my mother. No, I had to get out of here and figure out how to do the impossible. Get Beckett Langley to fall for a girl like me. 3. Outside of health class, the reality of what had just happened came into sharp focus. This was, hands down, the dumbest thing I'd ever done. Why had I spoken up in class when staying quiet had always suited me just fine? For the benefit of the other big girls? We'd all heard worse. I had to find a way to get out of this bet. No solution came to me during AP English, when I should have been busy plotting my research essay. No idea crossed my mind during Latin class as I copied vocab words from the board. And certainly none came as I took my best meal of the day, the only one I chose, to the quad. I would sit at my usual table, and instead of working on homework, I'd brainstorm ways to catch Beckett's interest. I had to. Mom would die before letting me skip homecoming and the opportunity to wear the expensive gown she'd picked for me. Plus, with me as a senior and Aiden a junior, this would be our last homecoming dance together. I didn't want to miss that either. If I was being honest, I dreamed of the day Beckett would fall for me, when he'd look at me with my wavy hair, abundance of flesh, and acne, and tell me that he liked me, not because I was beautiful or drove the best car or had the best connections, but because I was me. But it was dangerous to think that way. It reminded me of all the ways I'd never be enough, not just for him, but for my mother, whose eyes filled with hope every time I stepped on the scale and fell with disappointment the second the numbers crossed the screen. I knew she had my best interests at heart, but that didn't keep me from wanting to be enough for once, just as I was. Midway down the hallway, a hand gripped my arm and yanked me through an open door. "What the?" I managed before being drawn into a room filled with televisions, DVD players, outdated VCRs, and more cords than a BDSM headquarters. 4 girls sat before me: Jordan, Callie, Zara, and Ginger. The only thing they had in common was their size, and a weirdly purposeful look in their eyes, like they were about to sacrifice me. Or murder me. Those were different things, right? "What's going on? Why are we in the AV storage room?" I asked, setting my plate on the table with theirs. Zara stood by an open chair. "We're helping you get Beckett, that's what." Callie nodded. "It wasn't nice what Merritt said to you." Ginger twisted a red curl around her finger. "That's an understatement." "Yeah," Jordan said. "She thinks she can just throw her money around and get whatever she wants." "Well," I said, "she can." I sat down at the table and started eating. I had to take my chance to consume processed food while I still could, even if it didn't taste as good knowing I had PCOS. At their disappointed looks, I added, "This is sweet, really, but you guys don't want to go up against Merritt." Zara's dark eyes flared. "Maybe I can't battle her in public, but that doesn't mean I won't do everything I can to take her down." I wondered what Zara's problem with Merritt was. Zara was just as rich, and even more beautiful, if you asked me. Callie sighed and absently scratched at a small patch of psoriasis under her long hair. I just want the good person to win. Just once. I'm tired of seeing her shove everyone around and get away with it. It's not that I don't want to put her in her place, I argued. It's just... I sighed. There are two kinds of people in this world. There are people like her, I held up my toothpick, and people like me. I held up a French fry. People like me don't belong with people like Beckett. We don't exist on the same plane of being. I put the French fry in my mouth and chewed. Even if he saw me, noticed me, went on a date with me, it wouldn't be long before a Merritt of the world came along and reminded him of what he was missing out on. The room was silent except for the whirring of a computer from the AV teacher's empty desk. At the sinking look on Callie's face, my stomach twisted with guilt. Wow, I was a jerk. They were just trying to help. Guys, I'm sorry. I don't know how I could ever compete. Zara sat across the table from me and looked me in the eyes. That's exactly what people like Merritt want you to think. If my dad's taught me anything, it's that confidence and presentation make up for everything. Exactly, I said, pointing at myself. My presentation is kind of lacking, and it's not like I can lose 100 pounds before homecoming. Zara rolled her eyes. You are just fine. Some makeup, contacts, and a perm, and you'd be every bit as hot as Merritt. Merritt's ash-blonde hair and surgically plumped lips flashed through my mind. Zara, are you okay? Do you need an appointment with Mrs. Call Me Birdie Bardot? She hid a smirk as she rolled her eyes at my reference to our eccentric guidance counselor. Jordan spoke up, sitting beside Zara. This isn't about your weight, Rory. It's about Merritt making everyone else feel like crap and never being put in her place. She gestured at the motley group in the AV room. We could do that. I seriously doubted her, but the hope in her eyes was starting to become contagious. I looked around the wobbling table. They were all on board for this. Level with me, guys, I said. You think I can make Beckett Langley, quarterback of the football team, 6 feet and 2 inches of muscles and charisma, fall for me? They nodded in unison. Without a doubt, Zara said, a wicked gleam in her eyes. Please, Callie said. We need this. Ginger nodded in agreement. And Beckett is hot, Jordan said. Are you seriously saying you wouldn't want to date him? I hesitated. Was I really turning down help for this? For a chance with the dream guy? My mouth fell open and closed, and nerves fizzed in my stomach. I don't know. I don't want to drag you guys in on this. Ginger scoffed. Merritt dragged us in on this when she acted like we were somehow worth less because of our weight. She needs to understand that our curves are just that. Curves. They don't define us or our worth. Preach, Jordan said. Callie nodded. We all know Merritt's done this since middle school, and it's amazing that you stood up to her. Let us help. I looked at each of them, all looking back at me like I was some type of savior or figurehead. full figurehead? I wanted to tell them no, but at the same time, I couldn't turn them down. I was tired of people acting like fat girls deserved less just because of a number on the scale. It was time to make a change. I'm in. Good, Zara said. Meet us at the football field after school. For what? I asked. Popular kids and football groupies were the only people to hang out there and watch the team practice. I didn't fit either of those descriptions. Jordan's smile became devious. Recon. 4. As I left the school and walked along the sidewalk to the football field, I felt like every eye was on me, knowing about the scheme we'd half-baked in the AV room. The girls walking toward the bleachers weren't like me. They were cute, giggly, fun. I didn't remember ever being like that. It was like I'd been born not to fit in. My mom, dad, brother, they were all fit, healthy, likable. They had networks, connections, friends. Aiden was always getting chats on the Sermo app, something private school kids use to message each other, while mine remained as mockingly silent as a professional mime. The news about PCOS was just icing on the cake. Rory Jane, my mom called. I turned in the parking lot and saw her scurrying toward me in her heels. What's up? What are you doing? Going to watch practice with some friends. I readjusted my backpack, aiming for casual. Football practice? Her eyebrows came together. Which friends? Some girls from class, I said, then realized she wouldn't rest until she had their names. Jordan, Zara, Callie, and Ginger. Understanding dawned on her expression. Like an accountability group. Great idea. They say working with other people to lose weight has the most long-term success. Her words, although well-meaning, stabbed at my heart, reminding me just how inadequate I was in her eyes. She rubbed my shoulder. I'm sorry about this morning, but Dr. Edmondson says it's not so bleak. A lot of women who lose weight see a reversal in their symptoms, and the birth control should help balance out your hormones. I bet your acne will clear right up. Thanks, Mom. I knew she thought this would cheer me up, but honestly, it was just depressing me more. I made a mental note to ask Zara about the best foundations to cover the cystic acne that always cropped up on my chin. Surely makeup would be part of the transformation they were plotting. She wrapped her slim arms around me and gave me a short squeeze. It'll get better, hun. Promise. I blinked back tears. Okay, see you at home. She nodded. Supper's at 7. See you then. Translation, I wasn't going out with my friends and eating junk. See you, I said, but she was already clacking along the sidewalk toward the teacher's parking lot. With a heavy sigh, I continued toward the field. Finding my friends in the bleachers was easy. They stuck out like a sore thumb amongst the crowd of petite girls sending flirty smiles to the players on the field. On the patch of grass where the visiting cheerleaders usually stood, Merritt and the rest of the squad practiced stunts as her mom, the cheer coach, led them through drills. My gaze panned over the guys in their practice jerseys and bulky pads. It had been forever since I'd been to a football game, but Beckett was unmistakable, standing behind the lineman, scanning the field, ball in hand. His stance emitted power, strength, confidence. As he threw the ball, I caught a glimpse of the black brace on his left wrist. It must have been a sprain, or he wouldn't be practicing. No way Coach Ripley would risk their star quarterback for a regular season game. The play ended, and I was still standing by the railing as the players jogged over to the water table. One of the linemen, a wall of muscle, lifted his helmet and eyed me. "Here for a show?" His smile was more of a sneer. Barely able to move, I gave my head a quick shake and turned my eyes down. He jerked his head toward my new friends. "Go join the herd." One of his friends slapped his shoulder pads. "Moo." As I turned and walked away from them, my cheeks heated with anger. They were going down. Every single person who thought they could treat girls like that because they weighed a little more deserved to eat the world's largest load of crow. I wanted to be the one to make them do it. The other four were deep in conversation when I reached them, probably plotting this impossible scheme. At least they were away from everyone else, secluded enough to not be overheard. "Hey," I said, giving a clipped wave. They each gave a greeting, and I sat by Ginger. In the afternoon light, her red hair looked like a blaze on her head. She took a puff from her inhaler, then gave me a shy smile and nodded toward the field. "What do you think?" "That Beckett is the hottest guy out there, and I'm an idiot to even attempt dating him." "About what?" "Beckett," she said. "He looks good." "Yeah, but what's with the brace?" Callie asked. "He didn't have that yesterday." "You watch them practice?" Jordan asked. "Yeah." She pointed at one of the linemen. "Carson gives me a ride home afterwards." Ginger wriggled her eyebrows, but Callie batted away the innuendo. "We're just friends," she said. "He's like my brother." Zara grinned. "It sounds like we have our in." Callie's eyes widened. "An in? I don't think he's tight enough with Beckett to set up a date right after he and Merritt split." Something about this morning stuck out. What's going on with them? I can't believe they broke up before homecoming. Callie shrugged. "I heard he told her he wants to focus on football, but Carson said he thinks it's more than that." I looked between the two, Beckett and Merritt. If there was a predestined couple, it was them. Quarterbacks and cheerleaders were like magnets in the world. They found each other for whatever reason. Maybe because a cheerleader's main job was to stroke the football team's ego, among other things. But how could I be a follow-up to Merritt? She looked like a teen model in her short white shorts and high flouncy ponytail. She probably didn't get boob sweat in the summer and didn't need to know how high a store's sizing options went. If Beckett could have all of that, why would he be interested in all of this? I sighed. I don't know, guys. "It's an opening," Zara said. "The main thing is you show that you're different from her." I snorted. "That should be easy." "Look at me," Zara snapped. "If this is going to work, you have to stop that whole self-deprecation shtick." Her black eyes gleamed severely. "You have everything you need to get him to fall for you. There is nothing wrong with you." I didn't believe her, not one bit, but I nodded. "Okay." "Good." She nodded, then turned to Callie. "Your boy's going to get us an in. Can we trust him to keep it a secret?" Callie nodded earnestly. "I'd trust him with my life." Zara turned back to me. In the meantime, how much do you know about flirting? I put my head in my hands just thinking about this morning. Well, if this gives you an idea, I saw Beckett at the doctor's office this morning, and I said more than actual words. She put her forehead in her palm. We've got some work to do. I nodded. A colossal amount. Let me think, she said. In the meantime, enjoy the show. See what you can figure out about him, besides how cute his butt looks. My cheeks turned pink, but I kept my gaze on him. There was plenty to study besides his butt. On the field, the players were running lines, back and forth, their muscles working in unison. I watched Beckett bend to touch a line painted in the turf, his calves and arms flexing with the movement. Whatever Zara's plan was, it had to include magic. In the meantime, I needed to do some research of my own. 5. I walked into the house and dropped my backpack on the bench by the front door. I could hear noise coming from the kitchen, Mom cooking, and started up the stairs. 2 voices came through the open doorway to Aiden's room. His girlfriend had been a fixture at our place for the last 2 years, and as much as I hated going to someone younger for help, I needed their advice. I peeked my head through the open door and caught them lying on top of the blankets, their heads together as music played softly through the speakers. They did that sometimes, just sat quietly together, like there weren't any words that needed to pass between them. They'd all been spoken. Hey, I said. Hi, Kelsie replied, sitting up. Aiden propped himself up too, leaning against the gray headboard. What's up, sis? I picked at my nails. I need some advice about relationships. His smirk earned him a glare, which he ignored. Step into my office, he said, pointing to the giant beanbag chair near his desk. Uh-huh. I pulled out the rolling desk chair, sitting there instead. Mischief still glinted in his eyes, but Kelsie had a kind smile on her face. Even though she went to the public high school in Seton, I knew her better than most of my classmates. But she was Aiden's girlfriend before she was my friend. What's going on? She asked. There's this guy, and I don't know how to get his attention. I grinded out the words, hating every minute of this. I was the older sister. Shouldn't I have been imparting sisterly wisdom on him? Easy, Aiden said. Don't. My brows came together. What? If he's not already interested, he's not worth your time. He gave me an actual smile, not one of the teasing ones I usually got. Just be yourself. That's not exactly working, I said, fighting tears. It's important. Kelsie ribbed Aiden's side. It must have been hard because he shied away from her elbow. Okay. I will give you one tip. And then, if he's not immediately smitten, I'll give him a swirly. I rolled my eyes. Deal or no deal? There were way too many deals being made lately for my liking. Still, I nodded. Beggars couldn't be choosers. Help, I pleaded. Okay, here's what Kelsie did, he said, smiling at her in a way that made me want to look away. You have to make him work for it. Let him know, without a doubt, that you're the prize, and he'd be lucky as hell to even be graced with your presence. I made a gagging sound as Kelsie giggled. Who is it? Aiden asked. What difference does it make who he is? You might not believe it, but not all guys are the same. They could have been, for all the exposure I'd had, but I couldn't even bring myself to say Beckett's name. Come on, Aiden said. I won't tell anyone. Promise? He drew a pretend cross over his heart. I coughed and then muttered, Beckett. Who? He asked. Beckett, I repeated. What? I can't hear you when you're mumbling. Oh my gosh, I cried. Beckett! Beckett Langley! Aiden's eyes widened, and I saw something worse there than humor. I saw worry. Pity. Sis, he said, are you... He chewed his lip. Are you sure? Feeling all the blood in my body pooling in my ears, I stood up. Forget I asked. I knew when it was my time to leave. I hadn't even felt this humiliated with someone mooing at me. My own brother didn't think Beckett could be interested in a girl like me. No, he rose from the bed and took my hand. I just don't want to see you get hurt. I lifted a corner of my mouth. Too late. I walked down the hall, hearing him and Kelsie whispering furiously to each other, until he called, Rory! I turned and walked back, a spark of hope flaring in my chest. Yeah? One piece of advice, he said. I launched into his lean arms and hugged him. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, he said, shooting a glare at Kelsie, who nodded encouragingly. Here's the deal with Beckett. He's the kind of guy who's always had everything handed to him. Football, money, popularity, it all came naturally. You know how many girls are interested in him. You don't want to be one of them. But I am, I deadpanned. I was very interested, and for reasons beyond the bet. Aiden shook his head. He's going to give up if it's easy. So, I said, not following. Give him hell, he said. And really, Beckett would be lucky to have a girl like you. You'd be way better for him than Merritt. I smiled. Thanks, Aiden. As I left his room, my heart felt heavy. For all of Aiden's good intentions, he saw me the way everyone else did, and that picture didn't mesh with the perfect image of Beckett Langley. Walking down the carpeted hall, I passed my room and walked into the studio Mom and Dad had redecorated for me for my 17th birthday. It used to be a guest bedroom, but now it was all mine for creating and thinking. The room had a sweeping view of the greenbelt behind our house, and evening light poured in through the west-facing windows. I picked up a canvas and set it on my main easel. I hadn't been in here much in the month since school started, consumed by the returning duties of studying and applying for college. Emerson Academy was nothing if not rigorous. They didn't prepare students to be average. They made winners, like my dad, who took on trials of national significance, like Zara's dad, who owned a multi-million-dollar production company, or Beckett's dad, who agented for Super Bowl-winning NFL players. In another school, I might have stood out, but here, I was a minnow in a Pacific-sized pond. I sighed and got out my brushes and palette of watercolors. I liked working in the softer tones. They were like me, blurred around the edges, fading into the canvas, never standing out or making a bold statement. My first strokes were in soft blues, a muted version of Emerson's school colors. As I blended paint to create an image, I lost myself, as I always did when creating. Here, I could paint any reality I wanted and escape the gnawing feeling of being just a little out of place, of not being good enough. By the time my mom called me down for supper, a couple covered the canvas, a curvy girl with thick legs and wavy hair, and a handsome guy staring down at her, his arm around her. Was Merritt right? Was my painting the only place a couple like Beckett and me could exist? I sighed and left the room. I would be finding out soon enough. 6. I left my house early for a tutoring session with Anna. I was glad to have this meeting, to have at least something in my life be normal. After parking in my regular spot at school, I walked down the sidewalk to the elementary building next door. Just as I reached the drop-off line, Anna's mom pulled up in a silver van. The back door slid open, and Anna got out of the car, running toward me, her backpack bouncing on her back. I knelt down at eye level to her so I could give her a hug. "How are you doing, Anna?" "Good," she said, turning to wave goodbye to her mom. She spun back to me, smiling really big, revealing a gap where one of her 2 front teeth used to be. "Notice anything different about me?" "Of course I do," I replied. "You got a haircut." "No," she cried, bouncing from foot to foot. "Look at my mouth." She smiled even bigger, as if that were possible, and I pretended to be surprised. "You lost that wiggly tooth." I stood and took her hand so we could begin walking inside. "Yes." She pulled on my hand, jumping up and down. "My dad tied a knot around it and tied the other onto the door, and when he shut it," she made a popping sound. My mouth went wide in shock, and I said, "No way." "Yes way," she cried. "How much money did the tooth fairy give you?" I asked as I opened the door to the school. She walked in backwards so she could still face me and said, 50 cents. I raised my eyebrows. Anna's parents must have been cheapskates, because most people around the academy could practically buy a car with their tooth fairy money over the years. "And I got a new bike," she added. There it was. "That's so cool," I said, smiling at a teacher as we passed her in the hallway. She nodded proudly. "So, do you think we should read a book then about the tooth fairy or losing teeth?" I had a couple in mind that we could try. She nodded so fast I thought her headband was going to come right off her head. We walked into the elementary school library, and she sat at one of the tables with letter blocks while I went in search of some options for us. I ended up pulling 3 books, and when I came back, she had spelled her name with the letters. "Anna, good job," I said. "And none of the letters are backwards," she grinned proudly. "We've been working on it a lot at home." "I can tell your hard work is really paying off," I complimented, sitting beside her. "What books did you get me?" she asked. I spread the books out in front of her, and she picked one with a cookie on the cover. "Good taste," I said. "That looks yummy." She nodded. "Can you read this one to me?" I hesitated for a moment. "Let's make a deal. I'll read this one if you read the next one." She pressed her lips together and to the side as she thought it over, and finally said, "Deal." Great. Her mom was pretty relaxed with the tutoring because she basically wanted someone who wasn't her or Anna's teacher to make reading fun for Anna. But I still wanted to make sure we got some good practice in. I really liked having this job, even if my mom had helped me get it. I pulled out the cookie book and began reading, using all the voices and making my tone louder and softer to fit the story. This early in the morning, the librarian puttered around the library, putting books away and straightening things up. With no one in here, she wasn't too strict about being quiet, which was perfect for Anna, who squealed with delight at the different voices and always had a million questions about the story. When I finished the book, she frowned. "Do I have to have a turn?" "You get to," I said. "And when you finish, I have a surprise for you in my backpack." Her eyes lit up. "What is it?" "The tooth fairy told me to give it to you." I waggled my eyebrows. "But you have to read to find out." "Let's get started then," she practically yelled. I put my finger below each word as she read them, and she made it through the story. Even though she read so slowly, she probably didn't make sense of any of it. The look of pride in her eyes when she was done made it all worth it. "What did the tooth fairy get me?" she asked. I wagged my finger at her. "You're smart." I made my voice low, like a mobster. "You make sure people pay up." She laughed. "I just want my candy." "Who said it was candy?" She gave me a look. "That's fair." I always had candy for her. I twisted in my chair so I could reach into my smallest backpack pocket and pulled out a sucker for each of us. "You can have this when we finish putting the books away." We raced to put them in the right places, and then we walked down the hall toward her classroom, each of us savoring our suckers. Her teacher stood at her classroom door to let her in, but when Anna began walking into the room, her teacher put her hand on her shoulder and said, no candy in class." With tears filling her eyes, Anna held out the sucker, which was barely the size of a pea at this point. "She's almost done," I said. "Can she bring it in and finish it before the bell?" Her teacher shook her head. "That's the rule." I glanced at my wristwatch. I was about to be late for class, but drying Anna's teary eyes was worth a tardy. "That's okay," I said. "I'll sit out here with you until you're done." Anna and I went to the opposite side of the hall and sat along the painted cinder block wall as students filtered into their classrooms. As she sucked on her candy, she reached into her backpack and pulled out a notebook with a lock on it. "Is that your diary?" I asked. She grinned, showing me the unicorn sticker on the front. "And it has a unicorn?" I said. "That is way too cool." She held it to her chest. "I've been practicing writing my name in it every day." My heart filled. Well, it's definitely paying off. Keep on working, and you'll be able to write anything you can imagine. With a smile, she pulled out her sucker and showed me the empty, soggy end that was already falling apart. "Looks like you're done," I said. She nodded and handed it to me. Even the dry end was sticky and covered in slobber, but I smiled at her. "Have a good day in class, Anna." Giving me a big hug, she said, "You too, Rory." 7. That afternoon, I took my lunch tray directly to the AV room, glad not to be yanked in this time. The other 4 were already there, stationed around the table. A blank whiteboard rested on an easel in front of the shelves and shelves of DVDs and VHS tapes. Why did the school still have those? Didn't they know they could just stream everything now? Jordan looked up at me from her phone, a love-struck smile on her face. "Who's the guy?" I asked, recognizing the dopey look from Aiden and Casey. Her cheeks flushed, and she looked down, sending her curly hair tumbling over her shoulders. "My boyfriend." "Does he go here?" Ginger asked. She shook her head. "Brentwood U." "A college guy?" Zara asked, an impressed expression on her face. "Nice." "Well, he's no Ride Alexander, but—" She shrugged. "That's fine by me." I groaned. Please, no Alexander names spoken in this room. I didn't need any more reminders that Merritt's older brother was a movie star, and she was destined to follow in his footsteps once she graduated. That was her father's rule: education first, then stardom. It had to be easy when your family had more connections than LAX. Jordan shrugged and turned her phone face down. "So, strategy. Callie, did you get anything out of Carson?" She smiled proudly. "It took some prodding and some bribery with beef jerky from Haywood Market, but—" She pulled a binder from her backpack and flipped it open. "I have notes. Okay, first, Beckett goes to parties. A lot. I guess his dad travels all the time for work, and he kind of does what he wants." Ginger went to the whiteboard and wrote, "Parties." Just the word made me cringe. I wasn't the partying type. I was the sit in my room and watch movies kind of girl, which explained why I had no friends. I got along with people, sure, but as far as a best friend I could tell everything to, Casey was the closest I had. I covered my face at it all. What did it say about me that I needed an entire team to help a guy be interested in me? Then again, the guy was Beckett Langley. "Carson said Beck's being scouted to some major college programs, but stays pretty low-key about it," Callie continued. "Maybe means he's modest?" Zara shrugged. "Or he doesn't want to go." The idea of Beckett not playing professional football was as foreign as Michael Jordan not playing basketball. I'd be surprised. Ginger nodded. "Okay, next," Zara said to Callie. "This one was kind of confusing," Callie said. "He doesn't make any plans on Tuesday nights, like ever, but no one knows where he goes." Zara's eyes lit up. "Bingo." "What do you mean?" I asked. It wasn't like he needed to be available every single night. "You don't think it's weird that a guy like him wouldn't have something going on? He could be Netflix and chilling with any girl at Emerson, and he chooses nothing? He has a secret he's not sharing with anyone. It could be something special between the two of you." "So what?" I asked. "We follow him?" I was kidding, but there was no humor in Zara's eyes as she nodded. "Callie, Ginge, and Jordan will tail him after school, and then tell you and me where he goes." Jordan frowned. "I can't. I have to work." I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. While I got to teach paint nights for fun, Jordan was probably one of 3 students at Emerson who actually had to work a job, not just for the experience. Zara didn't bat an eye. "That's fine. You two got it covered?" she asked Callie and Ginger. They nodded. "And what are we doing while they follow him?" I asked. Her eyes glinted. "I think it's time for a little update to your look." What look? I asked, sans humor. I had no style. Not that a school uniform allowed for much personalization, but I didn't even wear makeup. Exactly. That was how I found myself walking over the marble floors of Emerson's shops with Zara Bata and her father's limitless credit card. My parents were well off. That's how they afforded our tuition at Emerson, along with the discount Mom got for being a teacher. But Zara's family was filthy, stinking rich. The kind of rich where she didn't even look at price tags before buying things or ordering at restaurants. She walked me into a makeup store with glass counters, and the salespeople flocked to her like she'd personally invented nude lipstick. "Zara, how are you?" a girl with heavily painted eyebrows and contoured features asked. "Good, but not as good as my friend is about to be," Zara answered with a grin. "Kim, this is Rory. She needs completely done up." Kim examined me like I might a blank canvas. I supposed, in a way, I was. But fear gripped my oversized stomach at the idea of having eyebrows that pronounced and attempting lip liner. I'd look like a clown or a drag queen. I managed a queasy smile. "I'd be happy if you just covered my acne." Kim grinned. "That's where we'll start." She led me to a chair that was made for girls with way smaller asses than mine. I sighed and perched atop it, glad the thing looked like it was made of stainless steel. I could only imagine the looks I'd get, breaking a chair and crashing into one of the displays. While Kim went in search of product, Zara moved the mirror away and said, "Listen, Roar, I know your type." "My type?" I sputtered. She arched one of her perfectly plucked brows. "The kind of girl who doesn't wear makeup and throws her hair up in a ponytail, thinking she can fly under the radar." She squared her shoulders. "You're going to argue about how much makeup you want to wear and say it's too much work. But I want you to think about something. You've never done yourself any favors by trying to blend in. You've only helped everyone else." "Huh?" was all I could manage, with so many emotions toying with my thoughts. "You shrinking away just gives all the Merritts of the world even more chances to shine." How had Zara managed to make me feel guilty now for not knowing the difference between plum and cranberry shades of lipstick? Because I did. And now I regretted all the times I'd passed a makeup counter or shied away from yearbook photos because I was worried about someone seeing me. And how I saw myself. "Just trust me," Zara said. "And if it doesn't work, you can give it up after homecoming. But I want us to give this a real, honest shot. I think we can really do this." Her confidence tugged at my lack thereof. "You mean it?" She nodded. "I wouldn't be here right now if I didn't." I took a deep breath and steadied myself. "Okay, go ahead." I waved my hand at Kim, who was hovering near us now. "Do your damage." An hour of tugging and painting later, I gripped the mirror in both of my hands, not believing it. For the first time in my life, I looked, did I dare say the word, beautiful. And not in the all people are beautiful way, in the traditional beauty way that people who aren't your parents can recognize. And it felt incredible to see myself and not need to justify anything. Zara looked at me like I was her pride and joy. "Look at you. Beckett has to look at you now." In addition to twisting a curling iron through my hair to produce smooth waves, they'd made my lips a soft berry pink and accented the apples of my cheeks with a soft blush. And then my eyes. I'd never seen them look this round. With the neutral eyeshadow and brown eyeliner, I didn't look made up. I looked like me. If any version of me was going to grab Beckett's attention, it was this one. Zara's phone rang with Callie's name flashing on the screen. She picked it up and held it to her ear. "He's where?" She nodded. "Got it. Sending our girl that way." I looked at her quizzically. "What did they say?" "They found him. Time to go." 8. "Why is he at Seton Bakery?" I asked. Beckett, slumming it in Seton, didn't exactly match the image of him I'd built in my head. And why Tuesdays? It didn't make sense. Was he with someone? "No clue," Zara said, shaking her head as I drove us over cragged streets, past rundown factories and apartment buildings. "I'm as curious as you are." The plan was for her to take off with Callie and Ginger while I went in the bakery and pretended to study. Well, I actually would study, but that wasn't the reason I'd come here. In fact, I hadn't been in Seton for a long time. This suburb of Emerson was mostly low-income housing and warehouses or manufacturing plants. There was a pier that was nice, but the one near Brentwood was nicer. Still, the website for Seton Bakery belied its location with stunning photography of desserts and drinks that made my mouth water. We met the other two at a gas station a couple blocks from the bakery, and we all got out of the car. At the sight of me, Ginger's mouth dropped open. "Holy crap, Zara, can you do that to me next?" Zara's grin was smug. "Anytime, girl." Callie touched my arm. "You look amazing, Rory." At least I already had blush on my cheeks. I wasn't used to being complimented, and definitely didn't know how to accept them. "Okay," Zara said. "Here's the deal." "Wait," Callie said. "I told Jordan I'd video call her." She tapped over her phone screen, and we waited until Jordan's face appeared. She looked like she was in a mansion, but was wearing a polo that said JJ Cleaning Service. "What's up?" she asked. "Where is he?" "A bakery," Ginger said, "in Seton." "Seton Bakery?" Jordan asked. "It's so good. I live just a few blocks away from there." She froze then, like she was ashamed of sharing that information. "We're sending Roar in," Zara said, oblivious to Jordan's revelation. "Any last-minute advice?" "Try one of the cupcakes," Jordan said. Then, at Zara's expression, said, "Oh, about Beckett. My boyfriend likes it when I graze my fingers over his arm." She adjusted the phone and ran the back of her hand over her bicep. "Like this." "That's good," Zara said. "Touch his muscles, just lightly, if you get a chance." "What?" My stomach squirmed at the thought of touching Beckett's toned arms. "Don't be creepy about it," Zara said, exasperated. "Just a light touch to let him know you're paying attention." "And be sweet," Callie added. "He'll be the total opposite of Merritt." "True," Ginger said. "And maybe make eye contact with him?" The list was already getting longer than I knew what to do with. "Won't that be creepy?" She shrugged. "I read online that guys like girls who make eye contact. There's science behind it and everything." "So," I said, "eye contact? muscle touching, and be nice. 1 and 2 should be easy, but you know me. They laughed, and I smiled at my joke. It had been a long time since I'd had friends, especially ones who got my humor. Then I reminded myself, this wasn't friendship. They were helping me reach a goal and stick it to Merritt for curvy girls everywhere. This wasn't about me at all. It was about the cause. The thought sobered me, and I nodded. Should I head over there in case he leaves soon? They nodded. Text us and let us know how it goes, Jordan said. We all exchanged numbers, and Callie sent a smiley face in a Sermo group text. My heart stuttered. It was the first message I'd received in the chat app. I put my hand on my car door, feeling nerves flutter through every part of my body. I'll see you soon? Definitely, Jordan said. Good luck. She clicked out of the call, and Callie stuffed her phone in her purse. Zara put her hands on my shoulders. You look great. Own it. My mind flashed to what Aiden said, and I smiled. Thanks. We parted ways, and I was on my own, butterflies dancing in my stomach and nerves making my chest tight. The drive to Seton Bakery only took a minute, but I sat in the car for at least 5, trying to psych myself up. Beckett's car, the latest Mercedes on the market, gleamed from just a few spots over, a stark contrast to the older cars in the lot. Window paint advertising the local high school's homecoming and the bakery's breakfast deal blocked any chance I had at looking inside. My heart stuttered, knowing, for whatever reason, Beckett Langley could be behind the handwritten messages. And for the first time, it would be him and me, away from the expectations of Emerson and the academy. I took a deep breath. I wasn't making any progress sitting in this car. Getting out, I grabbed my purse, locked the doors, and went inside. I couldn't see Beckett in any of the tables or booths in the bakery. Maybe he was in the bathroom? I went to the counter and took in all of the treats behind the glass. Jordan was right. The cupcakes looked amazing, with all colors and flavors of frosting. Hi there, said a woman behind the counter. She smiled so wide, wrinkles formed around her eyes. I haven't seen you in here before. I smiled at her and practiced my rehearsed line, trying to find a new study spot. This is your place, she said. I'm Gail. Hope I'll be seeing you around here. Already I felt more relaxed. This place felt more like home than my own house did at times. I'm Rory. Nice to meet you. She smiled and then gestured toward the display. Can I get you something, babe? My eyes landed on a pink cupcake with pearlescent sprinkles, and I ordered it along with a hot chocolate. My mom would have cringed at the sugary food and drink, but it didn't matter. I'd been on her diet all summer and somehow managed to gain weight. I might as well eat what I wanted if I was going to be fat either way. Still, Gail gave me a big smile and told me to enjoy it. With the treat and drink in hand, I walked to a table and sat down. As I sipped the hot liquid, I scanned the cafe. The place felt warm, comfortable, with couples and friends sitting together, chatting over food and drink. I could see why Beckett would want to visit a place like this, especially if he was alone a lot. A hinge creaked on the swinging doors behind the counter, and there stood Beckett, a camera hanging around his neck. Instead of his Emerson uniform, he wore a tight t-shirt and well-worn jeans that hugged his hips. My mouth watered, not just from the cupcake, when did the muscle touching start? He didn't notice me as he pulled a cupcake from the glass, set it on a small plate, and began snapping photos of it from every angle. He was a photographer? I'd never seen him use a camera at school, and he wasn't on the yearbook committee. Why would he come all the way out here to take pictures? And if he liked it so much, why wouldn't he want someone to know? I watched the determined look in his eyes as he judged each shot and made adjustments to his camera accordingly. He was every bit as focused on this as he was with a football. Were the photos on the bakery site his? He glanced in my direction, and I immediately turned my gaze down. Had he caught me staring? Then I remembered what Ginger said. Eye contact. I looked back at him, and he was walking my way. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Just a few feet from me, he smiled, one corner of his full lips rising just a little more than the other. This close, I noticed the slight crook in his nose. Had he broken it before? He lifted the camera strap over his head and then twisted it around his wrist. I didn't know anyone from Emerson came here. They do if they're stalking you, I thought, then realized I probably couldn't say that. I had to come up with something that didn't include the word if was a word. What did he say again? And when did the touching start? Would it be awkward if I did it sitting down? Oh God, I was rambling. In my head, but still. That cupcake is perfect, he said, lifting his camera. Do you mind if Strike one. Go ahead. Do I need to move? He shook his head. No, you're perfect. Me? My stomach swooped. He didn't even bother to correct himself. He snapped a few shots and turned the camera around so I could see. I barely tore my gaze away from the depths of his hazel eyes to take in the crisp shot of the cupcake, with the colors of my school uniform blurring in the background. That looks better than the one sitting in front of me, I said in awe. Can I have that cupcake? Thanks. He chuckled. You know, I usually don't have any models. Would it be okay? His question didn't quite register. Would what be okay? If I took some more shots with you in them. My cheeks flamed, and I thanked God and Zara for blush. At least it wouldn't be such an intense contrast to my pale skin. I'm not exactly model material. Nonsense. He put his hand near my cupcake, then glanced at me as if asking permission. Sure. I nodded. That boy could touch my food any time. And more than that, if he wanted to. That thought just made me blush even harder. I needed to get my thoughts together before they started coming out my mouth. He placed the cupcake near my hand, then gently moved my fingers to cup the decorative wrapping. His touch was so soft. I wondered how this was the same guy who commanded a football field with such power and control. I was still absorbing the shock to my system as he snapped a few pictures. When he showed me the screen, my hand didn't look pudgy, but like it belonged next to the brown wrapper and pink frosting. Accented it, even. I glanced up at him, my eyes landing on the bare skin of his throat. I chewed on my bottom lip. It looks amazing. He smiled. Was that a bashful expression I saw? Your lips would be perfect by it. Did he just use my lips and the word perfect in the same sentence, without a not between the words? Remind me to have Zara and Kim do my makeup every day for the rest of my life. Just hold it up, he said. Awkwardly, I picked it up and held it in front of my freshly painted lips, puckering awkwardly. He laughed, the sound rolling off his lips and caressing my heart. I smiled at the sound and relaxed my lips. I was actually having fun, in front of a camera, no less. How was that possible? After a few snaps and adjustments, he held the screen out to me. I gasped. My apple-shaped lips and the pink shade brought the photo to life. It looks like a magazine ad. His grin was earnest. You think? I nodded. Thanks. The watch on his wrist flashed. As he looked at the message, he frowned. Sorry, I have to get home. My dad's actually in town tonight. I smiled and nodded. See you around, Rory. My name sounded perfect on his lips. 9. When I got home that night, Mom was at the kitchen table, bent over a stack of papers, and Aiden sat in a chair farther down, working on homework. I could see Dad through the glass doors of his office, surrounded by bulging manila folders. Perfect. I could escape upstairs and wipe my makeup off without having the conversation about my change in appearance tonight. I didn't want to, ever, but knowing my mom, it was coming. I quietly closed the door and began creeping over the carpet when Mom's voice cut through the silence. Rory, I have your prescription. I'll get it tomorrow, I tried, keeping my face toward the stairs. You should take it tonight, she said, then rattled the bag. My shoulders sagged. I could have stalled, said I'd be down after using the bathroom, giving me enough time to wash off the makeup. But she was my teacher, and my mom. She'd see it eventually. I kept my head down and walked toward the table, hoping my curls would cover my face. I reached toward the bag and took it, but Mom said, Stay, talk a while. I have homework. Pull up a chair then, right, Aid? He made a non-committal sound that told me he wasn't paying attention in the slightest. I took a seat on the same side of the table as Mom and said, Grading papers? She hurriedly stacked her work into a haphazard pile and turned it over. A project for the school. Oh, how was... I could see it as it happened. Her eyes catching sight of me, expecting to see plain old Rory Jane, and instead seeing a stranger. Are you wearing makeup? She asked. Yeah. I looked down at the table, not wanting to make eye contact, not wanting to see her reaction. Why? She seemed genuinely confused. Did you get it from my room? Just trying something new, I said, and hoped she believed it. I picked some things up at the mall. You're not secretly meeting up with any guys, are you? She asked, only half joking. I blinked quickly, emotion hitting me full force. Whether it was because I was tired or nervous or had used all of my energy talking with Beckett, I had no idea. No one's into me like that, Mom. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Aiden looking at me over his computer. Honey, Mom touched my shoulder. You know, it's better that you don't date now. My eyebrows came together. But Aiden has a girlfriend. You have your health to focus on. She patted the paper bag of birth control pills. Boys are just a distraction. So I shouldn't date because I'm fat? I asked. Nice confidence booster, Mom. You know that's not what I mean, she argued. Your health is more important than a crush. You only have one life, and I'd hate to see you not living it to the fullest because you couldn't get on top of your PCOS. I looked out the window into the backyard we hardly ever frequented anymore. These health talks used to be generalized warnings about heart disease and cancer, and now she had a name to put to all of my troubles. Something with the weight of infertility and obesity to sling at me for motivation. But what she didn't get was that there was so much more to life than my waistline. I know my health is important, but what about everything else? I asked, finally turning to face her. I'm graduating in May, and what will anyone have to say about me? She lived a perfectly boring life? Oh, honey. Mom stepped closer and brushed back some of my now limp curls. They'll say she was a great sister, an excellent student, a blossoming artist, and the best daughter two parents could hope for. What else is there? Friends? Boyfriends? A life? I grabbed the bag of pills and stood, hating that such a small package could make me feel so bad. What if I wasted high school focusing on all the wrong things? What if you focused on all the right things now that give you a firm foundation for when you go to college? Mom didn't get it. I'd had more fun in the last couple of days than I'd had in the last 3 years combined, with or without my periods. The truth was, I was already having the time of my life. The only thing that kept me from fully enjoying time with the girls was the fact that it was all for the sake of a vendetta against Merritt. They weren't my friends. They were my allies. Once there wasn't a need for me anymore, I'd be long forgotten. There was no use in trying to explain it to her when all she could see was my size. I met Aiden's eyes, and he turned his gaze down, guilt plain on his face. He knew it, and I knew it too. He was the perfect child, and I was the one who couldn't fit into a pair of single-digit jeans or my parents' expectations. Mom reached to the bowl in the center of the table with stalks of broccoli, cherry tomatoes, cauliflower, and carrots, and took a handful. Get some sleep, honey. It's good for you, and it looks like you need it. Plus, it helps with weight loss. She was right. I was exhausted, but the last thing on my mind was sleep. I went upstairs with my things and dropped them on my desk, hating that I could go from such high peaks to low valleys in a span of hours. I grabbed my silk pajamas and went to shower off the day and the makeup. When I stepped out of the shower and looked in the slightly foggy mirror, I frowned. How could I reconcile myself with the girl looking back at me? The problem wasn't that she had worn makeup. It was that she was trying. Didn't I scoff at girls who woke up 2 hours before school to do their hair and makeup just to impress guys who didn't even have their own bank accounts? Didn't I hate the fact that I was judged just because of my appearance? Hadn't I stood up to Merritt and told her none of it mattered? I shook my head, wishing I could shake the heaviness in my heart. Knowing sleep was nowhere near with all these emotions hitting me full force, I padded past Aiden's closed door to my studio. The same canvas from last time stared back at me, a perfect portrait of all the things I wished for, and all the things that might never happen. I ran my finger over the rough surface of the canvas, then moved it front and center on my shelf, before setting a new one on the easel. This time, I let all my feelings into the painting. Pain and fear and hope blended into a beautiful, off-color portrait of everything my size told me shouldn't come true. 10. I woke to a new chat I hadn't seen the night before. Zara had linked me to a natural makeup tutorial. As I walked to the bathroom and hit play on the video, part of me wanted to give up. It was 30 minutes long, and I was sure there would be plenty of hitting pause as I navigated it. But I needed to prove my mom and Merritt wrong. Judgment or not, difficult or not, I was doing this. I was going to be the girl Beckett could fall in love with. For the better part of an hour, I struggled to follow the video and apply my own makeup. Eventually, I reached a point where doing anything more would just mess it up. Plus, I needed to get to school for my tutoring session with Anna. I hurriedly ran a straightener through my hair. No way did I have time for curls, and put on my uniform. Even though I needed to leave, I stopped by the full-length mirror and took myself in. I pouted my lips like I'd seen girls do before, zhushed my hair, and sucked in my gut like my life depended on it. For my first solo attempt, not bad. I still didn't want to endure my mom's prying questions, so I hurried downstairs, grabbed some fruit from the kitchen, and called a goodbye over my shoulder before going to the school. I made it just in time to pick up Anna from the drop-off line. Her mom rolled down the window and smiled at me. "Looking good, Rory," she called. My cheeks flushed, even more so than the rouge implied. "Thank you." Anna flew through the sliding van door and came running to me, giving me a big hug. The normalcy of it and the excitement in her greeting warmed my heart. When she pulled back, she looked at me, confused. "Why did you put that stuff on your face?" I laughed and stood to walk toward the school. "It's called makeup." "I wear my mom's makeup sometimes," she said, smiling up at me. "Oh, really?" I asked. "Yes, but only when she doesn't know." She turned and waved to her mom like she just remembered she was leaving. I couldn't help but laugh as I waved as well. As the van pulled away, we continued walking toward the library as usual. "Guess what I've been working on?" Anna said, in the way that made me worry I'd have to text her mom when this was over. "What?" I asked hesitantly, sitting with her at one of the tables in the library. The chairs were way too small for me, but none of them had broken yet. Knock on manufactured wood. She got her unicorn notebook out of her backpack, used the key attached to her necklace to unlock it, and then flipped open to a page with a gray ribbon down the middle. On the lined page was a drawing of a girl with a missing tooth. "You drew yourself," I said. "That's beautiful." "Thank you." She grinned at me. "Mommy said that you're a great artist, and I wanted to start practicing too." My heart completely melted. "You're already very good. Much better than I was when I was your age." She seemed pleased by that, but then all of her features fell. "But I probably should be working on my letters instead." "Nonsense," I said, outraged for her. "Nothing says you can't do both. You can be an artist and a student at the same time. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise." Seeming to understand, she nodded. "But Mommy would probably be mad if we didn't read any books." I let out a laugh. "Probably. Let's go pick them out." We decided to look in the section that started with the first letter of her name, and she found a book on alligators to read. It was a little too hard for her, but I had her help me with some of the words I knew she would be able to sound out. By the time the alarm on my watch vibrated, we'd made it through most of the book. The librarian helped us check it out, so she could finish reading it at home with her parents. With her book tucked safely into her backpack, she said, "Do I get any candy today?" Crap. In the rush to get out the door, I'd forgotten to get any. I racked my brain for something I could give her. "I can do you one better than candy," I finally said, reaching into my backpack and looking through my pencil case. Inside, I found some markers, pens, and my set of watercolor pencils. "What's your favorite color?" "Green," she said without hesitation. "Perfect." I grabbed a green one and handed it to her. "This is a special pencil that you only need to use with your mommy. I want you to draw an alligator with it. And you can add a tiny bit of water to make the color spread easier." Her eyes lit up. "Seriously? Like a pen?" "Seriously." "I'm not allowed to have them around my baby brother." I laughed at that. I may need to text her mom after all. She took the pencil from me like it was contraband and placed it carefully in the side pocket of her backpack. "Did you use it to put your eyeshadow on today?" I laughed. "Something like it." She smiled up at me. "You look like a princess." "I feel like one," I answered honestly. 11. I wasn't sure what to expect from him in math class, but I was a little disappointed when we went back to our normal routine of him facing the whiteboard and me staring at the back of his head. To be fair, we did have a test coming up, but still. One person who didn't disappoint was Merritt. The second she saw me walk into health class, her arms folded over her chest and a smug smile spread across her lips. She was surrounded by her cronies, leaning back against a desk like she owned the place. "You know what they say about putting lipstick on a pig?" "That it's animal cruelty?" I sat in my desk and started going through my notes. "No," Merritt said, stepping closer. "That it won't make any difference to a boy who's had better. Much better." Of course, my mom was in the hall talking with one of the other teachers. Not that I needed her to fight my battles, but I was already tired from the morning and getting frustrated. I whipped my gaze up to Merritt and said, "I'm pretty sure he broke up with better, so if you'd leave me alone, that would be great." She let out a laugh that was too loud, like I'd hit too close to home. "You know what, Hutton? It's Mrs. Hutton," my mom cut in, "and let's save the questions for the end of class." I breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for my mom and her, finally, good timing. Less thankful after she winked at me in front of the entire class. Lunch period came quickly after that, and I was grateful to find reprieve in the AV room with the other girls. And Mr. Davis? Our AV teacher sat at his desk in the corner of the room, massive headphones over his bald head, as he ate a sandwich and stared at his computer screen. "What's he doing here?" I whispered, standing near the table. "Should we go eat outside?" The autumn California sunshine would be far more appealing than him overhearing our plans. Mr. Davis was cool, but not sit silently by while 5 girls conned a football player into falling in love with one cool. Ginger shook her head. "No, they're noise-canceling headphones. Watch this." She grinned evilly at us. "Mr. Davis thinks Miss Bardot's dreamy." He kept typing away on his computer. "Wait, this will get him." Zara grinned and raised her voice. "Macs are better than PCs." We all held our breath. waiting for one of his tangents about hard drive space and planned obsolescence. Well, that proves it. I sat down at the table. No way he'd be able to stay silent through that. Zara got straight to business. Tell us about yesterday. Did he comment on your new look? Yeah, Callie said. I never got a chat from you last night. Sorry, I stayed longer than I thought I would, I said. You guys won't believe this, but Beckett is a photographer. A really good one. Excitement I wasn't used to feeling fizzed in my stomach, thinking of the photos he'd taken of me, of the fact that we'd actually had a semi-normal conversation with real words. Jordan's eyes were wide. Wait. She scrolled through her phone, tapping her fingers furiously over the screen. Is this you? She turned the phone to us, showing a photo of my lips and the cupcake on Seton Bakery's social media page. My jaw went slack. No way. He runs their social media? Ginger asked, shocked. Feeling just as stunned, I said, I thought he just took photos. Jordan turned the screen back and stared at it. It has more than 1,000 likes on it, and almost 50 comments, some of them about you. You're kidding, I deadpanned. In response, she turned the phone to me, and I read a comment that said, Can't tell which would be tastier, that cupcake or those lips. The profile picture was of a shirtless old man. Zara nearly snorted out her diet soda. He has nipple hair. Ginger gagged, and I pushed the phone back to Jordan. Wait, she said. Did you see the bakery's reply to the comment? I shook my head. She lowered her voice to mirror Beckett's. Eating cupcakes has never looked so delicious. There's some definite innuendo there. I rolled my eyes and shoved a French fry in my mouth. I think you're reading way too much into it. Then I looked to the others for confirmation. Right? Who wouldn't? Zara said, looking pleased with herself. By the way, you did good on your makeup this morning. Now I knew she was full of it. It only took me a full hour and 3 attempts. Worth it, Ginger said. Yeah, Callie added. You look amazing. Thoroughly flushed, I focused on my food. So, is there a plan other than the makeup? Because Merritt kind of got to me this morning. What did she say? Zara asked. I looked toward the ceiling and repeated the horrid ordeal. How did you come up with that animal cruelty bit? Callie asked. I'm always awake at 2 a.m. thinking of things I should have said in the moment. Girl, sometimes I wish I could keep my fat mouth shut. Then we wouldn't be in this mess. They were quiet for a moment until Ginger broke the silence. So, what's next? I have no idea what to do in the guy department. Callie put her hands up. Don't look at me. I looked at Zara and Jordan. Guess that leaves you two. They both got lost in thought for a moment before Jordan said, Would it be too obvious to try and catch him after the football game? Zara lifted a corner of her lips. I don't know. I want Rory to be different than all the other girls who will be mauling him after the win. But it couldn't hurt. The bell rang, and she looked at us. How about this? We go to the football game Friday. Then you all can come stay at my house? I'm thinking a hot tub strategy sesh could be just what we need. I grinned at the idea of hot tubbing with people who wouldn't be judging my body or what I looked like in a swimsuit. I'm game. Get it? They groaned in unison before all saying they would come. I left the AV room with a smile on my face. Maybe my big mouth had gotten me into a mess, but having girlfriends to talk to was nice for a change. Even if it was temporary, I would savor every moment. 12. How bad was it that my parents had more Emerson Academy pride than I did? Or that I had to borrow my dad's EA shirts instead of my mom's? Regardless, I put on one of his alumni shirts and a pair of jeans that hardly ever saw the light of day. Shopping for jeans as a curvy girl was torture on par with having your fingernails ripped out, or listening to Poppy try to make a joke. Not sure which was worse. This pair pulled tightly around my midsection, but they made my legs look good, so you win some, you lose some. Since the ocean blew a cold breeze over us at night, I topped off the look with a warm jacket, beanie, and gloves. Mom and Dad sat at the table together, holding hands as I came down the stairs. For all I complained about them, I knew I was lucky. They still loved each other, made time to sit with each other on Friday evenings and just talk about life. They said Aiden and I could use that time to talk to them together if we wanted. I hadn't taken them up on it yet, but I was pretty sure that's how he got approval to have Casey over practically every evening. They caught sight of me, and Dad said, "You should wear my shirt more often, kid. It looks better on you." I smiled, knowing he had to say that because he was my dad, but still appreciating the compliment. "Thanks, Dad." He nodded. "And you're spending the night at the Batas?" Mom asked. I nodded. "Should be back sometime tomorrow." "Don't rush," she replied. "I'm just glad to see you making some girlfriends." My lips turned up. "Yeah." If only she knew about the bet that had taken place in her own classroom, she might not be so pleased. "I'll see you later." "Have fun," Dad said. "Be safe," Mom added. "And say hi to your brother if you see him." I gave them a salute, grabbed my keys, and walked out the door with my purse and overnight bag. Nerves rippled through me as I walked to my car. Between my first sleepover since middle school and seeing Beckett, I was a wreck. I tried to remind myself it would be okay. Every time I'd encountered him in the last week, he'd been kind, conversational. He didn't brush me off or make fun of me, like the other guys at Emerson Academy. With him, it didn't feel like I was invisible. At school, I quickly got swept away in the chaos of the game. I hadn't been to one since freshman year, and I didn't remember them being this big. So many people filled the parking lot, I had to park a few blocks away and walk. With the wind blowing this direction, I could smell a hint of salt in the air, and it made me smile. I needed to make it to the beach again before it got too cool to dip my toes in the water and feel the sand mold around my feet. When I reached the field, Callie waved me over. She'd gotten there early and saved the 5 of us seats right up front. We had a great view of the game, which also meant a close-up to Merritt and her crew, the cheerleaders. I didn't like being one of those girls who despised cheerleaders. They were jocks, just as surely as soccer players and cross-country runners. But did they always have to select someone so cruel as a leader? Didn't they know that was a tired cliché? Pam Alexander, Merritt's mom and the cheer coach, pulled the group into a huddle. The only thing that separated her from the girls was the uniforms. all the plastic surgery in the world had made her permanently young and beautiful, but also perfectly cold, an ice sculpture with blonde hair and toned legs. I turned away from them, hating the gnawing jealousy in my 1X gut. "How's Carson doing?" I asked Callie, taking in her navy blue band uniform with shining gold buttons. She smiled. "Good. Think he's a little nervous." "Yeah." I scanned the crowd. I'd be nervous too with this many people watching me. Speaking or performing in public was my greatest nightmare. "You too," I told her. "I don't know how you guys do it." "You'd get used to it after a while," she said. "Although he did say this is going to be one of their harder games." Ginger approached us, carrying 2 big blankets. My mom made me bring extra. Callie opened it up and settled it over our laps. "Trust me, you're going to be glad you have it after the sun goes down." "What about you?" I asked. "These uniforms are hot as you know what." Callie raised her eyebrows. "As hot as Beckett?" Ginger whispered, nudging my arm. Callie giggled. "Exactly." She looked up in the stands toward the marching band. "I better head up there before I'm late. See you guys after the game." Ginger unfolded her blanket and spread it over her lap, revealing dozens of T-shirts with Little League team names sewn together. "So, where is he?" I pointed toward the players stretching on the field. Beckett was with the other team captain, leading them all. But pointing was a bad idea because I caught Merritt staring at us, her eyes narrowed. I turned my gaze down and said, "Do you know where Zara and Jordan are?" She shook her head, making the curly hair protruding from her stocking cap bounce. Time to send my first Sermo chat. I thumbed out the message, and soon replies crossed the screen. Zara: "Getting us hot chocolate. Be there in a few." Jordan: "This job ran long. I need to change, and I'll be there soon." She sent us a photo of her in her JJ cleaning polo, doing a thumbs down. I showed Ginger the screen, and we both smiled. "I could totally go for some non-organic cocoa," she said. "My parents only bring stuff home from the store." Her family owned a health food store called Ripe. I knew because that's where my mom bought all of our food. "Can you tell your parents to stop selling my mom grapefruit?" I asked. She laughed. "I'll do my best." Zara came toward us holding a drink carrier. "Here you go." Ginger's eyes lit up. "My hero!" We each took one and drank deeply. The sugar flooded my mouth, and I closed my eyes. "You got marshmallows, too." "Only the best for the girl who is going to single-handedly take down the school's queen bee." My smile faltered, but I brought it back. "You forgot a few letters after B." They caught my insinuation and laughed. For the first quarter, we mainly joked with each other. Each of us was pretty helpless when it came to football, and with Callie busy playing piccolo, we didn't really have anyone to go to for explanation. Jordan showed up near the end of the third quarter, looking flushed. "Sorry I'm late. What did I miss?" Zara pointed at one goalpost. "They ran that way, then that way." She pointed at the other one. I laughed. That about sums it up. Except she'd left out how well Beckett played, even while wearing a wrist brace. Even after being tackled time and time again, only to get back up and brush it off. Even when he jogged to the sidelines for a timeout, clearly exhausted, He just squirted water in his mouth and took in everything his coach had to say, the picture of focus and grit. Amazed was a good word for how I felt watching him. At halftime, he ran off the field with the rest of his teammates, and the band marched into position. Zara pointed out Callie, standing near the end zone, her piccolo poised at her lips. I couldn't believe how good our band was, and how hard they worked. As she marched back to the stands, I could see sweat beaded on her forehead, even though I had to stay bundled up just to keep from shivering. The players entered the field again, playing the second half just as hard as the first, and securing an Emerson win. As the clock counted down the final seconds, Jordan asked, "So, what's the plan?" Everyone around us began moving to the field. "Follow Callie," Zara said. "She's going to see Carson, so we won't be too obvious if we tag along." When the band finished playing the school's fight song, we met up with Callie and walked to the field. The turf was soft under our feet, and my legs felt weak crossing closer to all the players. The one who had mooed at me earlier in the week stood near, and I shied away. Would they insult us in front of everyone here? Classmates and parents and teachers? So far, the answer was no. Callie made a beeline to Carson and gave him a hug, which he returned with a wide smile. "I can't believe we won," he said. Callie shoved his shoulder. "Quit being modest. You played great. Did you see that sack you made?" Yeah, he said, holding up one side of his jersey to display taut muscles and a reddening bruise. "I've got proof." She laughed and tugged his shirt down for him. The rest of us gave each other a look. Was there something going on here we didn't know about? Back to business. Callie nodded toward me. "Any advice?" He ran his free hand over his wet hair. "Most of the guys are going to Waldo's for shakes." "With the cheerleaders," Callie finished. "Bingo," he said. "And Merritt?" "Still all over him." My heart fell. He and Merritt might have split up, but Merritt wasn't going down without a fight. Carson gave me an encouraging smile. "We'll figure something out. In the meantime," he raised his head, looking around. "Bex, hey!" He waved him over. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Beckett was a vision, haloed by stadium lights. Sweat glistened in his hair and shined on his cheekbones. He'd taken off his jersey and shoulder pads, showing only a skin-tight undershirt hugging all of his muscles. Ginger's blankets might not be enough to wipe up all the drool. Beckett grasped Carson's hand. "Good game, man." Carson leaned in and clapped Beckett's shoulder. "Same. That 40-yard run was boss." Beckett smiled toward the ground, not wanting to claim glory for anything. He seemed to realize we were there and sent us a smile. Was it me, or did his eyes linger a little longer on me? "See you in school?" he asked us. We all nodded, and he walked away. Man, the way he walked away. Could we make football pants a daily part of the Emerson Academy uniform? It would definitely fit the ad meliora mindset. Tight pants counted as better things, right? Carson studied me thoughtfully. "I'm going to come up with something." Callie nodded. "So are we." Ginger put her arm around me. "We've got you covered." Now it was me looking toward the ground. As my cheeks heated, the image of Beckett fresh in my mind, I couldn't help but hope they were right, for the sake of the dare and my heart. 13. Zara gave us her address and made us promise not to share it with anyone. The farther we drove into the hills of Brentwood, the better I could understand why. She lived in the richest part of Brentwood, which made me wonder, why didn't she attend Brentwood Academy? I mean, they were our rival school. We always competed for the top 2 spaces in the state in terms of GPA and ACT scores. As I slowed at the wrought iron gates behind the others' cars, my eyes widened. Cameras swiveled to follow my car, and I could see a security guard on a monitor nodding us past. I took it all in as we drove down the long, winding drive toward a modern house that seemed to be more windows than walls. We parked our cars in a massive garage, and Zara said, "Welcome to mi casa." Jordan gulped. "Gracias." If Jordan lived in Seton, I couldn't imagine the reaction she could be having to all of this. And we were just in the garage. Ginger gave Zara a nervous smile. "Where's the hot tub? On the moon?" Zara rolled her eyes, laughing. "Come on, I'll give you a tour." She walked us past the kitchen, offered something from a fridge full of prepared food and drinks, then showed us her room. It was the size of my family's living room, kitchen, and dining room combined, with a giant canopy bed. "You can change in here or in the bathroom," Zara said, pointing to the ensuite bathroom. From here, it looked bigger than my room. "Is there a guest bed in there?" I teased. "No, but I have a couch in the closet." Of course she did. I'd heard about girls changing together in the locker room, had even been subjected to it in freshman gym class, but I couldn't imagine all of these girls getting bare in front of each other. That was what you were trained to do as a plus-size girl. Cover up, turn around, hide. Don't expose anyone to your body in case it made them uncomfortable. Never mind how that secrecy made you feel like your body was something to be ashamed of. According to our society, your body wasn't for you. It was for you to show everyone else. I sighed and grabbed my suit from my bag. "I'll take the bathroom." Zara shrugged and pulled her shirt over her head. I watched in awe as she sauntered to her closet in her bra, rolls and stretch marks exposed. How was she so comfortable in her own marred skin? My skin was turning green with envy as I walked to the bathroom and locked myself in the shower room. I'd been right. It was bigger than my entire bedroom. My fingers ached for a paintbrush to capture all the feelings of this moment, all the hard lines of the modern house and the blurred lines of my emotions. Once I had my suit on, I tugged up on the boy shorts and down on the tankini top so my belly wouldn't show, and then looked in the mirror. What was I playing at? Beckett Langley and me? The girls better come up with an amazing plan, like plastic surgery or blindfolds. I sighed and walked into the room where the other girls were all in their suits, except for Callie, who wore shorts and a t-shirt. "Are you not swimming?" I asked her. "Just dipping my toes in," she answered, and then hurriedly added, "Are we ready to go outside?" Zara stood from where she lounged on the bed. "Sure, let's head out to the patio." The hallway tile was cool and smooth under my feet as we paraded toward the back of the house. The back wall was made of glass and gave an amazing view of the valley below us and even the blue expanse of the ocean in the distance. Forget my feelings. I could sit out here and paint this all day. The way the colors went from sharp to fuzzy, the intricate lines of the horizon. Zara slid open the glass door, and we followed her out onto the stone patio toward a hot tub connected to an infinity pool. Zara lived the height of luxury. Why wasn't she hanging out with movie stars instead of 4 misfits like us? She dipped her toes into the hot water, and we followed suit. Eventually, my body was enveloped by the warm, salty water. Steam rose from the surface, swirling around my face and bringing moisture to my skin. Callie's head swiveled, taking it all in. "This is amazing, Zara. Thanks for having us." "Yeah," Ginger said. "I feel famous." "Same," Jordan said. Zara shook her head. "It's my dad's, not mine. Now, let's get down to business." We covered everything we knew about Beckett and me. It all seemed sort of hopeless as I realized Beckett and I had nothing in common, other than an affinity for cupcakes, but that was for completely separate reasons. How could we conjure a relationship out of thin air? "I'm not sure, guys," I admitted. "It's not like I can just show up at the bakery every Tuesday. That would be so obvious, and probably backfire." I had to look away as I said the next part. "Maybe we should just throw in the towel." My eyes stung, and I was thankful for the water to hide the moisture. I liked Beckett. He was kind to me. He seemed down to earth, and he was artistic to top it off. Trying to get him interested and failing would just be more proof that Merritt was right, that I didn't deserve a happily ever after. "No way," Ginger said, adamant. She pushed back a wet curl from her neck and said, "He just needs to see you. Like, really see you. You're amazing." "Exactly," Jordan said. "You're kind and smart, and you have a gorgeous smile." I couldn't help but bring my fingers to my lips. "You mean it?" She nodded. "But what about all this?" I asked, gesturing to myself. "I weigh twice what Merritt does. Fat doesn't seem to be Beckett's type." Zara crossed the water and stood in front of me. "Who told you that you deserve less because of your size? That you couldn't be desirable or hot?" My brows came together as I sat under the spotlight of her words. Everyone ever?" "Did you ever question it?" she asked. I thought about her question. I did. But it only took a few seconds to know I hadn't. I'd grown up watching my mom do workouts with a personal trainer, seeing my dad rise in the morning to go on runs, and eventually having my brother do the same. And as I became more interested in art, their bodies became more fit, more different from mine. And the more different they became, the more my mom tried to fix me. I hated not being good enough for her, hated being too different. That still paled to the friends I lost after going through puberty in 7th grade. Where the other girls gained curves and cute little pimples, I'd gotten rolls and pizza face. Pretty soon, it was easier to stay in and avoid selfies that would show up on social media for everyone to see just how out of place I was. And when my best friend, who had stuck with me through all that, moved to New York, it was easy to just let it all go and focus on my art, on tutoring and school, and the diets and exercise routines my mom gave me. That's what I thought, Zara said. Look, I know it can't happen in a day, but you need to understand that you are every bit as beautiful as Merritt Alexander. Now I rolled my eyes. You don't need to lie to me. We're different, and that's okay. No. Zara took my chin and made me look into her intense, dark eyes. You don't need to make excuses for why you don't deserve as good as Merritt has in life. Everyone's different. That doesn't mean less. Her words seemed so at odds with what I felt. How could I reconcile her opinion with the truth I'd accepted about myself? Look, she said, dropping her hand from my chin. Just try it for a while. Act like Merritt. Pretend like the world owes you all the good it has. And tell that stupid voice in your head to shut up. Then see what happens. You might be surprised. My lips twitched as I nodded. I'll try it. I wanted to be the girl Zara said I was, believe I was the type of girl Beckett could be attracted to. But how am I going to get Beckett on his own? Zara smiled at us, a devious twinkle in her eye. Be there. Jordan and Ginger gave each other a look, and Jordan said, That's our master plan? Proximity doesn't breed familiarity, Ginger quoted from Let It Snow. Callie shrugged. But it does give her an opportunity for more. So I shadow him, I said. Then what? Zara smiled. You act like the prize you are. Callie, can you get Beckett's schedule from Carson? And can he tell us about parties they're having? Slowly kicking her feet in the water, Callie said, Since the last party got busted, no one's wanting to have one at their house. Zara frowned. Maybe we could have one? Ginger shook her head. My parents would end me. Ditto, I said. Callie nodded. Carson would tell my dad. I scrunched my eyebrows. Like, to get you in trouble? No, they're just weirdly close, Callie explained. So my house is out. And there's no way I'm having anyone out to my apartment, Jordan said. Couldn't we have it here? Zara shook her head. Security would tell my dad, and that would be the end of it. We each frowned at the roiling water of the hot tub. Seton Beach, Jordan said. It's the perfect spot. Ginger wrinkled her nose. Really? Jordan nodded. There's this spot that's out of sight, and the townies always have their parties at the pier, so there's no way we'd get caught or compete for space. I chewed over the idea. But getting people out to Seton might be kind of hard. It could work. Zara's eyes lit up. I can get Zach to send some booze out there. That should be incentive enough. Zach? Ginger asked. Zara rolled her eyes. This guy my dad's trying to set me up with. He's all about the grand gestures. Your dad's trying to set you up? Callie asked. I'm pretty sure the only reason my dad even lets me hang out with Carson is because he's practically my brother. Some of the light left Zara's eyes. It's in my culture to have an arranged marriage. If I had a drink in my mouth, I would have spat it out. Marriage? You're still in high school. She nodded slowly. I've begged, kicked, and screamed, and none of it's worked. So let me focus on you. It's easier. She reached over the side of the hot tub and started tapping into her phone. The word's out. Party tomorrow night. 14. I stared at the outfit hanging over Zara's glass shower door. The tags were still on from our shopping spree earlier today, but I wasn't sure I wanted to know the cost. The mid-length pleated skirt stared back at me in all of its mustard yellow glory, but so did the navy blue and white striped crop top. When Zara had pulled the items out of one of our many shopping bags, I'd balked immediately. I'd never worn a crop top in my life, mostly because I thought my boobs would hang out the bottom, partially because the idea of something not covering my stomach made me want to crawl and hide in my room. But she said this skirt was supposed to be worn high on my waist, and Jordan said it would bring out my curves in a good way. Are you almost done? Zara called. I swallowed. Yeah. Gently taking the items off the hangers, I pulled them on and stared in the mirror. Holy crap, it fit. And not only did it fit, but it looked good. I did a small spin, watching the pleats fan out around me. The way the shirt cinched around my middle made me look like I had an hourglass instead of an apple shape. How could a simple outfit bring out curves I didn't even know I had? I pushed open the door, and Ginger wolf whistled. I covered my face with my loosely curled hair and then looked back. It's good, right? Jordan put her hand on my arm. If this doesn't do it for him, he's gay. I laughed, then decided to believe her. I would start being that girl, the one who is confident in her body and her look. I wanted to go out in public and not feel like people were judging me for my size, but seeing me as a whole person. Once we were all ready, and looking amazing, thanks to a raid through Zara's closet and Jordan's work with the makeup, we got in Zara's car and began driving. Jordan gave us directions, and when we got there, fires already crackled on the sand, sparking blue and purple and orange. People milled about, carrying red cups full of what I assumed wasn't soda. How are people already here? I asked no one in particular. Carson's here, Callie said, light from her phone screen illuminating her face. And he says Beckett's here, too. Jittery excitement danced deep in my stomach. Tonight was my night to prove Merritt and myself wrong. And Merritt? Ginger asked. Hold on. Callie fired off a text, then, Yep. Boo, Jordan said. I agreed. How was I supposed to spend any time with Beckett with Merritt hanging all over him? Even though they were allegedly broken up, she stuck around him like he'd invented Spanx himself. Remember our strategies? Zara asked. We'd gone over the plan so many times that day, it rolled off my lips in an emotionless tone. Be nearby. If that fails, we'll start planned activities. Spin the bottle, truth or dare, anything to get him engaged in organized conversation. Good, Zara said. But remember, we can distract Merritt, I finished. She looked at me in the rearview mirror, a smile on her face. You're ready. I wasn't, but I was as close as I was going to get. We got out of the car, and the smells of burning driftwood and salty air immediately washed over me. I breathed it in, the electricity in the air telling me this was a night I was going to remember. We walked over the patchy grass together, and as we reached the sand, I mentally thanked myself for wearing strappy sandals instead of flip-flops. These would stay on my feet all night and not get lost in the sand. "Let's get a drink," Jordan said. She led us toward a keg that didn't have a line and grabbed one of the red cups stacked half our height. I nudged Zara's arm. "Looks like Zach went all out." She rolled her eyes and poured amber liquid into my cup. "Just drink." I'd never drank before. Was now the time to start? I held the cup in my hand and examined it as the other girls got their drinks. Having a cup of beer didn't mean I needed to consume it, but it did mean I wouldn't stand out any more than I already did. A loud giggle sounded from behind us, and I turned to see Merritt with her hand on Beckett's shoulder. "You are so funny." I turned to Ginger and pretended to gag myself. She laughed, but I wasn't feeling as humorous anymore. We had to get Merritt away from him. No way would he choose me with us standing side by side. A few strums of a guitar sounded. One of the football guys had brought it and was running his fingers over the strings in a soft melody. Ginger nudged my shoulder and looked at him with me. "Hello, cowboy." I grinned at her. "You should go talk to him." "No way," she said. "Curvy girls don't date cowboys." "Why not?" I asked. Her smile turned wry. "For the same reason they don't date quarterbacks." I shook my head. "So if I date Beckett, you'll go for it?" "If you date Beckett, I'll consider it." "Deal." She shook my extended hand. "Deal." The others joined us, Carson now standing with Callie, and he said, "Let's go sit over there." He nodded toward where Beckett sat on a large piece of driftwood. I followed them, trying not to breathe too heavily. Trudging through the sand was hard, and I kept kicking sand up on my calves. Carson and Callie sat on the ground, and the rest of us sat on another drift log someone had brought over to the fire. I glanced across the flames to see the orange reflecting on Beckett's face. He was still talking to Merritt, but his heart wasn't in it. I could tell. The second he caught sight of Carson, he disengaged from Merritt and walked over. Carson patted the ground on his side. "Pull up some sand, man." For whatever reason, the Sandman song started playing in my head. I gazed toward the dark, cloudy sky. Why was my mind so weird? Beckett glanced our way, then spoke again to Carson. "What are you up to?" "Hanging out," Carson said. "Thinking about playing Truth or Dare." Beckett's eyes lit. "Yeah?" My thoughts on Truth or Dare immediately changed from it being a game for bored 12-year-olds to something I had to do. "Truth or Dare?" Merritt shrilled. "I want to play." Carson and Beckett shared an unmistakably annoyed look. "Sure," Carson finally said. "Truth or Dare, Merritt?" "Dare." She flashed her teeth in a smile, and they glinted in the firelight. I wondered if she was done sinking those teeth into Beckett, if he was really done letting her. Could Carson just dare her to go away? I wouldn't complain. I was on the edge of my log, waiting for his dare. "I dare you to dance around the fire," he said, taking a sip from his drink. Her eyebrows quirked. She was clearly disappointed in the dare. But then she shrugged and sent Beckett a wink. Her hips dropped low, swaying suggestively. As she bent to wave her butt in Beckett's direction, her shirt fell low enough to reveal her barely there lacy bra. I didn't know whether to gag or be jealous. My idea of a dance move was the sprinkler. Seriously. This was off the charts stupid. Beckett couldn't be into this. Could he? She eventually dropped her hips in Beckett's lap, going full-blown lap dance. Beckett's shoulders held more tension than I'd ever seen there, not like in the bakery when he was in charge, in his element. He took her hips and shifted her to the side, and Carson said, "That's good enough." With a flirty smile Beckett's way, she crooned, "Truth or dare?" "Truth," he muttered. I barely heard him over the guitar playing in the background and the roar of the waves. But I could hear Merritt perfectly as she spoke. "Tell me what you like about me." She looked up at him, her plump lips parting slightly. "What turns you on?" His Adam's apple bobbed, and I looked away. "Could she be any more obvious?" Ginger muttered under her breath. "Give me a break." "Your hair," Beckett said. "That's it?" Merritt asked. I turned back just in time to see her flip her hair and twirl a piece between her manicured fingers. "Yep," Beckett said, his eyes searching the rest of us. "Rory, truth or dare?" His voice shot through me, calling my heart to attention. Would I ever get used to hearing him say my name, or the jolt of excitement and flurry of butterflies that always followed? Ginger nudged my side, and I realized he was still waiting for my answer. After a moment of pondering between the two evils, I finally said, "Truth." He ignored Merritt rubbing his knee and said, "What's the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to you on a date?" Now it was my turn to gulp. Did I lie and make up a story, or did I tell the truth, that I'd never been on a real date? No one had ever asked me. Merritt used her special talent and sensed my distress. "Aurora's never been on a date," she chuckled. "I'm sure she has," Beckett said. "We're seniors." "Why?" Merritt asked. "Who would ask her out?" I waited for him to say he would, but no such fantasy came true. Beckett just said, "Go ahead, Rory." My eyes were stinging now, for reasons I didn't completely understand. "Here," Tinsley said. "I'll ask her a truth." "No, I've got this," Merritt said, locking her eyes on me. "What made you think you belong at a party like this and not at home, elbow deep in a bag of chips?" "What did you—" Jordan began, but I shook my head at her. She didn't need a reason to lose her scholarship or get kicked out of school. Me, on the other hand? The idea was looking more appealing every second that passed with Merritt Alexander. "I'll pass," I said, sending her a glare, then turned to Ginger. "Truth or dare?" "You can't pass," Merritt asserted. As if sensing their ringleader in distress, Tinsley and Poppy echoed her sentiment, loudly and with a lot of giggling. "Yes, I can," I said, lifting my chin. Zara murmured, just so I could hear her, "That's right." "Well, if that's the case," Merritt said, with a smile as fake as her mother's boobs, "I can answer for you. You thought you could come here because you have this deluded idea that people like you belong with people like us." She gestured at her and Beckett. "You were wrong, for the record." The stinging in my eyes increased, and the only thing worse than leaving was staying and letting Merritt see me cry. I turned and walked away as fast as I could manage in the sand. There were angry words exchanged behind me, but I didn't care. I was walking toward the water, toward the packed sand that would let my legs carry me even farther away from my enemy. That was until I heard Beckett call my name. 15. I stalled. Was that really Beckett, or was I fantasizing about something that was clearly never going to happen? He caught up with me and fell into step beside me. "Are you okay?" "I don't know." I looked over at him, then back at the wet sand, growing darker the farther we got from the fires. He faltered, because there was nothing to say. Merritt was right. The head cheerleader belonged with the quarterback, and the fat artsy girl would get her chance with some pork-chop-shaped investment banker in college. "It's okay," I said, sparing him the lie that was sure to come. He stopped and took my hand. My legs wobbled. His skin was warm on mine, and something about his touch sent my stomach rolling with the tide. "It's not okay," he said, his hazel eyes storming with the ocean. "Merritt had no right to say that to you, and for the record, she was wrong." I searched his gaze for a hint of a joke to come, but only found the truth. He was telling the truth. "I don't want to go back there," I said. "Then don't." He gripped my hand tighter and led me back toward the deep sand of the beach, toward the abandoned parking lot. "Let's go somewhere else." My mouth fell open, then closed. I couldn't argue with Beckett Langley, not when his large hand was enveloping mine, making my hand feel small instead of meaty for the first time in my life. Whatever adventure he was walking toward, I was following, no matter what. "Do you need to tell your friends?" he asked. My friends. Allies, more like it. I shook my head. "I can send them a text." He nodded and kept walking through the thick sand. We reached his Mercedes, and he hit the unlock button. There were people walking past us in the parking lot, but Beckett ducked his head away and got into his car before anyone noticed him. He was flying under the radar? I didn't understand it. Was he embarrassed to be with me? I liked him, but past history and basically every rom-com told me I needed to be on guard, to watch out for secret enemies. But something told me Beckett was different, that he was genuinely kind. I walked to the passenger side, trying to catch my breath before I'd be in such close quarters with him. The passenger door popped open, and I jumped, only settling when I realized Beckett had opened it for me from the inside. "Get in," he said, giving the door an extra push so it would stay open for me. It wasn't a request, it was an order. I ducked into his car and sat in the leather seat. Without thinking, I buckled my seatbelt. As he backed out, he said, "Do you want to know where we're going?" I bit my lip and met his eyes. I like surprises, especially when they involved him and me somewhere on our own. I fired off a sermo chat with way too many exclamation points and then put my phone in my purse. I wasn't wasting any of these moments with my face in a screen. He started down the cracked streets, his car taking the bumps as easily as Zara's had. My eyes flitted around the car. Beckett's car. Beckett Langley's car. What did the necklace hanging from his rearview mirror mean? It was delicate, a woman's necklace, with a football charm hanging from the end. The small golden player lunged, holding the ball in one hand, protecting himself with his other hand. Beckett caught me looking at it. "My dad gave that to my mom after he won the Heisman. He said he couldn't have won it without her support." My heart broke for him, knowing how the story ended. His mom had left his dad for his first client and best friend, right after he made it big. "She left it in her note to me when she left us," Beckett said bitterly. The last two words tore me apart. Left us. Because she hadn't just ditched her husband, she'd abandoned a son. We were in second grade when it happened. "Do you miss her?" I asked. For a second, I thought he wouldn't answer, but then his head nodded sharply. "The necklace is all I have left. My dad threw out everything else." Out of instinct more than anything, I reached over and touched his hand, just for a moment. He gave me a soft smile, then seemed to shake off his sadness. "We're here." The Seton Bakery sign flashed at us through the windshield. "It's closed," I said, nodding toward the darkened windows. He pulled his keys from the ignition and held one up. "I've got the hookup. Running their social media has its perks." My heart jerked to attention. So he had been the one to respond to that comment about my lips. I pulled them between my teeth and bit down as I got out of the car to follow him. He let me inside, then locked the door behind us. The light behind the register was the only one on. He walked ahead of me and stood behind the glass display. "What would you like today, ma'am?" "You can call me Rory." I smiled. "And that one looks delicious." I pointed at a cupcake with an Oreo protruding from cookies and cream frosting. "Good choice." He took two and placed them on napkins. After handing one to me, he led the way to a table away from a window and sat down. My heart still fluttering at whatever this was, I sat across from him. He peeled the wrapper from his cupcake and ripped it in half. "What are you doing?" I asked in shock. It was so pretty. Why would he ruin it so quickly? "This." He put the bottom half of his cupcake over the frosting and smashed it down until frosting spilled between the edges. "Cupcake sandwich. The best way to eat it." He took a big bite just to prove it. Horrified, I shook my head. "You're a monster." He laughed. "How are you going to eat it then?" His eyebrows rose in a challenge, and suddenly I felt self-conscious. Everyone knew fat girls couldn't eat junk food in front of anyone else, because that meant everyone else was right. I was just fat because I couldn't diet, not because of my hormones or insulin resistance or any other underlying health condition associated with PCOS. But then I remembered what Zara said. To hell with all of that. I was the prize, even if I felt more like a participation trophy. Like this, I said, licking frosting off the top like an ice cream cone. When frosting stuck to my lips and covered the tip of my nose, I couldn't help the giggle that escaped. His eyes crinkled as he smiled. Whatever you say, Cupcake. My heart jolted. Was that a nickname? For me? From Beckett Langley? I hadn't won the bet yet, but this felt like the ultimate win. We ate for a little while, and then Beckett broke the silence. Why do you let Merritt get to you? I shook my head, not wanting to say the words I was thinking, because she's right. Instead, I deflected with a question of my own. Why did you date her? His eyes stayed on the tabletop, but the rest of him sagged. She's not always so bad. And by that you mean she's sometimes terrible? I raised my eyebrows. We were both at the same party, right? She's so worried about what everyone else thinks, she forgets what she thinks. He quieted for a moment, and then added, she didn't care about me. She cared about her image, how dating me made her look to the rest of the school. A twinge of guilt hit me. Was I doing the same thing? Trying to date him because he was Beckett Langley and he would help me prove my point about curvy girls? But it was more than that. I'd had a crush on him long before we got to high school, before he became a football god, starting as quarterback his freshman year. I don't want to talk about Merritt, he said. Okay, I replied. Then tell me about this. Why photography? His full lips lifted at one corner. The truth? I nodded, my cupcake long forgotten. And that was saying something. Because cupcakes. He picked at his wrapper and met my eyes, his hazel ones darkening. I like creating something that lasts. The meaning behind his words hit me hard. But why the secrets? Why aren't you submitting your photos to the yearbook? He shook his head. My dad. He wants me to focus on football and become successful like him. Doesn't want me to end up, and I quote, a starving, washed-up artist crawling back to him when it all goes south. Ouch. I hurt for him and me. Was that what people thought about artists? He stared down at his cupcake, then turned his gaze on me. I'm kind of a bummer, huh? I laughed. Not at all. It's kind of nice to see the man behind the legend. He rolled his eyes and gestured around the shop. Some legend, sneaking off to take pictures. I think it's beautiful, I said. You have a real talent. His shoulders lifted in a modest shrug, and then he met my eyes. Please don't tell anyone about this. He gestured at the shop. My dad can't find out. Although every part of me protested, thinking his talents should be on full display, I nodded. I promise. What about you? He asked. What's your dream? I'd like to be an artist. I'd been planning on it since middle school. Why is that? Well, I ripped a part of the wrapper, thinking how to get the words just right. You know how you want to save a moment forever? He nodded. I want to make it mine. His lips turned up. You should do it. Follow your dream. Our eyes locked as I said, I will if you will. The pain was palpable as he considered the plan. So much longing for a reality that he couldn't create stirred behind his hazel eyes. I wish it were that easy, Cupcake. I didn't have the words to tell him it was. He took out his phone and turned on some music, then stood from the table and extended his arms to me. My heart racing, I put my hands in his and leaned my head against his chest for our very first dance. Let's not worry about the future, he said into my hair. Let's just make this moment count. 16. Beckett Langley gave you his number? Ginger cried. And danced with you? Jordan exclaimed. Callie sighed. That's so romantic, like out of a movie. Zara looked over her shoulder at me just long enough to give me a smug smile before turning her eyes on the road. Told you so. They had come to get me from the bakery late in the night when Beckett said he needed to get home. He'd offered to take me, but I so didn't want to explain that to my mom. Besides, my head was still fuzzy, trying to convince me the hours I had spent with Beckett were a fantasy. I can't believe it either, I admitted, staring at his contact in my phone and the numbers that followed. Did you touch his arm? Jordan asked. I laughed. I didn't get around to it, except when we were dancing. Callie grinned. This is amazing. Merritt lost it after you two left, Zara said. I'd think about why that made me so happy later. What did she do? I asked, morbidly interested. Jordan twisted in the front seat, and her hands moved animatedly as she spoke. Well, her face was just like this. She narrowed her eyes into the classic Merritt mad face. And then she stormed off to the keg and got, like, stupid drunk. And then she went over to one of Beckett's best friends and tried to get him to hook up with her, like, on the beach. Holy crap, I said, trying to stifle the guilty feeling blooming inside of me. Please tell me he said no. Oh, yeah, Zara said. She threw up on him, and then her friends practically dragged her to the car to take her home. Good, I said. Not about the puke, but, you know. She won't be living it down any time soon, Ginger said. And she's safe at home, ready to wake up with a massive hangover. Well deserved, might I add, Jordan said. Now, tell us everything that happened. I relayed all the events to them, including Beckett's new nickname for me. Cupcake? Callie asked. That is so adorable. My cheeks heated. You think? Oh, yeah, she said. My phone dinged, and I stared at the screen, my mouth hanging open. Unable to speak, I turned the screen to Ginger, who read it for me. It's a text from Beckett, she began, and the entire car burst out in squeals. She cleared her throat and lowered her voice. I had a great time tonight, Cupcake. I'll see you at school. I didn't know what to expect at school on Monday, after the events of Saturday night. Would Beckett talk to me in class? Sit by me at lunch? Act like anything was different at all? I was a bundle of nerves on the ride to school, and Mom and Aiden could tell. Your birth control hormones are probably messing with your mood, Mom said. I'll call Dr. Edmondson and ask him to prescribe another kind. No. I shook my head, jiggling my knee up and down in the back seat. I'm good. Let's talk about something else. Aiden sent me a sly look. I know what could help. His voice took on a news reporter tone, and he held his fist to his mouth like a microphone. Rumor has it Beckett Langley skipped a party this weekend to hang out with some girl who was not Merritt Alexander. Mom held her fist out like a microphone. Do tell. What happened with the school's it couple? I groaned. Really, Mom? You're encouraging this? Aiden cleared his throat. Well, Mrs. H., it's funny you should ask. Unidentified sources say he broke up with her a few weeks ago because he wanted to focus on football. But my gut tells me there's more to the story. Her eyes lit with a smile. Give me the scoop, reporter. I interjected. Should you be gossiping about students? I'm not a teacher right now, she said. I'm your mom. Aiden ignored our sidebar and continued. Well, I believe someone new may have struck his fancy. My stupid brain lurched for the intel. Who? Could it be me? Aiden turned and looked me in the eyes. I don't know, but I bet she's pretty amazing and is well deserving of his love. My heart warmed, and I gave him a grateful smile. Completely missing the moment, Mom said, I know Aiden's taking Casey, but have you thought about a homecoming date, Rory? Not really. Obsessed was more like it. Well, she said, turning into the school, I hear on the news that Beckett Langley is available. Better make your move before that mystery girl steals him away. I couldn't help but laugh. As I entered the school building, I kept an eye out for Beckett. I wanted to be prepared when I saw him, not get caught off guard and embarrass myself, as was typical. Not seeing him on the way to my locker, I decided to go to the bathroom and check my makeup for the millionth time. Maybe reapply some lip gloss before math class. Relief swept through me when I found all the stalls empty. I would be able to look in the mirror without judgment or strange looks, without hearing Merritt's comment about lipstick on a pig running through my mind. I had the lip gloss wand out when the door banged open, and Merritt, Poppy, and Tinsley walked in. Merritt had non-dress code compliant sunglasses on and a massive coffee in her right hand. The other two already seemed weary of her. Thought I saw you come in here. An evil smirk twisted her cherry-red lips. Didn't expect you to be primping, though. She folded her arms and leaned her shoulder up against the paper towel dispenser. Tinsley and Poppy stood behind her, Poppy with her hands on her hips, and Tinsley disinterestedly examining her nails. How did your little rendezvous with Beckett go? Merritt asked. Is he in love with you yet? Ignoring her, I capped my lip gloss and started toward the door. Tinsley and Poppy shuffled in front of me, blocking my path like they'd harassed fat girls in the bathroom 1,000,000 times before. You can go when I say you're ready, Merritt said. She pushed up from the paper towel dispenser and lifted her glasses, revealing bloodshot eyes. No amount of expensive makeup would have been able to hide the dark circles there. You think you're hot stuff because Beckett ran after you? You're a charity case to him. He feels sorry for you. She looked me up and down and scoffed. I do too. I shifted my weight and looked at her. Zara was right. I was just as deserving of Beckett's attention as the hungover mean girl in front of me. When I didn't respond, Merritt sneered. No matter how much you try to make yourself look pretty with makeup and clothes, you will never be his type. You do well to remember that. She flicked a finger through one of my curls, and it took everything I had not to flinch. Wouldn't want you getting your heart broken. Feeling her words sting me to the core, I pushed past Tinsley and Poppy and escaped the claustrophobic space. I needed to get out of the bathroom, away from Merritt's words that seemed way too true. I was trying to hold on to what Beckett had said, that he wanted someone who liked him for more than his status. But that didn't mean he liked me, just that he didn't like her. The bell rang, and I hurried to math class, sliding into my assigned seat behind Beckett. He turned and whispered, "Hi, Cupcake." I smiled back, but the doubts swirling in my mind made sure the smile didn't last long. 17. I dropped my lunch on the table in the AV room, ignoring Mr. Davis in the corner with his headphones on. The girls looked at me, their smiles turning from excited to curious. "What's going on?" Ginger said. I sat down. "We made some progress, but we have to do more if Beckett is going to fall for me by homecoming. We need to figure out what he likes in a girl, and I need to become that." Jordan frowned. "I thought you had a good time." "I did, but what about him?" Zara asked, "Did he talk to you this morning?" "He said hi." I shrugged. "No mention of hanging out again. We need a plan." Zara shook her head. "It doesn't make sense. He seemed so interested." Ginger got up and went to grab a whiteboard and an easel from near Mr. Davis. "What if we write down some ideas? Brainstorm, you know?" "The problem is that he's never really dated around," Zara said. "Other than Merritt, he hasn't had any official girlfriends." I frowned. Well, if we're basing his type on Merritt, I'm hopeless. "Not true," Callie said. "He hung out with you, took you to the bakery, danced with you. If what he's saying is true, Merritt doesn't even know he works there." My spirits lifted. "That's true." "I have another idea," Callie said. "What if Carson has Beckett over to his house, asks him what he likes in a girl?" Zara nodded. "That could work. Then we'd have more to go off of." "Yeah, but will he actually remember everything Beckett says?" Jordan frowned. "My boyfriend is so forgetful. We could have a 20-minute conversation, and he'd only remember one thing." "We could film it," Ginger said. "We have some mics and stuff I could set up." I stared at them. "Like, bug Carson's room? Isn't that illegal?" "Nope," Ginger said. "We just covered this in journalism. It's okay if one of the people knows they're being recorded. So if Carson knows, we're set." She turned to Callie. "Think he'd go for it?" Callie smiled and got out her phone. "I can ask." We watched as she typed a message into her Sermo app. Callie. "Hey, crazy question. Can you have Beckett hang out at your house, ask him what he likes in girls, and let us record it? For the bet?" Dots appeared on the screen. Carson. "Hello to you, too." Callie groaned, and her fingers flew over the screen. Callie. "Please, it's really important." More dots. Carson. "What's in it for me?" We all looked at each other, and Zara said, "I can get him premiere tickets to the Ride Alexander movie coming out this summer. My dad's producing it. Seriously? Callie said. He would so go for that. With confirmation from Zara, she typed more words into their chat. Callie. A movie ticket to the Ride Alexander movie premiere has your name on it. And he can go to the after party, Zara said. Callie. And you'll be on the after party guest list. Carson. Now I know you're lying. Callie snapped a picture of Zara and sent it to Carson. Callie. Her dad's producing the movie. We've got an in. Carson. Throw in some popcorn and you've got a deal. We laughed and Zara rolled her eyes. We've got him covered. Callie. Deal. Let me know what day. For a few minutes we watched the phone, but when we didn't see any messages, we continued eating our lunch. Callie's phone buzzed on the table. Carson. Wednesday night at 7. Be there at 5 to set up. Callie. Thank you. Carson. You're welcome, crazy girl. Callie's cheeks heated as she took her phone and tucked it back in her bag. Well, we're set. What do we do until then, crazy girl? I asked. Callie blushed and shook her head. We wait, Zara said. Even though I'd never had 2 days pass more slowly in my life, Wednesday finally came. We rode in Callie's car to her house, as to not raise suspicion. Since Carson lived right next door, we walked to his house, and he guided us to his room. There were football posters on the wall, a photo of him and Callie on the shelf, and one of him and all his older sisters on the wall. They were beautiful, each of them, with curves and hips and all. As Ginger walked around the room, planting little microphones in obscure places, Carson said, I can't believe I'm doing this. Callie put her hand on his shoulder. Remember the tickets? He turned his eyes toward the ceiling. Sold my soul to the devil, I did. She laughed. You sound like Yoda. Someone in here needs to have some wisdom. Zara rolled her eyes. This is all part of the plan. We need to know what Beckett likes in a girl, especially since he doesn't like Merritt anymore. What is he looking for next? Carson sat on his bed. I know, but I don't want to see him get hurt either. His eyes landed on me, waiting for a reassurance that I easily gave. I don't want to hurt him, I said. I've liked him for years. That last part was harder to admit, especially for how pathetic it sounded. Secretly harboring a crush for someone and never doing anything about it? Years? Carson asked. I thought this was about a bet. I sat on Carson's bed and sighed. It was freshman year, after my best friend moved away. I was lonely, and no one wanted to pick me in freshman gym class. Like ever. I was always last. One day, Beckett picked me first. He picked me. And after that, people didn't tease me as much. The familiar flood of shame and gratitude filled me. I know he has a good heart, and the more I get to know him, the more I like him. I sighed and put my head in my hands, knowing all of this was a long shot. Callie put a hand on my back. He would be lucky to have you. Carson's voice was gruff. It sounds like it. I think it's the other way around, I said earnestly, then looked up at the others, desperate for a change in subject. Are we good to go, Ginge? I don't want to be here when Beckett shows up. Almost, she said. I just need to figure out where to put this. She held up a Star Wars pin. It has a tiny camera in it, so we can see what's happening. Do you have a corkboard, Carson? He shook his head. And my mom would kill me if we put a hole in the wall. She stepped toward Carson, wielding the pin. He stepped back. What are you doing with that thing? I'm not going to stab you, she cried. I'm just going to put it in your shirt. No way. He backed up until his hips hit his desk and he had nowhere to go with all 5 of us girls in the room. I'm not that big of a nerd. Callie moved from me and held his arm. Do it for the tickets. Is this what the dark side feels like? He asked, only half joking, and held still as Ginger pinned it on his shirt. This movie better be good. Oh, it will be, Zara said, an evil gleam in her eyes. But not as good as the one we're about to watch. Then the doorbell rang. 18. I completely froze, stuck on Carson's bed. Carson stood just as still as I sat. Crap! Ginger cried. Zara's eyes flitted from the door to the closet to the second-story window, calculating. Crap, Ginger repeated. Shh, Callie said. Carson, go down and take him to the garage for drinks. Robotically, he followed her directions, and Callie turned to us. Now, we're leaving out the back while they're out there. Zara raised an eyebrow. Out back? Why can't we just use the front door? Callie pointed out Carson's front window, where we had a clear view of Beckett's Mercedes in the street. From the other window, we could see Callie's room. Geez, was this house conspiring against us? My heart pounded with each second that passed, afraid of being caught. What do we do once we get outside? Follow me. There's a path to the gate between our yards. Then we'll go in through the back door, Callie said. Carson's and Beckett's voices sounded so close. I'm freaking out, I whispered. Callie shoved my shoulder. Go. At the sound of the garage door closing, I hightailed it out of there, thundering down the stairs and past the kitchen onto the patio. I didn't stop running until we'd crossed Callie's sloping yard and were safely inside the ground level of their home. My chest heaved from exertion, barely taking in the room we'd entered through. The guys sitting in front of the TV, video game controllers in their hands, noticed though. What are you doing? A guy who looked like an older, buffer version of Callie asked. The 5 of us looked at each other. Even Zara's dark cheeks were red. Between the embarrassment and exertion, we'd probably be flushed until homecoming. I managed, then mentally kicked myself. Was that the only word I knew? There it was again. These are my friends, Callie said, blushing just as hard. Something told me it had to do with the hottie sitting by her brother, because, wow. And we're going upstairs, she said, stiffly walking toward the stairs. Ginger pushed off the sliding glass door and followed Callie. The rest of us walked behind them, all the way up the stairs until we got to Callie's room. She opened up a mini fridge and started handing out drinks and sugar cookies. Thank God, because my throat was parched. I guzzled down the orange soda until the ache went away. Ginger was busy with her electronics, setting up 2 laptops and several speakers. From one screen, We could see a general view of Carson's room from one of his bookshelves, and on the other, we saw a wobbling video of the stairs rising. It kind of made me dizzy, honestly. I focused my attention on the cookie Callie had handed me. It was decorated like a hot dog. I held it up and said, "What's the deal with the Franks?" Callie shook her head at the cookie in her hand. "My mom's gotten super into cookie decorating." She shuddered. I laughed. "They're not that bad." Ginger hurriedly shushed us. "They're talking." The speakers crackled, and on the screen, I could see them back in Carson's room. The TV there came into view, then switched on. A football field crossed the screen. Ginger groaned. "Is that all guys can talk about, is football?" Carson's voice came through the speakers. "Think the Badgers are gonna win?" "No way," Beckett said, coming into view of the camera. He sat on Carson's futon, leaning back with his drink in his hand. The video wasn't HD by any means, but it was still clear enough to see the strength in his core, the slope of the muscles in his shoulders, the ease of his smile. I might not be Beckett's type, but there was no doubt that he was mine. Just ask the speeding rate of my heart, or the drool dripping down my chin. Okay, that last one might have been an exaggeration, but man, look at him! They were quiet a while as we listened to the garbled voices of the announcers discussing the game, which was all right for a few minutes, but a complete quarter into the game? This was starting to get boring. Zara groaned. "When are they getting to the good stuff? We're not just going to pirate the football game, are we?" "Patience," Callie said. "Talking about feelings during a football game is like knocking someone's books down, then not picking them up. All the good stuff will be during halftime." I sighed and excused myself to go to the bathroom. Away from Callie's room, I could only faintly hear the game. As I stepped into the bathroom down the hall, I took a deep breath and spread my arms wide, hoping some stretching would relieve this tension in my chest. Everything hinged on what Beckett would say to Carson. Everything. My odds of getting him to fall for me. The chance of me going to my senior homecoming. My heart. This may have started out as a bet, but I was starting to get deeper feelings for Beckett than a simple crush. The superficial things I liked about him in the beginning were still there, but now I knew more lay beneath the surface than good looks and a generally decent personality. I'd never spoken with anyone who looked so deeply at simple things like digital photos or paintings, who would stand up to someone like Merritt. For me. That meant something to me. But did it to him? "Roar!" Callie yelled. "They're talking!" I hurriedly washed my hands and ran back to the room, getting inside just in time to hear Carson ask Beckett if he was taking anyone to homecoming. "That's still a month and a half away," Beckett said. My heart immediately fell that my name hadn't spilled off his lips. Part of me was tempted to run away and let the girls break it to me easy. But I needed to hear this. Needed to have all the information. "Any ideas?" Carson asked, popping a tab on a new can of soda. "Maybe," Beckett said. "You?" Carson hesitated. "Maybe." "Not Callie?" Beckett asked. Zara whistled. Callie blushed. Carson started coughing. "What? Why would you say that?" He was still coughing, so he took another drink. Beckett's smile was undeniable. No reason. She's pretty. Was it the wide camera angle, or did I see Carson's back stiffen? You think she's pretty? Carson asked. Yeah, for you? What does that mean? Beckett threw a pillow at him. It means I don't want to make you jealous. Carson flung the pillow back. So, you do think she's pretty, or at least her type? Her type? Beckett laughed. Curvaceous, Carson said awkwardly. You know, something to hold on to, and all that. I would have been laughing if I weren't so nervous for Beckett's answer. Carson was trying so hard to say the right thing with all of us girls listening. Beckett didn't have that privilege. I don't know, he said. After being with Merritt, I'm ready for something different. Something real. So, real boobs? Ew, Ginger said. Is this locker room talk? Zara shushed her. You're lucky I don't have another pillow. Beckett chuckled. Zara frowned. Guess we'll never know if they're real. The boys were joking, but I still sat on the edge of my seat, counting down the seconds until Beckett's next words. Carson leaned back, relaxing again. So, what would it take for a girl to steal the heart of Emerson Academy's dreamboat? He made his voice all breathy, and Beckett laughed again. Asking for yourself? He chuckled. Explains why you haven't asked Callie out yet. Carson must have rolled his eyes, because Beckett continued. I don't want a girl who pretends to know about football so she can talk to me. I want her to have interests outside of how hot Ride Alexander's ass looks in his jeans, or the next sale they can grab at Emerson's shops. I want her to be funny and sweet, but not boring. And as far as curves go, The audio cut out, and black lines sizzled across the image before going completely black. Crap! Ginger cried. What happened? I asked. I needed to hear what he said about curves. Did he want them? But just in the way skinny people talked about curves? As in C cups instead of A cups? Or did he really mean he wanted curves? Something to hold on to when he kissed a girl, or more. Ginger frantically tapped at the screen, but gave up after a few seconds. The battery in the main connection died. She groaned, putting her forehead on the desk and tangling her fingers in her curly hair. Great. Callie got out her phone. I'll text Carson and let him know we're off the air. She sighed. Sorry, guys. Jordan shrugged. It's not your fault they watched 2 hours of a game before saying anything. Yeah, Zara agreed. But I think we got what we needed. What? I cried. We never even heard what he said about curves. She shook her head as if she knew something that was right in front of me. Of course he wants curves. Every guy wants curves. They just might not know it yet. I rolled my eyes. Have you communicated that to the rest of the male population? Zara rolled her eyes right back. Did you just hear, Beckett? He described you, word for word. You've got a real shot at this. My heart flew, soared, peaked. You really think so? I looked at the others for confirmation. They each gave it. My lips formed a smile, I couldn't stop it anymore. "You've got to ask him out," Zara said, pointing at my phone in my hand. "Make the next move. Text him." "But what do I say?" I asked. Callie shrugged. "Let's hang out?" "No," Jordan said. "That's too open-ended." "Don't look at me," Ginger said. "My parents would never even let me look at a guy." Zara said, "What does your gut tell you?" My fingers hovered over my phone before carefully typing each letter. Rory. "I think I owe you a beach party. Meet me at Seton Pier after your shift at the bakery?" Within a minute, my phone went off. Beckett. "See you then, Cupcake." 19. The girls helped me get ready for the party Tuesday night. My parents thought I was staying at Zara's house for a school project, and I was, just not until after I met with Beckett. It would just be him and me, but the girls and I gathered driftwood for a bonfire that would burn for hours if needed. We set a cooler with drinks nearby, and even got out a couple of canvas chairs and blankets, so Beckett and I wouldn't have to lie on the sand or sit on hard, warped stumps. Nervous didn't even come close to describing the jitters spreading to every single part of my body. Soon, it would be just Beckett and me, and I'd have no one telling me which move to make next. This would be different than our encounters at the bakery. I'd asked Beckett to come, and he'd said yes. "Are you sure I can do this?" I asked them. "Of course," Jordan said. "He's coming. That's half the battle." "Exactly," Zara agreed. "And remember what he said on the recording? He's done dating girls like Merritt. Now is your chance to show him what he needs." Callie reached out and adjusted my curls so they fell easily over my shoulder. "You look amazing." Ginger nodded. "He'd be crazy not to fall for you." People had complimented me before in my life. Sometimes it was off the cuff, or following a self-deprecating comment. Whether it came from my mom or a friend, I just had a hard time believing it, no matter how desperately I wanted to. I knew what I was, and I knew what I wasn't. But I still thanked Callie. Her words came from a kind place. Jordan looked over the setup. "Do you need anything else?" "About 1,000,000 times more confidence that this isn't going to be a terrible disaster?" I only half joked. Ginger laughed. "See? Funny. He'll love that." "Exactly," Zara said. "He won't even know what hit him." Light from Callie's phone illuminated her face. "He should be here soon. We better go," Callie said. "But chat us if you need anything, and tell us everything after." I gave her a soft smile. "I will." They walked away, the sand softly swishing under their feet. I stared at the waves, flicking my phone case away from the phone and letting it slap back until Zara's car started up and pulled away. With a sigh, I sat in one of the chairs with my feet extended toward the fire. This close to the ocean, it was cold at night. The saltwater chill easily seeped through my clothes and cooled me to the bone. Or maybe that was the sinking feeling in my gut that told me Beckett wouldn't come. That Merritt was right, and I was just a charity case for him. Just the thought made me shiver. But then footsteps sounded in the sand, and I looked over my shoulder to see Beckett walking easily toward me, his arms swinging at his sides. He smiled an easy smile and lifted a hand. "Hey." "Hey," I breathed, even though I knew he couldn't hear me. Still, he came closer and sat in the chair next to me. "One beach party," I said, as I spread my arms wide, "since you had to skip the last one to come after me." His smile crackled brighter than the fire. "I think we had more fun than them anyway." My stomach swooped. I knew I had. I just hadn't expected him to feel that way, or say those words. "So," he said, "where we left off, I was going to ask you if you wanted a drink." "You were?" He nodded, then gestured toward the cooler. "Would you like a drink?" I giggled. I couldn't help myself. "Yes, please." "Let's see. We have..." He opened the cooler lid and scanned the contents. First, he pulled out a red sports drink and then a blue one. "Cherry daiquiri or blueberry mule?" I laughed. "Daiquiri me." He handed it over, and we were silent for a moment as we twisted the caps open and drank. "Honestly," I said, "I'm not really sure what to do now. I haven't been to many parties. Only one, to be exact, and I'd left that one early, but I didn't tell him that." He smiled. "It's easy. Just drink some cheap beer from a keg, make an ass of yourself, go home, fall asleep, then wake up regretting what you did the night before." "And you're speaking from experience?" He capped his drink and wedged it in the sand. "Oh, no, of course not. This is all theoretical." I laughed. "Well, theoretically, what should we do now?" "One step ahead of you." He had his phone out, and music blended with the crash of the surf. It had a nice beat, with something that sounded like steel drums in the background. "What do you think?" he asked. "I haven't heard it before. It's like a cool version Under the Sea." "It's indie." I listened to the song for a minute, my heart racing out of tempo. "What about now?" "If we're going off last time, I think you still owe me a truth, Cupcake." A groan escaped my lips as I remembered the horrible event that led to one of the best nights ever. "What did you ask again?" "I think it was most embarrassing date." "Oh." I looked down at the drink in my hands, almost wishing the ground could swallow me up as easily as I did my birth control pills at night. "I haven't been on a date." His mouth fell open, almost comically. "What? Really?" My cheeks warmed. "Why do you look so surprised?" He sat back, masking his expression. I don't know why no one's asked you out." I shook my head, so not wanting to go there. Self-deprecating, "Why would guys like a girl like me?" talk was definitely not sexy, even if it was accurate. "I guess that means I really do get a pass?" "This time," he agreed, "and I think it's a dumb game anyway." "You do?" He nodded. "Why don't we just talk? I liked when we did that at the bakery." I didn't need the fire. His words warmed me up way more effectively. I looked down at my hands, folded over the blanket in my lap. "I liked that too." "I have a question for you," he said. "Where would you go if you could go anywhere in the world?" I glanced toward the stars that dotted the sky. "The Vatican. I want to see the Sistine Chapel." "Really? Anywhere in the world, and you want to look at ancient paintings?" With a shrug, I said, "I could go to a touristy place and take a selfie, or I could see thousands of years in a single second. That art, the amount of people who have seen it and been moved by it, it's more amazing than anything I could imagine." "When you put it like that," he nodded appreciatively, "I can see why." "Yeah?" "Yeah." His smile softened, making my insides do the same. "I like older art anyway." "What do you mean?" "Back then, they accepted things as they were, found beauty in the everyday." "Aside from painting things that didn't exist," I teased. With a laugh, he leaned forward, elbows on his knees. I found myself leaning closer too. "Think about the paintings," he said. "They weren't these airbrushed models holding themselves to ridiculous standards. The women were real." My heart fluttered. I'd never thought of ancient art like that, and the fact that Beckett had thought so much about it made me like him even more. But it got me thinking. "What's your favorite thing you've ever taken a photo of?" His hazel eyes caught mine, dark in the fire, and all the energy there transferred to me as he said, "You." My heart hammered like it was trying to leap out of my chest and touch his words where they hung between us, sizzling over the fire. "Me?" He nodded. "Your lips." His fingers twitched in his lap like he wished he could touch them. I wished he would. "Yeah?" "They're stunning." I absent-mindedly brushed my finger over my mouth, each nerve ending sensitive, longing to feel his lips on mine. What if my first kiss was with Beckett Langley, with this strong, thoughtful guy sitting across from me? "What's your favorite thing you've ever painted?" he asked, breaking the tension. With nervous tingles spreading through my chest, I made a decision. Wordlessly, I took my phone and thumbed to the watercolor I'd painted of us and extended it to him. "Is that—" He left his question hanging, and I answered it with a nod. "Us, kissing, doing what everyone thought was impossible." His lips pressed together, and for a second I was afraid he'd sneer at me, walk away, share what an embarrassment I'd made of myself with the entire school. But he didn't do any of those things. Instead, he shifted from his chair and got to his knees in the sand. Soon, he was kneeling in front of me, his eyes level with my own. He was coming closer. His breath smelled sweet, like he'd sampled something from the bakery. I closed my eyes, waiting for the magic of his lips to mine, but was greeted with a ringing instead. His phone was ringing. Beckett swore under his breath, but I sat back, catching my own. His thumb slid over the screen, and he held the phone to his ear. "Yeah?" He was quiet for a moment before saying, "Now?" I didn't quite understand the sinking in my chest, why it hurt so bad that he'd probably have to leave. Beckett's eyes turned to me, glittering in the firelight, and his lips turned down. "I'll be there," he said roughly into the speaker. "Bye." I tried to hide the unexplainable breaking in my chest as he dimmed his phone screen and put it in his pocket. "My dad's plans changed, and he's coming home tonight," he explained. "And he wants you there?" My voice was seconds from cracking. Beckett nodded. "I'm so sorry." Faking a smile was harder than it had ever been before, as I said, "It's fine. Between half the party last week and half the party tonight, you've gotten in a full one, without the hangover." His chuckle sounded low and got lost in the crash of the waves. "Let me help you clean up, at least." I shook my head. "Go see your dad. I've got this." I stood and started folding my blanket, desperate for something to do with my hands, somewhere to direct my gaze. His fingers stalled on mine, and I dared myself to look into his eyes. They were shining, magic sparking there. "Thank you for the best party." He trailed the tips of his fingers over my cheek and tucked a loose piece of hair behind my ear. "Cupcake?" My bones immediately turned to mush. It was a miracle I remained standing as he turned and walked away, pausing at the edge of the sand to give me a final wave before driving away in his Mercedes. After his taillights had faded around city streets, I bent to begin folding our chairs and blankets. The events of the evening still whirred through my mind. Had Beckett Langley been about to kiss me? And even better, had he been disappointed when he couldn't? My heart contorted itself in all sorts of unbearable positions at that thought. So much rode on whether or not Beckett liked me. The homecoming dance, finally putting Merritt in her place, my friendship with the other girls. But most of all, my heart. I wanted to believe that girls like me could have happily ever afters with guys like him. 20. I texted Zara, and she had the security company unlock the gate. When I reached the end of their long drive, I parked up front and walked to the front door. A woman dressed in a black and white pajama set opened the door and smiled at me. "Hi, sweetie. Zara's upstairs." I smiled at her, confused, and then continued toward the stairs. I knew Zara's mom had passed away several years ago, but she'd never mentioned a stepmother. I stepped up the minimalist stairs and knocked on the door to Zara's room. "Come in," she called. I pushed the door open and saw her lying on her stomach with all her homework spread in front of her. "Hey, your stepmom let me in." Zara laughed. "That's Beth." "Beth?" "She used to be my nanny, but now she basically makes our house function." Zara shoved her books aside and sat cross-legged. "How'd it go?" "Beckett almost kissed me." My mouth barely formed the words, like it knew how close it had gotten to pure bliss. "No freaking way!" She shoved all her books further to the side, clearing a space for me. "Tell me everything. No, wait." She got her phone out before I'd even made it to the open space on her bed and had the other girls on a video call in 2 seconds flat. Their faces appeared on the screen, and Jordan said, "Dish, dish, dish." Ginger nodded enthusiastically. "Tell us everything." "Yes," Callie agreed. Then her corner of the screen panned over Carson. "He wants to know too." My cheeks heated slightly. "Promise you won't tell Beckett I said anything?" Knowing the question was directed at him, Carson said, "Cross my heart." I took a deep breath. Beckett and I almost kissed. Various squeals and gasps sounded through Zara's phone. "Almost!" Jordan shrieked. "What happened?" Ginger cried. "Details! I need details!" With my cheeks still warm, I told them how Beckett had asked me those questions and how we'd been inches apart when his phone interrupted us. Callie squealed. "Beckett Langley totally wanted to kiss you." The sound of Ginger's inhaler came as she held it to her mouth. "Holy crap." Jordan grinned. You're totally going to have him in love with you before the homecoming game. Definitely, Zara nodded. What's next? Carson asked. Did he ask you out? He had to leave, so we didn't make any plans. My stomach sank. This hadn't been a one-time thing, had it? What if he comes to his senses before tomorrow, and I never get another chance? Guys don't just forget that easily, Carson said. He wasn't drunk, was he? I shook my head. We didn't have any alcohol. See? Callie said. It was all him. Carson will get some intel for us tomorrow, okay? Don't worry. That was easier said than done. I'll try. We promised to meet for lunch the next day and ended the call. It was already late, and we had school the next day. If my mom saw me walking into school like a zombie and risking my weight loss, that would be that. Full-blown, distraction-free lockdown. Zara showed me where the guest room was, and I told her good night before setting my things on the bed. My birth control pills tumbled out of my open purse, and I picked up the thin blue sleeve with the pill case poking out. It stared back at me, mocking me. Taking it felt like an admission of failure, like somehow admitting I couldn't lose the weight and make things better on my own. Never mind that my body had betrayed me without my permission. I slid the packet out and popped out a white pill from the third row, holding it in my fingers for a moment. The tiny sphere held enough power to change my hormones and start my cycle. My acne was already noticeably better, even though I'd only been on it for such a short time. I slid the pills back in the case and padded to the bathroom for a shower, trying to think of this almost kiss instead of the pills, even though the two narratives seemed determined to be at odds. As I sampled the fancy travel-sized shampoos and conditioners in the shower, I thought maybe it wasn't a one or the other proposition, like Merritt made it out to be. Be fat or be desirable. Could I be both? Beckett had almost kissed me. Me! He'd gotten close, seen the acne my makeup hadn't been able to hide, seen the extra fat that hung from my chin and the creases on my neck from the extra pounds. And he'd gotten closer. That had to mean something. I turned off the shower and dried off, slipping pajamas over the parts of me everyone said I should hide. When I picked up my phone, there was one new chat waiting. Beckett. Good night, Cupcake. 21. Beckett's absence in the seat in front of me felt palpable. I glanced at the clock over Mr. Eris's desk. He still had a couple of minutes. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone enter the room. The farther in he came, the better I could see him. His shaggy hair, the casual way he slung his backpack over one shoulder, his confident swagger. Lord help me. As he brushed past me, I could smell his cologne. But then, after sliding into his seat, he turned to me, gave me a heart-melting grin, and said, Good morning, Cupcake. If my heart didn't slow down, I'd have a heart attack before lunch and prove my mom right. Good morning, I breathed. Mr. Eris called the class to attention, but didn't he know I couldn't focus with Beckett Langley talking to me, calling me a special nickname? With all the butterflies in my stomach, it was a wonder I didn't take flight right then. I only made it through math class by copying down everything Mr. Eris said, because otherwise my mind would have run wild with daydreams. After the bell rang, I survived health class under Merritt's steely glare, And I even endured AP English, but barely. Finally, I was standing in the lunch line, ready to meet up with the girls and discuss strategy for the football game this Friday. With exactly 1 month left until the homecoming game, we had some major decisions to make about the night's activities. I filled my tray with all the things I couldn't eat at home under Mom's diet plan and swiped my lunch card at the end of the line. After grabbing a few napkins, I started away from the lunchroom, only to be stopped by my mother. She looked at my tray, her lips turning down. Busted. I thought we talked about saving 1/3 of your plate for vegetables, she said, still staring disappointedly at my food. Potatoes are a vegetable, right? A couple of students passing by laughed, and one said, "Amen." Mom didn't seem as amused. You've already paid for this. It was a statement that didn't call for a reply. She sighed. I thought you would want to lose the weight, like Dr. Edmondson said. The more we talked, the more I felt like everyone in the lunchroom was staring at us. That was exactly what I needed, for Beckett to be reminded of my spare tire and remember that girls like me and guys like him existed on different planes, mine with extra-wide seats. Mom, can we talk about this later? PCOS is serious, and Mom, please? I begged. The last thing I wanted was for Beckett to hear about my PCOS and diet plan. Nothing killed high school romance like infertility and fat. Her expression warred with emotions, but eventually she gave me a curt nod. But come home after school. We need to talk about this. I nodded, putting verbal lashing and familial humiliation on my mental to-do list. Aiden never had to sit through any of these lectures, probably because the guy could eat triple quarter-pounders 3 times a day and just get more buff. Not like me. No. One look at the things, and Mom would be sending me back to the bathroom with more virginal pregnancy tests. Not wanting my mom to change her mind and hunt me down for round 2, I hurried to the AV room to meet the other girls. Jordan was the only one missing from the room. I dropped my tray on the table and glared at it. Why did my mom think she had to control everything I ate? Didn't she know I'd be on my own in less than a year, with a campus meal plan she couldn't monitor like a hawk, and an entire life outside the oppressive weight of her thumb? What's wrong with you? Ginger asked. I groaned and held up a french fry. Apparently, this isn't health teacher approved. But potatoes are vegetables, she said with a grin. With a small laugh, I shook my head. That's what I said. Didn't work. I took a bite and swallowed. It tasted good, just like it always did, but I couldn't appreciate it as much. What if Beckett or Merritt had overheard my mom? That would be the end of what little clout I'd acquired in the last few weeks, the end of any chance I had with Beckett. I sighed. I love my mom, but sometimes I wish she would butt out. Zara lifted a corner of her lips. Be thankful you have one. What happened to your mom? Ginger asked. She got sick when I was 11. Breast cancer. Callie frowned and tried to pat her hand, but Zara put it in her lap. She was my best friend. Well, now I felt like a jerk. I'm sorry. Where's Jordan? Zara asked, changing the subject. The rest of us shrugged, just as the door opened. Jordan had her phone pressed between her cheek and her shoulder as she dropped her tray on the table. Fine, fine. Do whatever you want. She held up the screen and hit end way harder than necessary. "What was that about?" I asked, grateful for a distraction. Jordan rolled her eyes. "My boyfriend's an idiot." But she left it at that. "Let's focus on you. How was this morning?" I shrugged, aiming for nonchalance, but probably hitting spastic instead. "Just another high before class, which I love, but he's not exactly proclaiming his undying love for me. Should I be worried about that?" Zara shook her head. "He's still figuring out his feelings. Beckett is the kind of guy who won't lay all of his cards out to everyone until he knows for sure how he feels." That made me feel better, if only slightly. "Did Carson say anything?" I asked Callie. "Just that he'd try to talk to Beckett after the game without making things too obvious." I nodded. "So, the game Friday?" "Let's go," Zara said. "After seeing all the guys in their uniforms last time, I think I'm a football fan." The rest of us giggled. "It's a plan," I said. 22. Mom and I rode to the house in silence. I knew a verbal lashing was coming about my lunchtime choices. She just didn't get it. She ate grapefruit and stayed trim. I ate grapefruit and stayed fat. No matter how many miles I'd walked with her at Emerson Trails, the scale hadn't budged. So what was the point in being miserable and fat? I might as well enjoy myself. Or my food, at least. When we got home, I immediately went toward the stairs, wanting to avoid Mom as much as possible. But she called, "Come back here, Rory." With my foot on the bottom step, I turned back and eyed her. "I have a lot of homework." Okay, that was a lie. Unless my assignment was avoiding uncomfortable conversations and disappointed looks. Then I was booked until graduation and every school holiday for the next 4 years. "You can get to it after supper," she said, then turned toward the kitchen, expecting me to follow her. I stayed on the step for a moment, considering just going upstairs and dealing with whatever rampage she went on afterward. But then she called, "Are you coming, Rory?" I let my backpack slip from my shoulder to my hand, and I dropped it by the door on the way to the kitchen. Mom was standing by the sink, her arms folded over her chest. I walked with caution, trying to anticipate what was next. Another lecture over the government's current diet recommendations? A lesson on the dangers of cholesterol? Eventually, I got tired of guessing and just said, "Let's get this over with." She rubbed her temples. "Your health isn't just something you get over with. It's going to affect you for the rest of your life." I pressed my lips together because I was about 3 seconds from saying something I'd regret. When she realized I wasn't going to reply, she said, "I want you to make a healthy supper for us tonight, so you can practice." "Mom, I know what's healthy. It just doesn't make a difference whether I eat it or not. The scale doesn't change." She shook her head. "Even if you actually stick to a diet and the scale doesn't change, that's fine. Your body still needs the good nutrients." There it was again, the insinuation that I'd just cheated on my diet over the summer and that I had been going behind her back to sabotage myself. "You think I want to be fat? That I like knowing my weight repulses you?" Her mouth went slack. "Rory, your weight doesn't repulse me." She stepped forward and put her thin hands on my shoulders. "I just want you to be happy. Can't you see that I love you and want what's best for you?" My eyes burned with unshed tears. I was so tired of this, of the rhetoric, that said fat girls couldn't be on magazine covers because you were idolizing unhealthiness? What about crash diets and obsession with looks? Wasn't that just as unhealthy? People used drugs and slept around and were on the covers of magazines, but they didn't catch half the flack plus-sized girls would just because of their size. And my mom was one of them. One of the people who would never see past my size. The front door opened, and my dad yelled, "Rory, you got a letter from NYU." My lips quivered as I gave my mom a final glance and went to get the letter. Dad grinned ear to ear as I approached, but I couldn't meet his eyes. "Aren't you excited?" "What's wrong?" he asked. I took the letter and headed toward the stairs. "Ask your wife." I carried the letter to my room, tears spilling over my cheeks, and sat on my bed with the red and white envelope. With shaking fingers, I opened it and saw the news. I'd been accepted. I held the letter to my chest and hoped when fall came, I'd be accepted in more ways than one. 23. We were halfway into the third quarter, but the team was up by more than 20 points. Even the cheerleaders seemed a little bored with the game, and the crowd had resorted to chattering with each other instead of intensely cheering for the team like they had last time. "So, this weekend," Jordan said, "what are we doing for Operation Cupcake?" "Operation Cupcake?" I asked. "Really?" "I like it," Ginger said. "We've got to make him come to her," Zara said. "We know he wants some of what she has to offer." She nudged my shoulder, waggling her eyebrows at me. "Now we've got to make him ask for it." "And why would he ask for it when I look like this?" I gestured to my thick hoodie, coat, hat, and blanket covering me. "And they look like that." I pointed at the cheerleaders in their tight winter gear, their ponytails and bows high over warm headbands. "There's no contest." Ginger shook her head. "Dude, at least it's not summer when they're showing off their underwear, bloomers, for the entire student body to see." "That's a fair point," Jordan said. Zara shook her head. "You're missing the point. Roar's leaving something to the imagination. And what happens when a present's wrapped?" She paused and grinned. "They can't wait to rip off the paper." My cheeks pinked from embarrassment instead of the cold. Ripping off clothes was about 1,000,001 light years ahead of where I was. Just a kiss and some hand-holding, and I'd die happy. The buzzer went off, and Jordan let out a sigh of relief. "Finally. I gotta go, guys. My boyfriend wants to hang out." We hugged her goodbye before joining Callie on the field. The stadium lights shined down on us, glinting off her band uniform buttons. She grinned at us. "I bet Beckett is going to be in a good mood." As if punctuating her point, Carson came over and lifted her in the air, spinning her in a circle. "We crushed them." She giggled as he set her down, but my mind was still reeling. Football guys were strong. Would Beckett be able to lift me, even though I was larger than other girls? He was surrounded now, friends congratulating him on his beautiful passes and an 80-yard run into the end zone. I would never get tired of watching the way he bashfully accepted praise. Someone in a jacket sporting a college logo stepped forward. I couldn't hear his words, but soon everyone backed away from them, and my eyes followed them as they spoke. The man put his hand on Beckett's shoulder, and Beckett's eyes turned toward the ground, serious, as he nodded. The man passed him a business card, which Beckett tucked into the pouch around his waist. He turned his gaze up and caught my eyes. I quickly looked away and turned back toward my friends, trying to focus on the conversation they were having about Carson's play and whether the marching band's version of the Drafters' pen mascot looked like a penis instead. Still, I couldn't deny the feeling of Beckett's eyes on me. Carson said the team was going to the diner again for shakes, so we decided another girls' night at Zara's was in order. We left the dwindling crowd on the football field and headed toward the parking lot. That is, until someone called my name. Rory. I blinked, not believing this. In front of all the people walking past us, Beckett was calling for me. When he reached me, he said hi, pulling off his football glove, and ran his hand through damp hair. "Are you cold?" I blurted. He chuckled and shook his head. "Still pretty warm from the game." I nodded, searching for the right words. "Oh, good game." "Thanks." His smile could have melted the sun, but he'd turned it on me. I was a goner. "Anytime." Silence fell between us, and I tried not to notice all the eyes bugging out as they walked past us, until Merritt put a hand on Beckett's muscled arm. "Hey, are you coming to Waldo's?" Beckett sidestepped her touch and looked at me. "If Rory wants to come with." Looking between the two of them was just too painful, too big of a reminder that I was intruding on a world where I didn't belong, where Merritt would do anything to make sure I stayed away. I shook my head. "That's okay. You guys have fun." Merritt gave a triumphant smile. "So, I'll see you there, Bex?" I gave a clipped wave and continued toward my car, fighting disappointment. So it didn't happen tonight. He came and talked to me. That was a win. A big one. Another strategy session, and we can make even more progress. As long as Merritt didn't derail it tonight. "Cupcake, wait up." My mouth went slack. Beckett had used his nickname for me? In front of everyone? I turned to see him and caught a glimpse of Merritt's shocked glare. It was hard to manage shock and anger at the same time, but she had it mastered. Beckett was oblivious to that fact, though, as he touched my arm and said, "Do you want to go to Waldo's with us?" No matter how much I wanted to, I couldn't say yes. I shook my head. Eating a milkshake in front of the football guys was just too much material for them to use against me. "Sorry, I don't think it's my scene." "Ah, too cool for us," he chuckled. I rolled my eyes. "That's it, definitely." He shrugged. "No biggie. We'll do something else." Now it was my turn to be shocked. "What?" "Meet me by the lockers," he said. "I'll be quick." Before I could respond, he'd jogged away toward the school and left me, mouth gaping, brain empty, and stomach swirling with excitement. This was happening. Now. 24. I texted the girls as I walked into the dimly lit school. My fingers shook over the letters that came together to form the most incredible, unbelievable message. Rory. Beckett asked me to hang out with him, alone. I had to focus on something innocuous, because simmering on the idea that Beckett had asked me to hang out with him would make me combust. Not with the football team, but just the two of us. It was monumental. Massive, a giant win for curvy girls everywhere. Even if I didn't win the bet, I'd remember Merritt's face for the rest of time. I reached my locker, staring at its plain surface compared to all the athletes who had Booster Club decorations plastered on every clear surface. The Academy had a strict code forbidding any other decoration, but Pam Alexander was the cheer coach, which probably had a big factor in the athletes' exception. Carson's locker was near mine, and I took in the latest edition that read "Beat the Cougars" on a feather quill. Our team was the Drafters, since we were Emerson Academy after Ralph Waldo Emerson. It wasn't the best mascot, but at least pens were pointy. It was better than Seton, who'd changed their mascot to seaweed in their principal's efforts to go green. Casey hated it. My phone began chiming over and over again. So much for a distraction. Jordan, OMG, 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 OMG. Zara, told you he'd come to you. Callie, this is amazing. Ginger, holy hotness. Can you ask him to keep his football pants on? Rory, guys, I'm freaking out. Rory, he's so out of my league. I'm not equipped for this. Zara, you so are. You're the present. He's a little boy on Christmas Day. Jordan, except not the creepy child part. Zara, eye roll emoji. Callie, are you pumped? Ginger, of course she is. He's Beckett Langley. Rory, not helping. Hey, Beckett said. And, oh man, his appearance really wasn't helping. His fitted jeans accentuated his muscular legs, and his dark hair brought out the depths of his hazel eyes. Don't even get me started on the way his long-sleeved shirt clung to his biceps. Holy puddle of drool. Oh, yeah, he was waiting for me to talk. My cheeks heated and I smiled, way too big. Like, creepy big. Hi, hey. Smooth, Rory. Real smooth. He just smiled back, like I hadn't suddenly become a giggling, blushing psychopath. Tucking his hands into his pockets, he nodded his head over his shoulder and said, "Let's get out of here?" Yeah. I followed him down the hallway toward the parking lot. The school looks so weird at night, I said. It's quiet. Yeah, it is. Just then, there were shouts from down the hall as some of the other guys got to their lockers. Was quiet, he corrected, and I laughed. So, I said, any plans? He lifted his eyebrows. Ever heard of dulce periculum? My intrigue sparked. Everyone had heard of the Death Wish Club and their history of insane stunts. Yeah, but I thought they were a myth. Want to find out? My lips turned up. Of course. We reached the doors to the parking lot, and I wrapped my coat tighter around me as we walked to his car. When we got there, he came to my side first and opened the door. He opened my door? I thought that was just something that happened in black and white movies and on dates. Dates. My eyes flew open. Are you okay? Beckett asked, his hand still on the door. I swallowed, gulped, like out loud. Beckett laughed. I'm fine. I blushed and folded myself into his car, if only to hide my embarrassment. When Beckett got to the other side, he got out his phone. What kind of music do you like? Anything I can sing to. His eyebrows raised. And that is... I shrugged. Classic rock, gospel, indie folk, alt, 80s pop. Laughing, he said, Okay, so you like everything? Except Screamo. That might hurt my throat. I can't wait for this. He picked a station and turned the dial until country music played through the speaker. His lips stayed firmly together. What? I asked. Go on, he said. Let's hear it. No way. I shook my head. Come on, it's just me. Just me? Did he really just say that? Yeah, just the school's quarterback and most popular guy. Oh, God. He rolled his eyes. Please don't tell me you think I'm anything special. Really? What? He asked. I'm not. I can throw a ball and take a pretty picture. It's not like I'm an amazing artist or laid back and funny or thoughtful like you. Like me? Was that who he'd been describing? He nodded. But you... I shook my head. Was I really trying to convince Beckett Langley how amazing he was? You could have any girl at Emerson. I didn't say including me. He shook his head like the fact was annoying. You mean my quarterback status and my rich dad could have any girl? Don't forget the hot bod, I said before thinking. My cheeks and ears and neck instantly flushed red hot. He winked at me. That's just a given. I laughed, but my heart hurt for him. Wasn't that exactly what this bet was about? Proving someone like me could land a guy like him? Not because of his heart or his eye for beauty or creative soul, but because of his status? It may have started out like that, but now it was more. Beckett was exactly the kind of guy I'd dreamed of, but never imagined I could have. And that thought scared the crap out of me. So I did what I did best, diverted my attention to something easier to handle. So where is Dulce Periculum tonight? I asked. He put his car into drive and pulled out of the parking lot. I heard that they're stunting out at Emerson Trails, but I'm not convinced. Why would they go somewhere so public? I shrugged. What's the point in showing off if no one can see? He tapped his temple. See? Smart. My parents pay plenty of tuition to make sure of that. He half snorted, half laughed. Same. Where will they be on the trails? His headlights panned over the parking lot of the trailhead. There weren't any cars there, but the DP guys were smart. They wouldn't leave their cars out for just anyone to find. My guess is near the riverbank where it curves near the trail, since that would account for a land and water stunt, but I have no idea. He killed the engine and got out, and I walked along the empty parking lot with him toward the trailhead. Emerson Trails started in one place, but branched out into different paths that extended nearly 10 miles apiece. I knew because my mom had made morning walks while Aiden trained for cross-country a summer ritual. Not that it had moved the needle on my weight. What's wrong? Beckett asked. I stuffed my hands in my coat pockets and shook my head. Nothing. I forced a smile. Just cold. He put his arm around me and rubbed my shoulder. The contact had the opposite effect and sent chills through my entire body. How could Beckett affect me so much through a down winter coat? I had no idea, but here I was, shivering. Oh, I think... He dug through his pockets and brought out a small plastic package. Hand warmers. I have them left from skiing last year. Grateful, I took the packets from him and rolled them between my fingers in my pockets. Thank you. Of course. Dirt crunched beneath our feet as we walked down the dark path. My eyes had adjusted, so I could see the lighter shades of the path and the darkness that lay behind the trees. It helped that I'd taken this way countless times over the summer, with my mom pumping her arms beside me. Beckett was much better company. While Mom always shared her thoughts, Beckett simmered beneath the surface. I imagined all that could be behind his glittering hazel eyes. "Why did you start coming to the football games?" he asked. My eyebrows rose. That came out of nowhere, and I couldn't believe he'd noticed. "How did you—" "I pay attention more than people think." The way he said it made me look down. It was true. I always kind of thought Beckett was in this elite bubble, separate from the rest of the real people in the school, the ones who didn't look like famous actors or future politicians. But his question was still there, and I answered it. "Because of you." His head swung over to take me in. "Yeah?" The cover of darkness emboldened me, giving me the courage I needed to keep walking beside him and not dodge behind a tree. "Yes, I like watching you play." "It's the pants, isn't it?" "A little bit." I laughed, thinking of Ginger's chat from earlier. "But really, it's you." "Me?" I nodded, scuffing my toe over the dirt. "You're like the eye of a hurricane on the field, so focused while everyone moves around you. I wish I had that much command over anything in my life." I used to have that kind of control, when my days included the safe routine of school and painting when I had a spare moment or two. But now, I'd been launched into a world I didn't understand, one where Beckett Langley had asked me on what, by all indicators, was a date. How was that possible? Football and photography are the only time I feel that way. It's like everything slows down, and I can just breathe. His lips caressed the words, and they danced in the air. I drank in each one, a thirsting woman longing for more of his poetry. A black strap hung down from one of the trees, and Beckett held it between his fingers. "What is this?" I pointed at the next tree. "This has one too." I used my phone to illuminate the space before us, and black straps hung from almost every branch. "It's almost like vines." Beckett's eyes lit. "I think we found the place." He slipped his fingers through mine and led me to a spot off the trail where we could sit on a fallen tree. His body was so close to mine, I could feel the warmth through his jeans. His arm went around me, holding my shoulders. Every part of me responded, moving into a flurry of excitement and electricity. "Are you warm enough?" he asked low. I smiled, mostly to myself. "I am now." We sat quietly, the silence only punctuated by the slow flow of water in the nearby stream, until a thrashing sound started in the distance. "Do you hear that?" Beckett whispered. I nodded. "That has to be them." We stilled, becoming a part of the forest around us as the noises became louder. In addition to the crash of snapping branches, there were shouts of joy as black-clad bodies worked their way through the ropes before us. I'd never seen people move so gracefully or acrobatically. One held onto a rope and flipped through the air before grabbing the next. Several others made moves equally as stunning, flipping, sailing, and dancing through the air, barely touching the ground, if only to take a couple long strides and launch back into the sky. They were liquid magic, moving before our eyes. Beckett's arm tightened around me as we watched them, making the butterflies in my stomach copy the people before us. As the final person passed, I heard him cry, "Audente fortuna suvat!" Each of the others echoed the words. After their forms had passed, along with their shouts, I asked Beckett, "What does that mean?" I couldn't remember my Latin vocabulary words well enough. His eyes met mine as he said, "Fortune favors the bold." And in that moment, I knew I had to be fearless, or I'd lose the moment, the feeling, forever. I closed my eyes, leaned forward, and felt the charge in the air as his lips came closer to mine, barely touching. "Audente fortunas juvat," a straggler cried. Beckett dropped his forehead to mine with a sigh, then turned to watch the second half of the show as Dulce Periculum swung back through the trees, living their adventure, while I planned the next step of mine. 25. Zara and I sat on her bed, her laptop propped up on a stack of pillows in front of us. In the bottom left corner of the screen, Callie said, "You saw DP?" "Forget that," Jordan cried on her third of the screen. "You kissed Beckett." "Barely," I said. "I'm not even sure it counts." Zara nudged me. "You know what they say, third time's a charm." Even from her small square on the screen, Ginger's wide smile was unmistakable. "Merritt is so going down." "And you're going to be dating the homecoming king," Callie added. My smile couldn't be bigger than it was right now. My cheeks hurt, like really hurt, but the second I tried to stop, I remembered feeling Beckett's breath on my lips, the graze of his mouth on mine. That moment was a textbook definition of perfect. I couldn't imagine what really kissing him would be like. "What's our next move?" Jordan asked. "How does she seal the deal?" That thought was sobering. A near kiss with Beckett didn't guarantee me an actual kiss, much less a homecoming date. He'd driven me back to the school to get my car and hadn't made a move to kiss me again. My lips practically ached from the desire to feel his on mine, but I'd never been kissed before. I had no idea what it would be like, how amazing it would be. I didn't want to ruin or rush it. A masculine voice came through the phone. "She has to go to Spike's party this weekend." Zara and I leaned closer at the same time, bumping our heads together. "Ouch," I said. "Who's that?" Zara asked, rubbing her head. "Carson?" "Sorry." A sheepish-looking Carson came onto the screen with Callie. "The guys are going to Spike's for karaoke night after the game. If Beckett takes you there as his date, then it's official, right? Everyone will know." My throat constricted at the idea of going to the area's only club that allowed 16 and over. "I don't know if that's a good idea." "Why?" Zara and Carson asked at the same time. "First of all, it's in Brentwood," I said. "They hate us. Second of all, do I look like the kind of girl who belongs in a place like that? Even if Beckett wanted to bring me, I'd get made fun of the entire time." Now on the screen, Carson shook his head. "What's with you girls and feeling like you have to be perfect to go out in public?" he asked. "It's not like it's a sale barn and they weigh you before you can go in. Just because the rest of the school acts like there's a weight limit on hotness doesn't mean they're right, or that you need to buy into it." His words struck my heart. Was I really letting my waistline, expanded from a medical condition not of my doing, determine how I lived my life? The reality of it made me feel more ashamed than I'd ever been of my weight. "Exactly what I keep trying to tell them," Zara said. She squeezed my shoulder, and I had to swallow to clear the tightness in my throat. "Okay," I said. "You'll do it?" Carson asked. My smile came back, giddy excitement and nerves rushing through me. "I'll do it," I said, then added, "if he asks." "Oh," Carson said, "he'll ask." We all asked various versions of "how do you know?" But all he had in return was a sly smile and an excuse about Callie's cell reception that had their faces disappearing from the chat. Jordan rolled her eyes. "Boys." Ginger's head turned away from the screen, and when she looked back, she had a pained expression. "That's bedtime for me. Talk to you on Monday." Jordan shrugged. "Guess I better call my boyfriend before bed." She sighed, then added, "if he answers." We waved goodbye, and then Zara shut her computer. "4th and goal," she grinned. With a smile, I said, "So you have been paying attention to more than the football pants." She laughed. "One of us had to." 26. The next day, I took my sweet time getting home. When I walked in the door, my entire family was in the foyer, dressed in spandex meant for biking. Are you guys going out?" I asked. Mom put her helmet on and let the straps hang. "Yes, you should come with." "Totally," Aiden said. "Yeah, hun," Dad agreed. "I feel like I haven't seen you all week." He hadn't, but that had more to do with his work and my avoidance of Mom than anything else. "Please," Mom added. I sighed. "I'm tired. Can I stay home and rest?" Mom frowned. "You know, I agree to you staying at your friends, not all-nighters or parties." She stepped closer. "Your eyes are bloodshot. You haven't been drinking, have you? Or smoking?" It took all my willpower to keep from rolling my bloodshot eyes. I didn't want to add fuel to her fire, and when I glanced at Dad and Aiden, their eyes were purposefully trained on the ground. I should have known better than to look to them for backup when it came to going toe-to-toe with Mom. "No, Mom. No alcohol or drugs at slumber parties." I turned toward the stairs. "I'll come. Let me go change." "Meet you outside," Mom said. I went up to my room and put on a pair of leggings, a sweater, a heavy jacket, and then a coat and headband. They might have been willing to look like Lance Armstrong wannabes, but I had no intentions of getting compared to a sausage in too tight casing. When I went outside, Dad was already adding my bike to the rack, and Mom and Aiden were in the car. I went and sat with Aiden in the back. He glanced up from his phone, then tapped on the screen again. When he turned the screen toward me, the Notes app had a message. "I heard Beckett skipped Waldo's last night. Any intel on that?" When I glanced back at him, my cheeks were already red, but I shrugged. With a silent snicker, he tapped the screen again. "The plan is working, then." With a small smile, I shrugged again. "Dang, sis." He extended his hand for a fist bump, which I begrudgingly returned. Mom turned toward us. "What's going on?" We responded in unison, "Nothing." She chuckled and faced forward again. "Just like when you were children." Dad got in the car and backed out of the drive. As he took the path toward Emerson Trails, Aiden kept his eyes glued to his phone, probably texting with Casey. That was to be expected. But my phone going off? I hadn't expected that, much less with a chat from Beckett. Beckett. "Hey, Cupcake." I turned the screen toward Aiden, and his eyes bugged out of his head. That reaction alone was worth it. Smiling, I tapped out a response of my own. Rory, should I be giving you a nickname? Beckett, you mean, in addition to sexy football god who's taking you to Spike's after the game Friday? My mouth fell open, and Aiden nudged my arm. What? He mouthed, glancing toward my phone. No way was he seeing that one. I turned the screen toward me and began typing out a message, while Aiden tried his best to wiggle the phone out of my hand. Dad's eyes crinkled in the rearview mirror. I'll pull this car over you two. Yeah, Aiden, I said, wrestling the phone away from him. He rolled his eyes, but gave up. That still didn't stop the hammering of my heartbeat. I scrubbed the screen of my phone free from Aiden's fingerprints, reading the message again. You owe me, Aiden whispered. With a sigh, I turned the screen toward him, my cheeks growing warmer by the second. Holy crap! His eyebrows were halfway up his forehead, and he looked like a little kid who'd opened all of his Christmas presents early. No way! He grabbed my phone, staring at the message. I smacked his arm. Give it back. Not until... His fingers flew over the screen, clearly typing a message. Stop! Mom turned toward us as Dad's eyes tracked our movements in the mirror. What is going on? She cried. Still trying to get it back, I growled, He took my phone. Give your sister her phone back, Mom said with a sigh. Seriously, you think you'd have outgrown this by now. The picture-perfect child, Aiden widened his eyes innocently and said, Okay, Mom. I snagged the phone back and stared at the screen. Rory, I'll be there, but my family has a rule. Every boyfriend eats dinner with the family. Be at my house for supper Thursday? My mouth opened in horror at what my brother typed, dropping wider as I saw the responses. Beckett, I'd love to, but that's my dad's day off. Rory, bring him too. We'll see you then, hot pants. Beckett, I like it. See you then, cupcake. I could have killed Aiden, but doing so in front of my parents probably would have been counterproductive. So, I did what any self-respecting older sister with a vendetta would do. I waited until we'd finished our bike ride, eaten supper, and Mom and Dad were in bed before cornering him in his room. He had his homework on the desk in front of him, along with his phone, which meant he was spending 90% of his time texting and maybe 10% actually studying. What did you do that for? I demanded, shutting the door behind me. He pushed himself up from his desk and laced his fingers behind his head. Whatever do you mean? I narrowed my eyes. Hot pants? Look, sis. He leaned forward, putting his elbows on his knees. I've got some intel you might be interested in. Suddenly, my anger fled and was replaced with curiosity. Intel? He lifted his eyebrows. There's a rumor going around that Beckett is going to ask a girl to homecoming at Spike's this weekend. And judging by that text... It's me, I breathed. But why? Even with all the plotting and planning and makeup and careful moves, could Beckett really like a girl like me? Disbelief outweighed hope. We were polar opposites in every way. My nerdy wallflower could only be met with his outgoing confidence. Where I'd spent afternoons tutoring, he'd been out with his friends, making the kinds of memories high schoolers did in the movies. With his dad as an NFL agent, the world was at his feet. He could be a professional football player within a few years. If nothing else, he'd have an amazing career as a photographer, and knowing Beckett, that could take him anywhere. How did that reconcile with a frumpy future art teacher like me? "You don't see it, do you?" Aiden asked. "You're a catch. And I'm not saying it because I'm your brother. You've worked on yourself for the last 3 years, tutoring, painting, being a great sister. Compared to Merritt? Well, there's no comparison." I smiled, but it quickly faltered. "He won't think I came on too strong because of your messages?" "No way," he said. "Beckett is done playing games. And you should be too." The light in his eyes told me he might know more than I wanted him to, but I so wasn't going there. The guilt in my gut over the bet with Merritt was enough for me without adding on anyone else's judgment. Besides, if this worked with Beckett, I'd never play games again. I wouldn't have to. 27. "Rory, come help me with the salad," Mom called. I left the living room where I'd been sitting with Dad and Aiden, the three of us uncomfortable for totally different reasons. Them, because they were about to have the man who'd negotiated Terry Tahone's deal with the Brentwood Badgers and given our local team an actual chance at the Super Bowl in our house. Me, because Beckett was in my house to get my parents' approval. Mom had her red gingham apron on over a sharp black dress. That, along with the display of healthy dishes on the island, made her the picture of healthy domestication, a reminder of everything I was not. "What do you need?" I asked. "Looks like you're already done." "I am." Her hands went behind her back to untie the apron. "I just wanted to talk." My feet were way ahead of me, taking a step back toward the living room and my dad's unassuming presence, which, now that I thought of it, was strange, since he was a lawyer and my mom was a health teacher. "Honey," she chuckled, "you're not in trouble. I just haven't been able to catch you all week. Between parent-teacher conferences and Aiden's race and you hanging out with your friends, I want to hear about your life." She leaned against the island, waiting. I sighed and followed suit opposite her. "What do you want to talk about?" "Beckett Langley, of course. What happened to bring that boy and his father to our house?" "We so don't have time to go into that," I said, before I could guard my words. "What do you mean? It's complicated?" "As in, my appearance at homecoming depends on him having mutual feelings? Yes, but I left it at, we don't exactly run in the same circles." "I'll say," she said. "But then again, I'm not sure what circle you do run in. I never see you at lunch anymore, and when I did, you sat by yourself with your books." Suddenly, the feeling of living in a fishbowl was stronger than ever. "I told you, I eat with the girls in the AV room, so Ginger can stay on top of her extra work for the AV club." "You did." She sighed and looked out the window over the sink into the darkening sky outside. "I don't want you to get hurt." I stood up from the counter, folding my arms across my chest. "What does that mean?" She raised her hands and put them on the granite. "Beckett seems like a decent kid, but high schoolers aren't always the nicest people. Trust me, I teach them every day." My mouth fell open. Was I hearing my own mother right? "So, you think it's a pity date?" "Of course not." "Then he's playing a prank on me." The truth behind her words hit me. "You think he's out of my league." My chest ached. I knew it. I just didn't expect my own mother to agree. I left the kitchen, ready to text Beckett and tell him to forget it, that I could do whatever he and his dad wanted, instead of sitting in on this dinner with my mom, who clearly thought I didn't deserve a guy like Beckett. Just as I'd reached my purse by the door, retrieved my phone, and opened my Sermo app, the doorbell rang. Dad and Aiden sprang from the couch and surrounded me at the door. "Answer it," Dad whispered. "Yeah." Aiden pushed me slightly forward. "Answer it." I glanced at them over my shoulder. Cowards? But I wasn't much braver. With shaking hands, I opened the door, and there stood Beck, looking more amazing than I'd ever seen him before. I took him in, all of him, with his slacks that hugged him in all the right places, his navy suit jacket framing broad shoulders, and the dark green of his shirt, bringing out the depths of his hazel eyes. A smile fell onto my lips like it was just waiting for the missing piece that was Beckett Langley. I barely even noticed the man beside him, who was just as built as Beck, but older, with a crooked nose that looked like it had been broken. Dad cleared his throat. "Hi there." I jerked, straightening my back. "Come in." That was the right thing to say, right? With an amicable smile, Beckett's dad started inside. Aiden offered to take his coat, then did the same for Beckett, almost as an afterthought. Beckett's eyes stayed on me, roving me like I had him. His stare trailed a path from my loose braid to the easy wrap of my jersey dress over my chest and hips. I'd felt self-conscious before, but now I felt warm. My ears were so hot they had to be red. It was a good thing they were covered by my hair. As Aiden, my dad, and Mr. Langley walked toward the dining room, falling into an easy conversation about football, Beckett stepped closer to me. We were alone now in the foyer. He reached out, his fingers skimming along my braid. "This is pretty." They brushed over my shoulder, and my nerves danced under his touch, brought alive by the simple contact. It took all I had not to shiver. Instead, I tilted my head. "You dressed up." "Had to make sure I'd get the parents' approval." His words heated my stomach, just as his eyes had warmed my cheeks. "This is important to you?" "Of course," he said. "Why wouldn't it be?" I smiled and took one of his hands in mine. Fortune favors the bold. He gripped my hand back and walked with me toward the dining room. When we reached our audience, we parted ways, sitting across the table from each other. It was too far, until his foot gently nudged my own. The butterflies danced happily, and I tried not to be too obvious about it, especially under the prying eyes of my parents. His dad seemed comfortable, sitting with his son and a girl's parents, but my mom and dad were like hawks, their eyes tracking every move Beckett and I made. "So, Beckett," my mom said, "have you applied to any colleges?" Beckett opened his mouth to answer, but Mr. Langley chuckled. "More like they've applied to him. He has UCLA, Duke, LSU, OU, and KSU on our voicemail almost every day, checking in to see if he's made his decision yet." Mom beamed at him. "You must be proud." Mr. Langley smiled at his plate, cutting his ham. "Hard not to be. My head might not fit in our house once he becomes a second-gen Heisman winner." Beckett met my eyes, and I instantly recognized the struggle I saw there. His dad had said, "once he wins it," not if. The weight of that expectation didn't escape me. Mr. Langley looked at me. "What about you, Rory? I'm assuming movie star isn't your biggest aspiration." I caught the dig at Merritt, but it didn't please me. What made him assume I wouldn't have a future in acting? There were plenty of curvy women to aspire to. Rebel Wilson, Queen Latifah, Melissa McCarthy. They were inspiring and comedic and wonderful as any skinny actress. Rory wants to be an art teacher, Dad said. She's a brilliant painter. Mr. Langley raised his eyebrows. Good to have a fallback plan if the art fails. Something deep within me bristled. Teaching wasn't a fallback plan for me. It was a career where I could work with students, people just like me, and make a real difference for them, be the support my mom hadn't been to me, regardless of their size, shape, or color. I could help them embrace the outlet creating had been for me. I was about to speak, but Beckett beat me to it. She's an amazing artist. She doesn't need a fallback. Dad subtly raised his glass to Beckett as Mr. Langley backtracked. There's nothing wrong with art, but a teacher's salary? It's tough without supplementing. You're a brave young woman. Being a teacher like my mom didn't seem brave, but maybe it was to someone like Mr. Langley, who expected teenagers to follow the path laid out for them. And you, Mr. Langley said to Aiden, I hear you're quite the runner. Any plans for collegiate athletics? Aiden straightened in his chair. Yes, sir, if they'll take me. Mr. Langley winked at him. I might have a few connections for you. Thank you, Aiden said, stars practically shining in his eyes. That would be great. Dad nodded. I'm sure they'll be watching him at the state meet. Mr. Langley downed his red wine down his muscled throat. Of course. As the conversation dissolved into small talk around football, I pushed my salad around my plate. I wished Beckett and I could have a second to ourselves. It was so much easier to be around him without the oppressive weight of our parents. His foot nudged mine again, demanding my attention, and I looked up into his sparkling eyes. Barely hiding a smile, I pressed the toe of my sandal against his shoe. You know, Mr. Langley said to my dad, I may need some of your services for my clients in the future. Do you have some time to talk, confidentially? Dad's shoulders straightened, all business now. Join me in my office? They excused themselves from the table, and Mom said, Aiden, help me with the dishes. Rory, you should show Beckett your studio. I'd love that, Beckett said quickly. I threw a glare at Mom so Beckett couldn't see. Really? My studio was private. I'd shown Beckett the painting of us, but that had been a single piece. Showing him all of my work was like bearing a part of myself to him that hardly anyone knew. Mom painted a smile on her lips. You two go up. We'll take care of the cleanup. Right in front of my mom and my brother, Beckett took my hand and stepped so he was inches from me. I'd like to see it. How could I say no with him overwhelming my senses in every single way? Let's go, I breathed. We walked toward the stairs, and I started up first, acutely aware of the view Beckett had from behind me. I tried not to be too self-conscious, but I still kept my gaze forward as I walked past my room toward the studio. Beckett's footsteps went silent behind me, and I turned to see him stalled by my bedroom, looking at the pictures on the door. I had it decorated with my name and a long strip of pink fabric that had clothespins holding photos. His fingers brushed the corners of one I'd taken with Anna. I read chapter books with her, I said, to help with her dyslexia. He glanced up from the photo. I know. My eyebrows came together. What do you mean? I had Anna for Christmas pairs last year. Every year, a high school student paired with a grade schooler and spent the day with them, reading, playing games in the gym, and watching a movie with the rest of the school. That's right, I said. I'd almost forgotten he'd been partnered with her. His lips turned up at the corners. What do you mean, that's right? Busted. My cheeks reddened as I stared at the floor. I meant, that's right, we, have partners. His finger brushed under my chin, turning my gaze toward him. You're a terrible liar. I laughed. Well, it's not fair. You are way too adorable with her. Yeah, except for when she wouldn't stop talking about how her tutor makes the cute voices and acts out the story. I couldn't compete with that. My smile grew wider with each word. He brushed my forearm and trailed his fingers to link with mine before turning back to the pictures. There was one of me and Aiden together before a cross-country meet, before I'd started wearing makeup and dressing in clothes that actually fit me. This is a pretty one of you, he said. My eyes nearly bugged out of my head. Are we looking at the same picture? What are you trying to say? He asked. His fingers left the photo, and he tugged me closer. When he was just inches away, the heat from his body radiating toward me, it was impossible to think. I pressed my lips together, wanting nothing more than him to still my words with his kiss. But he was waiting, watching. That's not a good picture of me, I finished lamely. He brushed back a strand of hair that had escaped my braid, the tips of his fingers trailing over my cheek and leaving a path of sparks. I disagree. He was tall enough I had to look up at him, and man, I could have taken in this sight all day. Easy for you to say. You don't have a bad angle. He smiled and feathered his lips over my cheek. Neither do you. He laced his fingers through mine. Now, show me your studio. Okay, I said softly, and led him farther down the hall, my hand in his. I did my best to breathe and pretend that I had myself together, but the butterflies tickling my insides didn't help the breathing problem. As we neared the door to my studio, the splash of soft watercolors on a stretched canvas came into view. It hung from an ornamental hook on the door with the words, Rory's Studio, written in black script. We're here, I said, nerves rampant now that he was about to see a part of me I rarely shared with anyone other than my family. I swallowed and gave him a side glance. Beckett's eyes were alight, like we were about to discover gold. If only the idea of him seeing my work didn't make me feel like I was standing in front of a classroom buck naked. I stepped through the door and flipped on the switch, illuminating easels of artwork, shelves of paint, and long, gauzy curtains. I tried to imagine what it looked like through the eyes of someone who hadn't spent hours in here. Would they notice the drips of paint that had escaped my canvases and landed on the easels? What about the carefully organized baskets of every kind of paint, from acrylics to oils, or the showpieces I hung on the walls, a blend of pastels and neon colors? He approached one, the latest painting to earn a space on the wall, and took it in. Anxiously, I stood beside him, wishing I could hear all the thoughts whirring behind his hazel eyes. Instead, I had to watch as his gaze traced the plane of the canvas, the strokes I'd painted of each of my friends at the AV table. Even though our friendship might not last past homecoming, I wanted the memory of belonging to last forever. This is amazing, Beckett finally said, awe clear in his voice. My heart twisted and clenched, clinging to each word. Maybe I wasn't classically pretty or my mom's ideal daughter, but maybe my art made up for it, helped me shine. Do you really think so? He nodded. I've never looked at something and felt it before, you know? But this, It feels like happiness. I smiled. It is. And I'd be forever grateful to the girls because they'd given me this, a moment, a chance with Beckett. I hoped with every piece of my heart it would last. 28. My car might as well have been a cloud for how high I felt from the night before. I carried that same happiness with me on my way to my tutoring session with Anna the next morning. After parking in my spot, I grabbed my box of chalk from the passenger side and walked to the drop-off line. Even though the fall air was cool, it felt refreshing, full of possibilities. When Anna's mom pulled up to the drop-off line, I walked over to the van and peeked into the window she had rolled down. "Hey, is it okay if we do some tutoring outside this morning?" I asked. "Sure thing," she said, nodding toward the back seat. She had a little bit of a rough day yesterday. I frowned, glancing back to Anna, where I could see her standing inside the van by the door. "What happened?" "I don't want to talk about it," Anna said. Her mom mouthed to me, "Bullies." My heart sank for her as I reached over and opened the door. "Come on, sweetie, let's head out." "Have a good day, honey," Anna's mom said to her in a gentle tone. Anna gave her a quick wave and then hopped out to walk beside me. I patted her back on the spot above her backpack. "I'm sorry you had a rough time yesterday." "It's fine," she said too quickly. "I'm fine." "It's okay to be sad," I told her. She grabbed the box of chalk in my hand. "What's this for?" I smiled, recognizing the change in subject. "We are going to be drawing and writing outside. Do you know how to write bubble letters?" She nodded proudly. "I could do that in kindergarten." "Perfect." We walked to the playground where the basketball courts were, and I sat down on the cement. It was cool under my legs, and I had to sit a little carefully in my skirt, but we made it work. "Do you want to start with green?" I asked her. "That's my favorite color," she said. "You remembered." Of course I did. I handed her a dark green piece and pulled out a light green one for myself. "So, what I'm going to do is write a word, and you are going to copy it. How does that sound?" "Good," she answered. "Can we start with alligator?" "I'm guessing you read that book with your family?" I asked. She nodded enthusiastically. "We'll start with alligator then." I said a silent prayer that I could actually remember how to spell the word. I took my time writing the letters, and even drew a little alligator pretending to eat the letters. "You drew an alligator," she said. I nodded. "You know how I can tell it's not a crocodile?" She thought for a moment, then shook her head. "Because crocodiles see you in a while, and alligators see you later." Her eyes narrowed as she smiled and said, "You're silly." I could practically hear her mom's voice in her words. She pointed at one of the teeth. "Can I draw that too?" "Of course," I said, "after you write the word." She bit her tongue and got to work writing. I watched her careful strokes, forming uneven lines for each letter. It was perfect until she wrote the R at the end backwards. "We need to switch the R around, but other than that, it's perfect," I said. Her lips pinched into a frown. "I ruined it." "No, you made a mistake, and now you can fix it," I told her. "No one is perfect at school. I definitely don't get 100% all the time." "Yeah, but it's wrong." Her bottom lip began trembling, and panic welled within me as I prepared for the meltdown I could sense coming. I'd never seen this side of Anna before. Usually she was just a happy-go-lucky kid. It made me hate her bullies even more. Instead of screaming or yelling, She stood up and threw the chalk so hard at the ground it shattered. Without waiting for all the pieces to settle, she ran to the corner of the basketball court and huddled into a ball. I ran as fast as I could after her, worried. When I reached her, I slowed to catch my breath and gently touched her shoulder. "Anna, what's wrong?" "The boys made fun of me yesterday in our class." Her voice shook and cracked. "We had to write one of our spelling words with a picture around it, and I put one of the letters backwards. They said I had sloppy handwriting." She broke down in more tears. I turned my eyes toward the heavens, frustrated. I couldn't believe that bullying started so young, and that this sweet girl was already feeling bad about herself over something she had no control over. She hadn't chosen dyslexia any more than I'd chosen PCOS. "Look at me," I ordered, my voice firm. Her eyes were moist as she slowly followed my instructions. I put my finger under her chin so she had to listen. "Anna, you are precious exactly the way you are. You do not need to change anything to be worthy of kindness and respect. And if they are not treating you in a way that shows kindness and respect, then something is wrong with them and what they've been taught. Not you. Do you understand?" She nodded and looked down for a moment. "I'm sorry I broke your chalk." I shook my head. "Sometimes we need to get our anger out. Do you want to break another one for those stupid boys?" With a sheepish smile, she nodded. We walked back to the chalk bucket, and I handed her one to break. She gently threw it to the ground, so it broke in half. "You can do better than that," I said, taking a piece and throwing it to the ground. "Like this." I stomped on the shattered pieces. Her mouth opened wide with shock. "You just broke them." "No, can't you see?" I asked, looking toward the ground. "I made art. Sometimes the most beautiful things are broken." That night, as I went to the football game, I was still thinking about my morning with Anna. Creating that chalk masterpiece with her and then writing her name over the top had been one of the most fun parts of my week. I loved that Beckett had helped inspire it all. He had helped me take a second look at myself, just like Anna had taken a second look at the broken pieces of chalk and seen something worth looking at. I walked toward the stands in jeans and my dad's Emerson Academy t-shirt and fleece. Ginger waved to me from the front row and picked up a blanket to make room for me. "Nice spot," I said, sitting beside her. "Have you heard from Jordan and Zara?" "Yeah," she said. "Jordan's finishing up at a job, and Zara is getting hot cocoa right now." "I love her." She nodded. "I love chocolate." I laughed. "That too." My eyes panned over the field where both teams were warming up. On one side of the field, I could see the drafters finishing a set of stretches and then split into groups. Beckett and Carson went to one end of their half of the field and began passing the ball back and forth. I smiled at them, thinking about the Beckett I'd come to know. He seemed just as careful now passing the ball back and forth with Carson as he was with his photography. Even though it was only a warm-up, I could tell that he took it seriously. "How long has she been staring?" Jordan asked. I glanced over and saw her sliding into the seat next to Ginger. My cheeks flushed warm, even in the cool evening air. "Not too long," Ginger answered, passing a blanket over. "Oh my gosh!" Jordan cried, ignoring the blanket. "Did you see Beckett? He totally just looked over here." I aimed my gaze at the 30-yard line again, and my lips parted. He was definitely looking at me. And now he was walking toward me. "What's happening?" I asked, flustered. I have no idea, Jordan said. But he is definitely coming this way, Ginger said. No way, Jordan breathed. In the middle of warm-up? My heart beat faster the closer he got, and people around us were murmuring now, wondering what Beckett was doing. That became evident as he leaned his arms along the bleacher railing and said, "Hey, Cupcake." Behind him, I could see Merritt glaring at the both of us, but I kept my eyes on the most important thing right now, Beckett. I stepped a little closer and said, "Hey, quarterback." He grinned. "You know," I said, glancing toward the field, "you should be warming up." "Oh, that?" He batted his hand, then got serious. "Probably. But I can't start this game without you wishing me good luck." Someone a few feet over whistled loudly, and another couple of guys our age cooed. I could hear Coach Ripley yelling at Beckett to get back to the field. But I still couldn't wipe this silly grin from my face as I said, "Good luck, Beckett." Pretending to be disappointed, he shook his head. "That's not how you wish someone good luck." "Oh, really?" I asked. His eyes smoldered on mine, and it suddenly became very apparent how Beckett Langley wanted me to wish him luck. I was more than happy to oblige. I knelt in front of the bleacher railing, kissing his perfect lips. Everyone around us cheered, and he said softly, so only I could hear him, "Now, that's how you wish someone good luck." 29. "Do I look okay?" I asked, standing in front of the mirror at Zara's. They'd dressed me in a pair of her skinny jeans and a shimmery top that I never in a million years would have picked for myself. This outfit said, "Look at me," something I'd been trying to avoid my entire high school career. But now? I turned in the mirror, seeing the way the jeans clung to the curves of my hips. Maybe I deserved to be seen. "You look hot," Jordan said. "I wish I could fit into those pants." Zara grinned at her. "It wouldn't be fair if you could wear them with that ass." Jordan shook her head, laughing. "Whatever, girl." "It really is perfect," Ginger said, "especially with your hair like that." Callie grinned at me in the mirror over my teased and curled hair. She'd worked magic with a curling iron. Zara nodded. "Beckett isn't gonna know what hit him." I scanned them over, each looking amazing in their own outfits. The club isn't going to know what hit it. They were coming with me, because there was no way they'd miss this moment in history. If Aiden was right, Beckett would be asking me to homecoming tonight, in front of everyone. My life would change forever. "We should head out," Ginger said. "We'll be late if we don't get there soon." At that, we all grabbed our bags and began walking down the stairs from Callie's room. It had been a rapid transformation, going from the game to Callie's house to get ready. But I was glad I had some time to look nice and center myself after the big win tonight. The whole school went crazy after Beckett scored the winning touchdown in overtime. I couldn't wait to celebrate with him tonight. We rode in Zara's Rolls-Royce, but I felt like I was inside a spaceship with all the amenities her car offered. And I thought my Audi was nice. Music poured through her speaker system from all sides of the car, and the bass felt as strong as my heartbeat. By the time we got there, I'd had all the pump-up music I needed. But nothing could have prepared me for the way Beckett looked waiting outside the club. For me. He'd swapped well-worn denim for dark jeans and an even darker sweater. With his skin washed out by streetlights and neon, he looked intense, leaned up against the brick wall like that. Holy hotness, Ginger breathed. He's working at those jeans, Zara agreed. Mm-hmm, Jordan said. Callie grinned. You're going to have a great time. I bit my bottom lip. Why did it feel like I was stepping into my destiny instead of out of a car? Zara slowed along the curb. We'll go park. You get your man. My hand shook on the handle, knowing he couldn't see me through the tinted glass. I looked back at them. Are you sure I can do this? Be with him in front of everyone? Fears overwhelmed me of being made fun of, or having Beckett see me the way everyone else did. Jordan put a hand on my shoulder. He asked you here. The school's star quarterback survived dinner with your entire family just so he could take you out. And you think you don't belong here? I smiled, glancing out the window at Beckett and back at the girls. Thank you for everything. Anything to get back at Merritt, Ginger said. I tried to ignore the sinking feeling in my stomach and pushed the door open. Tonight was about me and Beckett. I'd worry about what would happen after we made things official, if that ever happened. The second I stepped out of the car and Beckett saw me, his lips spread into a smile and he pushed off the wall to greet me. You look amazing, Cupcake. My cheeks warmed, even under the cool air. You think? I know. His fingers brushed the bare skin of my arm, leaving goosebumps. You're cold. Let's get you inside. He paid our covers and led me into the club. The calm world of downtown Brentwood was replaced by this pulsating music and strobe lights. People were everywhere I looked, dancing in front of the DJ stand, ordering drinks at the bar, mingling around standing tables. But all I could focus on was Beckett and his hand in mine. His lips were close to my ear as he said, Can I get you a soda? I nodded, afraid if I moved my lips, they would land on his. We snaked through the crowd of people and eventually ended up at the bar. A couple of guys from our school were there, and they slapped Beckett high fives on the win. Who's this? One of them asked, nodding toward me, toward the space where mine and Beckett's hands were joined. There was a clear question in his eyes, like the equation of Beck and me didn't figure. Rory, Beckett yelled back, handing me a glass with fizzing brown liquid. She your girl? The other asked, not letting it rest. Beckett's eyes trailed my body. If she'll have me. With his gaze still on me, I felt something I'd never felt before. I almost couldn't place it. Sexy. I felt sexy. The guys lost it, like I was doing semi-internally, whooping and hollering. Does Merritt know? The first one asked. Beckett ignored his straw and drank from his cup. Who cares? They slapped more high fives, but Beckett was already done with the conversation, focusing on me. I see an empty table. He led me through the crowd, and I might have been imagining it, but I could have sworn he was holding my hand even tighter now. He found the empty table for us to stand by, and I leaned against it as I set down my cup. Just as I opened my mouth to tell Beckett that I would most certainly, without a doubt, have him, the music stalled, and the DJ's voice came over the sound system. Hello, fam! His voice boomed over a soft techno beat. We're about to get this party started, but first I want to congratulate Emerson Academy and Brentwood Academy on their wins tonight. Everyone in the crowd went wild, but I nudged Beckett's arm, grinning at him. He had to know at least part of this cheering was due to his hard work tonight. Beckett rewarded me with a bashful smile. That would never stop being cute. "Seaton," the DJ said, "better luck next time." The sound of a deflating balloon played over the speakers. We laughed as the DJ went on. "As you know, tonight's karaoke night. Come to the stand to sign up and request your song while the rest of us get our groove thing on." Beckett nodded toward the DJ stand and mimicked the DJ's voice. "Are we getting our groove thing on?" I nearly snorted out my Dr. Pepper. "No way." "Really? I'm sure we could find a cupcake-qualified song." The way he said his nickname for me made me melt, but I rolled my eyes. "Hell would freeze over before you got me on that stage, hot pants." He chuckled as a fast-paced song began playing. "Let's dance." It wasn't a question. My hand was in his, and he was leading us to the dance floor. "I really can't dance," I protested over the music. "Nonsense." He swayed to the song, taking my hands. He brushed up against me, close, closer, until our faces were inches apart. "You're a natural." My insides melted, completely fell apart at his words. "Yeah?" "Definitely." His nose brushed against mine, and I felt his breath on my skin better than I heard his words. We danced, moved, swayed to the music until it faded and left us, toe to toe on the dance floor. The heady rush of his scent, of the music and the lights, and the reality of his proximity to me. It had me floating outside of my body, like I was watching some other curvy girl living every second of her wildest daydream. That was, until a voice ripped me painfully back into my body. Merritt, and the same guy from the football team who'd made fun of me my first time watching the football team practice, were on the stage, singing every line of Fat Bottom Girls. But they had a twist, one that included replacing lyrics with mine and Beckett's names. As everyone around us caught on to the fact that it was Beckett and me as the butt of Merritt's joke, they began laughing, pointing. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, and the room swayed. "Get me out of here," I begged. "Rory," Beckett said, making me meet his eyes. "I'm taking care of this. Wait here." He didn't need to ask, though. My legs were frozen beneath me as I was forced to listen to every second of Merritt's public humiliation of me. Why was she doing this in front of everyone? I didn't understand. What had I ever done to her? To anyone? Hands reached my shoulders, my arms, and I jerked my head around to see who it was. Jordan, Zara, Ginger, and Callie were here. Jordan had a hold of my hand and was already pulling me toward the door. "Let's get out of here," she yelled. The singing stopped, even though the background music continued playing and the lyrics still flashed over the screen. "Wait," Beckett yelled. I turned to see him silhouetted by the blue screen and white words. Jordan froze, too. It was like everyone in the room had to listen to Beckett. Or at least, I did. I stared at him, wishing for him to say something, to do something that would make the burning shame go away. "You should be ashamed of yourselves," he said to Merritt and Vance, who still stood on the stage. "You'll never be half the person Rory is." Vance snorted and yelled, "I'd need a lot more cake for that, am I right?" Beckett shoved him, and feedback squealed through the mic. Vance pushed him back, and soon they were wrestling on the stage floor. Tears stung my eyes as I watched them. They were fighting over me. If this was what Beckett got just from dancing with me at a club one night, what would happen when we went public at homecoming? Beckett deserved better than that. And I should have known better. The only safe place for me was to fade into the background where I belonged. I turned and ran out of the club. The others followed me, and we broke out of the door into the cool night air. It made the wetness on my cheeks burn even more. My breathing had become gasps, somewhere between a choked breath and a sob. "That was insane!" Ginger cried. Callie's face was contorted with anger I'd never seen there before. "Merritt had no right to humiliate you like that." Zara's eyes were wide. "Did you see Beckett tackle Vance?" Ginger nodded. "He totally defended your honor." "He shouldn't have to defend my honor," I yelled, my voice echoing off brick walls. "He should be out dancing, having fun, not tormented for being seen with someone like me. I told you. Merritt told me." I gestured at my clothes. "You can put lipstick on a pig, but it—" "Stop it right there." Beckett's voice rang through the night air. Ignoring the other girl's shocked expressions, he stepped right up to me, face to face. "Don't you ever talk about yourself like that." His voice was hard, angry, like the welt swelling on his eyebrow. Murmurs sounded behind him as people poured out of the club to watch the scene, but Beckett continued, ignoring them just as completely. "What Merritt did was wrong. There's no other way to put it. Because you are—" He stepped back and spread his arms out, searching for the word. "You're incredible, Rory." He came close again and took my hands, shaking them with each point he made. "Can't you see? You're beautiful and smart and kind, and every time I'm with you, I learn something new, dream something new about how life could be." I began, but Beckett held up his hand. "No excuses, Cupcake. You can't reason your way out of this one, or convince me I'm making the wrong decision." He glanced around and then reached into his pocket. "I was going to do this later, but I want everyone to know." He dropped to his knee and looked up at me. Raising his voice, he asked, "Will you go to homecoming with me?" My fingers reached the cupcake pendant hanging from a gold chain, and I held it to my chest. "Yes." He stood and pulled me close, his lips coming to mine. No hesitation, no fear, just pure euphoria in every second of our kiss. I closed my eyes and savored him, feeling every cell of his skin meet every cell of mine, charging them, changing them, and marking them his. A cheer erupted around us, and I grinned against his lips. "Are you sure about this?" He smiled back and kissed me again. "There's no going back now." 30. When I walked into health class on Monday, the entire room burst into applause. Well, the entire room except for Merritt, Tinsley, and Poppy. Their glares still weren't enough to dampen this joy that flared in my chest. I put my hand over the cupcake pendant and bowed. Then I used my hands to quiet them. "I'd like to thank my friends, my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and, of course, Merritt for always believing in me." My classmates chuckled, and for once I felt like maybe my days as a wallflower were over, like I finally belonged at Emerson Academy. It was just too bad it took until senior year for me to feel that way. "What's so funny?" my mom asked behind me. "Nothing," I mumbled and took my seat. I glanced over at Jordan, but a waterfall of curls covered her face. A sniffing sound came from behind the curtain of hair. "Jordan, are you—" "Let's begin class," Mom said pointedly to me, and Jordan never even looked up. I resolved to ask her about it during lunch in the AV room. Then it hit me. Were we still meeting? My heart sank. They didn't need me anymore. Now that Beckett had asked me to homecoming, what was the point? We'd accomplished Operation Cupcake, which meant their work was over. It would be back to sitting by myself in the quad and using my lunch hour to study, like I had for the last 3 years. But why didn't that sound appealing anymore? I'd had a taste of friendship, and I was tired of being alone. Loneliness might have been safe before, but it cost me too much. What had I missed out on because I'd been too afraid to put myself out there? After the bell rang, Jordan quickly swept her books up and left into the hallway. Ditching my bag, I hurried to follow her and see if she was okay. She was already several feet ahead of me. "Jordan, hey!" I called. She disappeared into the rush of students, going away so fast I couldn't even see her face. With a sigh, I walked back into the empty room to get my bag. "Forget something, honey?" Mom asked. I nodded toward my desk, obviously still full of things, and gathered them up. I left the room, feeling way lower than I had upon entering, and the cloud seemed to stay until Beckett found me at my locker. His hazel eyes smiled down at me, captivating. "Hey, Cupcake." I grinned up at him, feeling better already. Just his presence cheered me up. "I love my necklace." His fingers brushed the space between my collarbone and the pendant, setting my skin on fire. "I thought it fit you." "It does." "Come on." He took my hand. "Let's grab lunch." My eyes flared open. I hadn't even considered the possibility that Beckett might want to sit together at lunch. The concept made me excited and nervous at the same time. He usually sat with the football players and cheerleading squad. "Are you sure I'll fit in?" He stopped walking and used his free hand to cup my cheek. "You fit in wherever I am." My stomach practically vibrated with the force of the butterflies there, and all I could manage was a smile. He grinned back, the second best use of his lips, aside from kissing me. Walking with him in the hall was like being royalty. People waved at us as we walked by. They said hello, acknowledged us. Suddenly, I felt like I'd stepped from behind the backstage curtains into the center of the spotlight. I didn't mind, not with Beckett holding my hand. We reached the lunch line and walked alongside each other, collecting our meals. I stepped up to the register to swipe my card, but when the woman ran it through the machine, she frowned. "I'm going to have to make some substitutions," she said. "Substitutions?" My eyebrows came together. "It's not like I took the displays or anything." She shook her head. "Sorry, sweetie. New program calls for some healthier swaps." She picked up my basket of French fries, soda, and hamburger, then walked away. I turned to Beckett to see if he had any idea what was going on, but he just shook his head. The tray in front of him held almost the same food I'd had, but it wasn't getting taken away. The line was starting to pile up behind me, and my ears were feeling hot. What was going on? The woman came back and set a basket of carrot sticks, a diet soda, and a grilled chicken patty with lettuce, tomato, and onion on my plate. I stared at the food, dumbfounded. "What's this?" "It's the new program. Here." She pulled a slip from under the register and handed it to me. "I hate to rush you, hun, but can you step to the side? We've got a line building up." Numbly, I moved away from the register with the food that was definitely not mine and stared at the paper. "Dear Emerson Academy student, our new initiative, Healthy Students, is allowing us to partner with parents to ensure our student body receives the nutrition they need. The parents opting their children into the program can choose to have their students eat from a modified, low-fat, low-sugar, and low-sodium menu. On the back of this page is a list of healthy items you can choose for lunch. If you or your parents have any questions, you may address them to me. Healthfully, Mrs. Hutton, 9 to 12 Health and Human Body, Emerson Academy." "What's that?" Beckett asked. I just shook my head, blinking back angry tears. It was too embarrassing to say out loud. How could my mom have overstepped her bounds by so much? I understood the control at home. She bought the food, and she prepared it most of the time. But in school? In front of everyone? "Show me," Beckett said. It didn't matter that we were still by the condiment table or that people were staring at us. I handed him the orange note. As his eyes panned over my mother's letter, I steeled myself. It might as well happen now. Beckett realizing that he was entirely out of my league, that he belonged with someone who didn't need a specially designed menu or birth control pills to get their hormones in check. There had to be at least one girl out there with a good personality and a waistline smaller than his. "This is crazy," Beckett said, looking upset. "Can she do that?" My mouth fell open. That was the last thing I'd expected to hear from him. "Sorry," he rushed out. "I know she's your mom. It's just, you didn't know about this, right? It seems unfair to do it at all, but to spring this on you? I'm sorry." I hugged him, awkwardly holding my tray away from me so I didn't spill my stupid, healthy meal all over him. Tears were growing in my eyes, a blend of anger and gratitude and pure affection for this wonderful human who, for whatever reason, liked me. He smiled down at me. "What's that for?" I sighed and stepped back. "For being perfect." He chuckled, and we started our walk toward the table he usually frequented. My chest still hurt from what felt like a betrayal from my mom, but I tried to put on a smile for Beckett. "Make some room," he said to a couple of guys from the football team. Merritt glared down the table. "She's not sitting with us, is she?" Beckett lifted his chin. "She's more welcome here than you are." Her mouth fell open and closed before she finally stood up, followed by Poppy, Tinsley, and a couple other cheerleaders, and even a few football players. "Come on, we don't want to eat at the feed lot," she said too loudly. "Ignore them," Beckett said, biting into his burger. That would be easier if everyone wasn't staring at us and wondering what had caused the divide. I sighed and stared at my stupid grilled chicken under stupid wilting lettuce. "Take some fries." Beckett pushed his toward me, but I shook my head. "I'm not feeling hungry right now," I said, especially not with Merritt and her crony sitting 3 tables over, with their heads down like they were planning my next humiliating moment. I reached into my backpack, looking for my phone so I could tell the girls I was sitting with Beckett, but realized I must have left it in my locker. I hoped they weren't too upset with me. Maybe if we finished early, I could stop by the AV room and see if they were there. "You're cute when you're thinking," Beckett said so only I could hear. His presence quickly became my sole focus as my cheeks heated. "Sure I am." "You are adorable," he said. I turned and looked over my shoulder. "What are you doing?" "Checking to see who you're talking to," I teased, "because I know it's not me." A frown creased his eyebrows, You don't think you're beautiful? Now I was feeling self-conscious, more so than usual, but no one at the table was paying attention to us. It was just Beckett and me and the narrowing space between us. I shook my head because my throat was getting tight. I tried to swallow down the emotions rising there. There's a reason my mom's putting me on a diet. He shook his head and fell quiet for a moment. What are you doing after school tomorrow? I shrugged, thankful for the change in subject. Probably studying, maybe working on some scholarship apps. Think you can free up some time for me? The cute way he said it and looked at me made me melt. I think that can be arranged. Meet me at the pier and bring your homecoming dress. My eyebrows came together. What? Trust me, he said. And with those eyes and that smile, how could I not? 31. The girls weren't in the AV room when I finished with lunch, so I got my phone out of my locker, where I'd left it, and read through my missed Sermo chats. Zara, are you coming to the AV room? Zara, Jordan's really upset. My heart sank. She'd been so down in health class. Rory, is everything okay? I was sitting with Beckett. When no one replied, my heart clenched. I sent another message. Rory, what's going on? Can we talk after school? Just as I was about to put my phone in my bag, it vibrated. Jordan, why don't you worry about your boyfriend? There weren't any more messages from them, so I put my phone in my backpack, still worrying about Jordan. What had upset her so much? But then I was mad at them too. This should have been the best day of my senior year, sitting with Beckett at lunch, hearing him stand up for me to Merritt for the second time since Friday. Why weren't they excited for me? They knew how much this meant. As I walked to class, it struck me. Their mission was over. Get back at Merritt. Now that they had, maybe they didn't have any use for me anymore. Didn't want anything to do with me. Between that and my mom's lunchtime surprise, I had a hard time focusing on my afternoon classes. Still, I waited until dinner that night to confront my mom. She'd been conveniently busy during class changes. Not that I wanted to make a scene in front of everyone, because with how angry I was feeling, that's what it would come to, a full-blown verbal jousting match. We were all sitting at the table, Dad, Aiden, Casey, Mom, and me. The longer I sat across from Mom, watching her act like everything was okay, the angrier I got. Especially at the fact that she was using a fork and knife to cut her salad into smaller pieces. Just shove the freaking lettuce in your mouth and move on. How was school? Mom asked no one in particular. Good, Aiden said with a shrug. Casey nodded. Same. I glared down the table. It's funny you should ask, Mom, because I was completely humiliated at lunch today. Her hands froze over her plate. Dad swiveled his head toward me. What happened, hun? It wasn't that boy, was it? My heart softened for a moment at how quickly my dad sided with me, but fury still rippled through me. Ask your wife, I said. My voice clipped just thinking of how she embarrassed me in front of Beckett, no warning or anything. Mary, can you explain? Dad said to Mom, switching from father to mediator in a fraction of a second. Mom straightened, but resumed her work on her salad. You know the health initiative I've been telling you about? She took a bite and chewed nonchalantly. Headmaster Bradford approached me this morning to say it was good to begin today. Congratulations, Dad said, looking confused. So, what's the issue, Rory? I stared open-mouthed between the two of them. You knew about this? I asked him. Usually, I was fine with Dad going along with Mom's crazy schemes, mostly because he kept my bank account stocked with spending money so I could splurge on actual food from time to time, and because he loved Mom so much. But this was just insane. Mom was his wife, but I was his daughter. Dad nodded. Mom told me they were giving the students healthier options at lunch, a new menu. I thought it was a great idea. He clapped Aiden's shoulder. You don't get to be a top runner in the state eating junk, that's for sure. The pride I saw in his eyes stung. What was there about me that ever gave Dad that look? It was almost as bad as having your French fries replaced with carrot sticks for the entire school to see. I looked between him and Mom. Did she tell you about the part where the lunch ladies will take food off your plate and switch it for something else if your parents sign you up for the program? What? Dad asked, slipping from parent and husband to mediator again. Right in front of everyone. I reached into my back pocket and tossed the crumpled orange sheet to him, glaring at Mom as he smoothed it and read the note. Her face was resolutely on her food, her lips in a line. Dad cleared his throat. Kids, take your dinner to your rooms. My eyes widened, and I met Aiden's and Casey's surprised expressions across the table. What? Aiden asked. To your rooms, Dad said lightly, but I could feel the force in his voice, the kind he used to subdue liars on the bench. I stood up, grabbing my salad, and walked to the stairs. Aiden and Casey stayed close on my tail as Mom and Dad's low whispers sizzled behind us, fast and heated. When we topped the stairs, Aiden put his hand on my shoulder to stop me. What happened? What was that note? Mom put me on a restricted menu at school without telling me. My throat got tight, and I had to swallow before explaining. Because I had to explain. He clearly wasn't on the new restricted meal plan. They switched my food right in front of everyone, including Beckett. No way. His brows came together. I can't believe she did that. I'm so sorry, sis. Tears stung my eyes as the moment came to the forefront of my mind yet again. It was humiliating. I can't believe Beckett didn't turn and run when he had the chance. Aiden shook his head. If he was bothered by that, he doesn't deserve you. I agree, Casey said. I love your mom, but she's gotten way over the top since you were diagnosed. I agreed, even though nothing had changed since before I had the diagnosis. The only thing my mom could see about me was my size. She didn't see the 4 letters that seemed to have taken over my life. Dad's voice boomed from downstairs before becoming hushed again. Our parents were arguing downstairs because of me. They never argued. I'm going to my studio, I said to them. Enjoy supper. Hold on, Aiden said. He went to his room and came back with a candy bar, which he handed to me. From my stash. I barely managed to laugh. Thanks, Aid. Anytime. I carried the candy bar and salad to my studio and sat on the soft carpet, surrounded by the painted version of all my hopes and dreams. My eyes landed on the painting of the girls and me, our impromptu club with so much joy between us. A tear dripped down my nose, and I wiped it away. This was stupid. I should just text them. I could ask them to be my friends. This didn't need to end just because the bet was over. Rory. Hey, missed you guys at lunch. Jordan. Thought you were too busy with Beckett to think about us. Her words felt like a slap, one I had no idea how to recover from. I set my phone on the floor and leaned against the wall, holding back tears. Tomorrow night couldn't come fast enough. 32. As I walked to pick up Anna, all I could think of was how sad it was that my best friend was in first grade. Honestly, she was my best friend. Anna was the one who met up with me most frequently, who spent the most time with me outside of school, and who seemed to like me whether I wore makeup or not. I ignored the small voice telling me that her mom forced her into tutoring. I knew I should have been happy that Beckett had asked me to homecoming and that he was sitting with me in front of all of his friends. Except I couldn't help but think of all I had missed out on when the girls turned their backs on me. As the minivan pulled up along the drop-off line, I pasted on a smile. Anna deserved to get the best of me, because she definitely always brought the best of her to our sessions. Her mom waved at me through the window, and when the sliding door popped open, Anna jumped out and came running to me to give me her usual hug. I squeezed her just a second longer than normal. "How are you doing?" She grinned at me, revealing another missing tooth beside the adult tooth growing in, right up front. "See something different?" I pretended to think it over for a second. "You got new shoes?" "No," she cried, shaking her head back and forth quickly. "Look." She bared her teeth even more. "Oh," I said, "you lost another tooth. What did the tooth fairy get you this time?" 50 cents, she answered, "and a karaoke machine." I grinned. "What was the first song you sang on it?" "I made it up," she answered, like, of course I should have known that already. I pushed open the door to the school and let her walk through. "I'd love to hear it sometime. Maybe you can come to my birthday party this summer, and we can sing karaoke together," she replied, practically bouncing up and down. I steered her out of the way of a stand holding up a sign promoting the book fair. "That sounds like so much fun." She reached the library door and used all of her strength to yank it open. "So, I'm guessing you want to read books about dogs today? Or maybe singing," I suggested. She shrugged. "Maybe one about rock stars." "Yeah, that sounds perfect," I agreed. "Or unicorns," she said eagerly. "I want to learn about them." "We'll see what we can find." I kept it to myself that unicorns were mythical creatures. I wasn't going to be the one to bust her bubble. We searched the shelves together and spent the better part of our hour reading about rock stars and music. One of my favorites was Giraffes Can't Dance, which technically was about dancing, but Anna seemed to like it all the same. We read a few other books, and then my watch vibrated on my wrist. "It's about time to go." Her eyes opened wide. "Oh no!" "What?" I asked, hurriedly looking behind me for danger. "Is everything okay?" "I almost forgot." "What did you forget?" I asked. It seemed like it was urgent. She quickly reached into her backpack and pulled out a wrapped present. "My mom framed this for you, and I was supposed to give it to you when I saw you this morning, but I got so excited telling you about my tooth that I forgot. So, anyway, I'm gonna let you open it, and I'm not going to ruin the surprise, because Mom told me not to ruin the surprise." I laughed at how clearly excited she was. "Are you sure you don't want to tell me what it is?" "Well, it's a picture." She held up a finger at me. "But I'm not going to tell you what the picture is." I couldn't help but giggle. "Well, all right then." She handed me the gift, wrapped in scrapbook paper covered with popsicles and ice cream, and I carefully peeled back the tape job she obviously did herself. Inside was an 8x10 framed picture of a drawing and words. It was one of those pages that your teachers always made you do, where half of the page was blank and the other half had lines so you could write something to go along with your drawing. Anna had drawn a picture of what basically looked like two blobs, one really big round one and another smaller round one. And then she wrote in lines, "Rory is nice because she reads with me." My eyes grew hot, and before I could scare her away with my tears, I pulled her into a big hug. "Thank you so much for this." She looked at me, smiling big. "You like it?" I did my best not to blubber like a big fat baby. "I love it." Maybe having a first grader as a best friend wasn't so bad after all. "33. I pulled up to the pier and got out of my car. There were only a few people here, fishing over the edge or leaning against the wooden rails to watch the ocean waves roll in. At the very end of the wooden path, Beckett stood, his broad shoulders silhouetted against the gray-blue of the water. When I got within a few feet, he turned and took me in. "You're not wearing your dress." I laughed. "You said to bring it, not to wear it." A humorous spark lit his eyes. "It was implied." "Why would I wear it out here?" He held up his hand that had been by his side, his camera. "What?" I asked, not wanting to believe what the two and two I put together were adding up to. "You're not taking pictures of me in my dress, are you?" "That's exactly what I'm doing." He stepped closer and squeezed my fingers. "I want to show you how I see you." He held up his camera. "This is the only way I know how." I turned and looked down the pier. Suddenly, the few people there felt like a crowd. What if someone sees us? "You mean the 5 people here?" He shook his head. "Why do you care what they think of you?" But my words stalled in my throat. Why did I care? "You're here with me, right?" he asked, coming closer, intoxicating me with his proximity. I swallowed and nodded. "Good. So why don't you go change in my car? No one should be able to see you with the tint, and you won't get your dress dirty, like you would in the public bathrooms." He reached into his pocket and handed me his keys. "I'm going to make sure I have my settings perfect." I looked at him, at the way his hair moved with a salty breeze. How had I ended up here? "Are you sure?" Understanding dawned on his face, and he put his free hand on my cheek. I was beginning to love the feel of his touch against the delicate skin there, so much so I was afraid to lose it. He leaned in, and his lips touched mine. The ocean, the pier, the people, they all fell away, and I leaned into the feeling of his breath on my skin and his hand moving to my waist. For once, my waistline didn't seem like a hindrance, but something Beckett could caress, adore. The feeling was heaven, bliss, everything I'd hoped for, and everything I was terrified to lose. He slowly pulled away, and I looked up at him, dazed. He bit his lip, smiled at me. "So sexy." "Now," he said roughly, "go change." Still grinning, I obliged. I'd do anything for him after a kiss like that. When I reached my car, I pulled the shimmering pink dress from my bag. It was long and silky, and I knew it would flow in the wind the second I stepped out of Beckett's car. I pictured me through the lens of his camera, hoping the wind would make me look model quality, and not just for fan commercials. I thumbed the unlock button on his keys, and the lock snapped inside the door. Stepping into his car, I realized how much he trusted me, and relished the time to examine the interior. I climbed into the spacious back with the seats folded down to make room for his bag with football gear and shoulder pads. There was a boogie board and beach towel back here, too, and I liked the idea that he could escape to the beach at a moment's notice. Realizing he was waiting for me, I got started on what I came here to do. Changing in Beckett's car was a challenge. I wasn't quite athletic enough to pull off my uniform tights without tipping over. Thank God for tinted windows. Finally, I was wearing the dress, its silky fabric sliding smoothly over my skin. I reached behind me and zipped it as far as I could. The strappy heels that went with the gown were easy to walk in, even over the wooden slats of the pier. There were only a few people there, but each of them looked at me. My cheeks were warm, contrasting with the cool air over my bare shoulders and the slit in the dress where the fabric danced around my exposed leg. I kept my eyes ahead, toward the attractive guy with his camera pointed over the water. Beckett turned to me, looking first through the camera and then slowly lowering it. He was smiling, his eyes sliding over me from head to toe. I gave him a bashful smile. "Can you zip me up the rest of the way?" He simply nodded. Feeling all of my skin stand at alert, I swept my hair over my shoulder and turned so he could see the zipper. His fingers grazed my back and took hold of the zipper, sliding it the last couple of inches to the top. For a moment, his hand stayed on my back, and I stood there, holding my hair, frozen with electric shock waves pouring through me. When his hands fell away from my skin, I turned to face him. "You look amazing," he breathed, his voice blending with the rhythm of the waves. His eyes were still on me, taking me in. My heart fluttered, and I had a hard time breathing. I had to change the subject or risk falling into his arms right now. So, there was that word again. I gripped the cupcake pendant at my neck, feeling the cool metal under my fingertips. "What now?" "This is my first time working with a model like this," he admitted. "Be patient with me?" Of course. With that adorable look and his wide-open, earnest eyes, how could I not? Especially if he kept calling me a model. Taking my hand, he led me to the pier and posed me, showing me how to stand and where to look. The shutter competed with the lap of the waves, punctuating each moment, forever frozen in time. Over and over again, he posed and complimented and captured until I was convinced every angle of me was his. When he took the final shot, I said, "Can I see?" He shook his head. "Not yet. I want it to be a surprise." My lips tugged to begin an argument, but he captured them with his own, just as thoroughly as he had with his camera. "I wish this could last forever," I breathed against his lips. Beckett rested his forehead against mine, his eyes closed. "Some moments are too perfect for photos. They have to be lived." 34. Something in me changed on the pier. I didn't need to see the pictures to know that Beckett thought of me as beautiful. He'd shown me, with his words, his time, the gentle way he kissed me and adored my body. If someone like Beckett thought I was beautiful, who was I to argue? I stopped at Ripe on the way home to pick up some food for my stash. If Mom was going to be watching me all hours of the day, I needed to have real food to eat, something that had more substance than kale and grapefruit. Plus, if she found out and questioned me, I could say that I bought it organic. Play dumb, even though that food had just as many calories as the real stuff. I walked inside, grabbed a basket, and went to the snack food aisle. My high faded, being replaced with an ache as I picked out chips, candy bars, beef jerky, and other things my mom would die if she knew I had. Ginger's parents owned this store. Being in here made me miss her and the other girls even more. I wanted to make things right and see if we could have a real friendship outside of our mutual dislike for Merritt, but Jordan's text made it clear she was done with me. None of the girls had stuck up for me. With the weight of missed opportunity resting heavily on my shoulders, I walked to the checkout. The cashier had her back to me, but I saw curly red hair peeking out from under her cap. "Ginger?" I asked. She turned to me, then narrowed her eyes. "Hey," I said, unsure of what to do. I began unloading my basket on the conveyor belt. She took in my purchases. "Your mom put you on that stupid healthy plan, didn't she?" "Of course. You?" She nodded, and I cringed. "Sorry," I offered. She shrugged. "One of our cashiers quit, so I've been able to snack while I cover shifts until my parents find someone else." "That's good." I lifted a corner of my lips. "How are the others?" She put my last item in a paper bag and shrugged. "Why do you care? You got what you wanted." "What do you mean?" I asked. "You guys were the ones who wanted to stick it to Merritt." $48.31 is your total." "Ginger," I said. "Card reader is right there." Frowning, I put my card in so the reader could scan the chip, and a receipt spit out of the register. Ginger snagged it and stuffed it into one of my recycled paper bags. "The time is ripe for a healthy life," she said, with a fake smile. Unable to meet her eyes, I turned my gaze toward the ground, grabbed my bags, and walked out. At least I made it to my car before the first tear fell. How could I be so happy one moment and devastated the next? I rested my head against the steering wheel and breathed in deeply. I had Beckett. He cared about me. He'd called the moment we shared perfect. Having someone like him notice me that way was all I'd ever wanted, or so I'd thought before I got a taste of what it was like to have girlfriends. I shoved all my snack food into the bag with my homecoming dress, then started the drive home. My family's and Casey's cars were there. They had probably just finished dinner. I didn't want to see them, especially not after last night. Dad had left early for work, and Mom hadn't made eye contact with me once in health class. This was new territory for our family, to stay angry this long. Deciding I couldn't stall in the driveway any longer, I turned off my car and walked inside. Dad was hunched over his office desk. Mom sat on the couch with a bowl of popcorn. Aiden and Casey were nowhere to be seen. Tonight's mission? Get upstairs without talking to Mom. She watched me pass, but didn't speak. Good. I went to the bathroom and showered the salt and wind-blown tangles from my hair. After changing into pajamas and a robe, I put some music on and lay in my bed. I should have been hungry, but I couldn't find it in me to eat. The truth was, I felt like I'd split up my family. My parents were fighting, no one was talking, my friends were ignoring me. All I had left was Beckett. I got out my phone and sent him a text. Rory. Thanks for tonight. I needed it. Beckett. You're welcome, Cupcake. I'm already going through these photos, and they're beautiful, by the way. Beckett. You're beautiful. I smiled at my phone. Couldn't stop even if I tried. He always had a way of brightening my day, no matter how dark it seemed. Rory. You're wonderful. Beckett. Smiley face. Beckett. I can't wait to show you off in that dress at homecoming. Rory, I can't wait to slow dance with you. Just the thought of us spinning slowly on the dance floor, with my head against his shoulder, had my heart pounding, beating in a rhythm of its own. Beckett, why wait? I smiled at the screen. Rory, what did you have in mind? Beckett, I have to catch up on lit homework tomorrow night, but I want to see you before the game. Have dinner with my dad and me Thursday? The thought of spending another meal with his dad wasn't a positive one, but I wasn't about to turn down time with Beckett. Rory, of course. Beckett, I'll drive you? Rory, sounds perfect. Beckett, see you then, Cupcake. Rory, good night, Beckett. Beckett, sweet dreams, beautiful. I held the phone to my chest. I would have sweet dreams if they had anything to do with him. 35. The morning air was brisk as I walked into the school, but I didn't mind. The breeze reminded me of the night before, and for once, I felt beautiful, even without the words spilling off Beckett's lips to remind me. Since I still had a few minutes before class, I went to the bathroom to check my appearance and make sure I looked perfect for him. The mirror reflected the new and improved Rory back at me. I was slowly getting better at applying my makeup, thanks to practice and some video tutorials. My eye makeup had seen the biggest improvement, accentuating my lashes and making them look full and long. I loved the way the eyeshadow made my eyes stand out against the larger features of my face. The pink lipstick had to be my second favorite. I reapplied it on my lips and pressed them together. My lips felt different now that I had been kissed, like they belonged to Beckett instead of me. The door opened, and Merritt came in, followed by Tinsley and Poppy. She seemed surprised to see me at first, but that was quickly replaced with contempt. "Hello, pig," Merritt said, staring pointedly at my lipstick. "Could you be any more of a cliché?" I rolled my eyes and capped it. "Give it a rest, Merritt." Poppy's mouth fell open. "You gonna let her talk to you like that, Mare?" Merritt put her hands on her hips. "It is pretty big talk, but then again, she is a big girl." I put my lipstick back in my bag and turned to her. "Get out of my way, Merritt." I ignored the other two, because we all knew Merritt was the ringleader here. "What? You think you're hot stuff just because Beckett asked you to homecoming?" "I think I won our bet," I countered. "Have fun with Netflix." She shook her head, laughing. "Silly girl. Don't you know the bet's only won if he actually takes you?" And she was either stupid or delusional at this point. "He's taking me. That's been pretty clearly established." She shrugged. "And have you told him about our little arrangement?" My jaw clenched and my stomach sank, but I stayed still, not wanting to show any sign of weakness. Her tinkling laugh filled the restroom. "Don't worry. I'm sure he'll be totally okay with the fact that you used him to get back at me." "I'm not worried. You made sure he won't find out with your threats," I bluffed. "I don't know." She picked at her fingernail like she was bored with our conversation. Then she lifted her shoulders in a little shrug. "I change my mind sometimes." She turned and left, her skirt swishing with the overdone sway of her hips. But I couldn't move now. I put my hands on the sink, feeling sick, and looked in the mirror, seeing someone completely different this time. Someone terrified. What would Beckett think? Maybe our relationship started as a bet, but now it was more. I had to tell him about the arrangement with Merritt before she, or someone else in health class, did. He deserved to hear it from me. 36. After school the next day, I went to the girls' bathroom, a different one, and changed into the outfit I brought for dinner with Beckett and his dad. The cotton dress slipped easily over my head, and the denim jacket that went with it kept the dress from being too summery. I hoped Beckett would like it. Since he had practice, I went out to the field and sat in the bleachers, planning to knock out as much homework as I could before spending the evening with him. Except the second I got settled in, my only pencil fell through a crack in the bleachers. I thought about leaving it, but that would mean leaving Beckett's early or staying up even later to get my history assignment done. With a sigh, I grabbed my backpack and walked back down to the ground. The way EA's bleachers were set up, I'd have to walk all the way around to the back to get any access, which is exactly what I did. I hated the way the metal bleachers always creaked and rattled as I walked down them, and the looks people gave me, like I was about to send them crashing to the ground. Finally, I made it to the bottom and walked to the gummy underside of the stands. Coach Ripley's shouts were barely audible down here, which was saying something. All I could hear was the gossipy dribble going on above me. Commentary on the football players' butts, rumors about some girl they thought was pregnant, trash-talking Brentwood Academy, and then, there's no way Merritt's going to let Rory get away with stealing Beckett from her, right? I froze in my search, my ears perked for more intel. Another voice said, "They were broken up before Beckett ever asked Rory to homecoming. Merritt's just being jealous." "They were broken up for like a second," a third voice argued. "Everyone knows you need to give a couple like that at least a month to simmer." The first girl said, "Exactly. I bet if Rory wouldn't have stepped in, Beckett and Merritt would be going to homecoming together." "I know," the third said. "They would have been so cute. The homecoming king and queen dating." Someone let out a dreamy sigh, and the second voice said, "I don't know what Beckett sees in Rory, but she better enjoy it before he figures out he can do way better." My heart clenched, physical pain manifesting in my chest. I didn't want to hear any more. I grabbed my pencil and hurried out from under the bleachers as fast as I possibly could. Why did it feel like someone had split me open with an ice pick? They'd only said everything I'd been thinking. But the worst part was that they were right. Girls like Merritt, and guys as handsome as Beckett, found each other. It was the way human nature worked. Beckett and me together? It defied all odds, all sanity. Why hurt Beckett over a bet when everyone knew it wouldn't last between us? I might not have deserved all the pestering I got from Merritt's crew, but that didn't mean Beckett deserved this. He was kind and pure and heartfelt. I felt like none of that. After the girls had moved on to a new subject, I went back to my seat and buried myself in the history assignment. I almost didn't register the sound of football cleats walking over the track and onto the bleachers. "Hey, Cupcake." I looked up and took in Beckett in all of his sweaty glory. He had his helmet off, revealing a mess of damp hair and chiseled lines. "Hi," I managed. "Good practice." "Did you see any of it?" he asked. "You seemed pretty caught up in your books." My cheeks warmed at the idea of him watching me. "Trying to get some homework done before dinner." "Good idea." He grinned. "I'll run in and shower quick. Meet me at my car?" I nodded. "Sure." He bent and gave me a quick kiss on the cheek before jogging away, his cleats crackling over the metal bleacher floor. After finishing my assignment, I gathered up my notes and book and shoved them in my backpack. I walked toward the school, past the girls who'd said those things about me. Their eyes felt heavier on my back than ever before. Eventually, I reached the school's parking lot and walked to the space I knew was Beckett's. He always parked closer to the front, in one of the prime spots reserved for seniors. I passed by Kai Rush getting into his ridiculously expensive Tesla and found Beckett's car between a shiny red Miata and a Rolls-Royce. There had to be millions of dollars sitting in this school's parking lot. I leaned against the trunk of Beckett's car, holding on to the straps of my backpack. Athletes were starting to filter out of the school, and I hoped he'd be out soon. I didn't want another run-in with Merritt or her cronies, or anyone who would be silently judging me, like those girls from before. It made me long for Jordan, Ginger, Zara, and Callie. I missed sitting with them, feeling like I belonged somewhere. But what could I do? Ginger and Jordan made it pretty clear they didn't want anything to do with me. Every time Callie saw me in the halls, she changed directions, and Zara just kept her head high and continued past me, like I was no more than the wallflower I previously longed to be. "Hey, beautiful," Beckett called, several feet away. His backpack strap tugged at his shirt, revealing a thin line of skin and muscles at his waist. "Hello." "Hey," I countered. When he came closer to kiss me, I let my fingers trail along the patch of skin. He pressed in closer to me, deepening the kiss. Someone cleared their throat, and Headmaster Bradford said, "Move it along, Mr. Langley, Miss Hutton." Beckett lifted a hand in acknowledgement, but I turned my head down, tucking my chin against my chest. There was no way he wouldn't tell my mom. But I didn't care. My lips were still warm from the pressure of his on mine, and I wanted more. A thirsty woman, drinking in every ounce I could. Beckett twisted his fingers through mine. "Let's get out of here?" I nodded, eager to be somewhere more private with him, to see his house, the place he laid his head each night. He led me to my side of the car and opened the door for me. Once I was inside, he took my backpack and shut the door. I wondered where he learned to be such a gentleman. It certainly wasn't from the other guys on the team. How many guys were out there who still opened doors for women, who thought to carry their bags? Beckett had to be a dying breed, if the boys in our school were any indication. He put my backpack in the back seat before getting into the driver's side. After backing out, he reached across the console and put his hand on my leg. My thighs were thick, but his hand was big, warm. I put my palm over the back of his hand and squeezed. He smiled over at me. "I'm happy you're coming over." My stomach somersaulted with joy. Me too. "I forgot to ask where you live." "Downtown Emerson," he said. "It's about 20 minutes from here." I nodded. Of course Beckett and his dad would live somewhere trendy, like downtown, not in the suburbs, with a green belt and an HOA, like my family. We were a minivan to their convertible, which his dad actually had, by the way. Beckett was right. It did take 20 minutes to get there. He pulled into a parking garage and maneuvered his car into a marked spot near the elevators. I got out before he could open the door for me and followed him to the elevator. Inside, he pushed a button that said PH. Penthouse? Beckett squeezed my hand like he could feel me freaking out. I squeezed back. The elevators opened into a massive apartment, walled with windows overlooking all of Seton. "Wow," I breathed. If you looked far enough, you could see the hazy blue expanse of ocean in the distance. It was stunning. Beckett released my hand and dropped his backpack on a gray couch. As I looked around, I noticed lots of grays, metals, and brick. Someone had clearly designed this apartment to have a clean, industrial feel. "Hi, you two," Mr. Langley said as he came down the metal stairs. Instead of the suit I typically saw him in, he was wearing jeans and a loose Brentwood Badger sweatshirt. "Good to see you, Rory." I nodded with a smile. "You have a beautiful home." "Good," he said. "Paid a lot of money to make it that way." He pointed between him and Beckett. "The two of us are kind of hopeless when it comes to design." I shrugged. Could have fooled me. "I'm ordering in Italian," Mr. Langley said. "Should get here in about 20 minutes. Beckett, why don't you show her around?" I tried not to reveal how much that thought excited me. Beckett returned to my side and took my hand. He led me around the main floor first, showing the balcony with a gas-burning fire pit, a large office that was set off from the rest of the open floor plan, and then led me upstairs. "There are 2 bedrooms up here," Beckett said. "My dad's," he knocked on one door, "and mine." This time, he twisted the handle and led me into his room. My eyes were hungry as I took it in. The floor-to-ceiling windows, iron-framed bed, posters of professional football teams, and a small framed photo on his desk of a young boy and a woman who shared some of Beckett's features. "This is amazing," I said, brushing my hand over the concrete surface of his desk. He shrugged. "It's no Rory Hutton studio, but it's mine." I shook my head. "You're crazy." My eyes returned to the photo. "Is this your mom?" A dark look crossed his eyes. "Yeah." "Do you ever talk to her anymore?" "She sends me a birthday card every now and then. Sometimes I see her in the crowd at NFL games when her new husband is playing." The pain was clear in his eyes, no matter how much he tried to hide it. "She has 3 kids with him, a few years younger than me." That must be so hard. I turned from the child in the picture to the nearly grown man standing next to me. There was so much alike and so much different. He shrugged. "It was hard. But she taught me the most important lesson. You have to be careful who you fall in love with. Some people only want you for what you can do for them. Do they want you or your status?" My eyes turned toward the floor, tightness growing in my chest. Beckett mistook it as sorrow for him and said, "Come here." He lay on his king-sized bed and spread his arms open for me. I glanced toward the closed door. "Your dad won't mind?" "Cupcake," Beckett said, propping himself up. "My dad's gone 5 days a week. You think he cares if I have girls up here?" "Fair," I said, and joined him on top of his comforter. I was careful not to let my dress ride up as I slid into his open arms. Once I found my spot, the tension in my chest eased. Involuntarily, I let out a sigh. "This is nice." "It is." He kissed the top of my head, sending tingles all the way to my toes. For a moment, I stared at the ceiling, thinking how different high school would have been if I'd been dating someone like Beckett the whole time. If I'd been brave enough to just talk to someone like Beckett. It struck me that I didn't want my life to go back to how it had been, isolated. Safe, but boring. I loved the color Beckett and the girls added to my life. I would miss it when the truth came out and Beckett turned into a stranger again. Because, deep down, I knew that's what would happen. Beckett would never forgive me for the bet I made with Merritt, even if I'd liked him well before this year, just like the girls wouldn't forgive me for blowing them off. The pain grew so much, I searched for a change in subject. "What's it like?" I asked, "living here alone?" I twisted my head on Beckett's shoulder, but he kept his gaze on the ceiling. "I had a nanny until I was 14 and convinced Dad I could be here by myself." 14 seemed so young to me. I imagined freshman Beckett coming home to this expansive apartment and spending each evening by himself. "And after that?" I asked. He sighed. "I don't spend a ton of time here. Between football and the bakery and hanging out with the guys, I'm not alone much. And my dad calls me each evening, checks in." My parents weren't perfect, but at least they were around. With the exception of major trials, I could count on Dad to be there before I went to bed at least, even if it was a quick goodnight in the doorway of his home office. "Do you ever get lonely?" I asked. "I'm not lonely now." His head turned toward mine. Up close, I could see a lone freckle on his cheekbone, the gentle slope of his full lips. His breath feathered my own lips, setting them on alert. His eyes trailed from mine to my lips and back again, before slowly closing the gap. I closed my eyes too and got lost in all that was Beckett. The hard muscles of his chest and stomach, the gentleness in his fingers, the soft skin of his cheeks, and the coarse edges of his chin. They clashed and blended in each second of a slow kiss that stole my breath but sped my heart. "I love your curves," he said, his voice husky. His teeth caught my lip, sending a jolt to my entire body, changing the kiss from leisurely to lustful. I needed more, and so did he. He grabbed my leg and pulled it over his waist. My hands explored under the hem of his shirt, feeling the groove of each abdominal muscle. The haze of lust covered us, and I was more than willing to blanket myself in it. 3 sharp knocks sounded on the door, and I jumped back and rolled off the bed in a display of athleticism I didn't know was possible for me. Beckett smirked at me. "Yeah, Dad?" "Dinner's here," he called through the door. "Be down in a sec," Beckett replied. Lazily, he rolled off the bed and came to me. His hands rubbed over my shoulders, rustling over my denim jacket like my skin wasn't already on fire from his touch. "Let's finish this later?" I bit my lip, and he groaned, reaching out to tug it from between my teeth with his thumb. "So sexy," he breathed. I smiled at the floor, trying to hide how much his comment thrilled me. Sexy? No one had used that word to describe me before, but I loved it, especially the way it poured over his lips. I checked my hair in the mirror over his desk, smoothed a few pieces down so I wouldn't look like I'd just been ravishing Beckett in the other room, and then took his hand. At the mirth in his eyes, I said, "I want to make a good impression." "On who?" he asked. "Because I'm sold." I rolled my eyes at him and followed him down the stairs. I'd always expected to be swept off my feet by Beckett. Heck, just his smile had me stammering and lost for words. What I hadn't anticipated was how easy it was to spend time with him. I loved his sense of humor, the comfort I felt in his quiet, the sure way he took my hand and didn't let go. Being with him just felt natural, if I ignored all the signs saying how unnatural a couple like us was. At a long, rustic table, takeout boxes were spread in front of us. Mr. Langley busied himself dishing the food onto plates. Beckett let his hand slip from mine. "What do you want to drink, Cupcake?" I shrugged, What is there? Lemonade, tea, water, milk, orange juice. Too many options, I laughed. How about lemonade? Sure thing, he said. Grab me a glass, too. Mr. Langley nodded at the table. Pick any seat, Rory. I sat down across the table from where he stood, and he passed me a plate loaded with Alfredo, breadsticks, grilled chicken, and steamed broccoli. My eyes widened in delight. Carbs! He chuckled. That's my girl. Mine, Beckett corrected jokingly. He set a glass of lemonade in front of me and his dad, then took the chair next to mine. Dig in, Mr. Langley said. I didn't need any more encouragement than that. The healthy meals at school left plenty to be desired, mostly in flavor and calories. Not like this. The noodles melted in my mouth, along with the calorie-laden Alfredo sauce. I swallowed. This is so good. Thank you. Mr. Langley chuckled. You're welcome to join us any time. Beckett nodded. I smiled at them. I'd love to take them up on it, but I had a feeling our cozy dinners together would be ending soon. I resolved to tell Beckett about the bet as soon as we were done. If he hated me, then we wouldn't become even more attached before the heartbreak that was sure to follow. And if by some miracle Beckett forgave me, I'd have less time with this secret hanging over my head like a guillotine. Beckett glanced over at me with a smile, and I barely found the strength to return it, because no matter how much I hoped for the second option, I knew my life didn't work like that. Girls like Merritt always found a way to win. 37. I offered to help with the dishes, but Mr. Langley waved us off. Go enjoy each other. I've got the dishes. You sure? Beckett asked. He nodded. Rory's much better than the other girls you've brought around. He chuckled. I hope you'll keep her. I hoped so too. Beckett put his arm around my shoulders and squeezed. I was thinking we'd go to the patio. Sounds good, his dad said. I'm heading up to my room. I'm going to try and get my work done early so I can watch your game tomorrow night. The hope that flickered across Beckett's features was unmistakable. Yeah? Mr. Langley nodded. Can't miss your homecoming game. Beckett grinned at him. Thanks, Dad. His dad turned back to the dishes, but I gave Beckett an encouraging smile. Well, as big of a smile as I could manage, knowing this was all coming to a head soon. You can go on out to the patio, Cupcake, Beckett said, nodding toward the big glass door. I have to grab something from my room. I searched his expression for a hint of what it could be, but Beckett was unreadable. Sure. He dropped an easy kiss on my forehead. I'll be out there in a second. Mr. Langley called over his shoulder. Just turn the knob on the right of the pit to get the fire going. Okay, I said, and walked across the large living area. When I reached the patio, I slid the accordion glass door open and stepped into the crisp night air. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and bent to look for the knob. As soon as I twisted it, fire flared from the glass beads in the stone pit. Heat and light spread on the patio, and I sat on one of the couches facing the city. It was romantic out here, especially in the dark, with twinkle lights blanketing the black expanse below. I steeled myself to tell Beckett, although I still had no idea how to frame it. There was no good way to say, I used you for a bet. The door slid open, and Beckett stepped onto the patio, carrying a leather-bound book. What's that? I asked. He handed it to me, and I realized it was a photo album. Are these? With a nod, he said, From the pier. They turned out amazing. But then again, it was pretty easy with you as a model. Blushing, I opened the cover. The first 2 spots didn't have photos from the shoot, but instead a handwritten note from Beckett and a photo of us from our night at Spike's. Cupcake, I hope you know how beautiful you are in my eyes. Always. Beckett. I ran my finger over the note and smiled at him. He nodded toward the book, encouraging me to turn the page. Carefully, I lifted the edge to see photos of a beautiful, curvy woman dressed in a pink silk gown. Her hair flew in the wind, and her eyes lit each photo with a light of their own. Best of all were her lips, standing out with a beautiful shade of lipstick, full and luscious. My mouth fell open. This is me? He grinned, nodding, and turned the page. Photo after photo featured me, posing against the gray ocean backdrop. These are amazing, Bex. You have so much talent. He looked at his lap, then back at me. You like them? Yes, I said emphatically. I've never had anyone capture me like this. It's always just another posed photo where they try to hide my double chin or mask my hips, or only take the picture from my waist up to hide everything. But these photos worshipped my body, highlighted it, loved it. I set the album down and wrapped my arms around his neck. Thank you so much. Tears stung my eyes, conflicted, full of disgust for what I'd done, and love for the boy who helped me see myself as I was. Anything for you, Cupcake. His arm circled my waist, linking his fingers behind me. A ball of emotion spun in my chest, growing like a puff of cotton candy. I couldn't hold it all in, so I poured it out in a kiss. Our final kiss, I told myself. I had to make it count. I ran my fingers through his hair and breathed in his scent. His hands moved under my jacket, working up to my shoulders and then back down, dangerously low over my hips. I moved, straddling him on the chair, and he held me steady. Fire spread through every part of my body, engulfing and incinerating any hope I had left of withstanding what would come. He groaned against my lips, and I moved down, dropping kisses over his neck, onto his collarbone, nipping every so often. His fingers worked through my hair and tugged, bringing a moan to my own lips. I wanted him to pull harder, to rip the exquisite pain of pleasure through my body. I deserved every ounce of hurt that came my way. I just didn't know I'd love it so much. He gripped my hair and made me drop my head back so he could return the favor, scraping his teeth over my neck and then covering each raw spot with a kiss. I was putty in his hands, held firm at my hips and mane. I fisted his shirt at his waist, holding on, because that was all there was to do, while Beckett made my nerves explode with sensations I'd never felt before, but longed for more of. It's too... Beckett gasped against my lips. I need to cool down. With all the heat building within me, I probably needed to slow down too, even if I wanted nothing more than to continue exploring the way he lit my cells on fire. I moved away from him, but ran my fingers over his chest, over the taut muscles of his stomach. I wanted to savor this moment, the idea that Beckett could be just as overwhelmed by these sensations as I was. As I looked up into his smoky hazel eyes, at the heart and heat there, I wondered, was I brave enough to give this up? To shatter the fragile but powerful thing we were building together? I couldn't. Not now. Not without a plan. It had to be right. I couldn't lose him. But time was running out, and I had to come up with something fast. 38. When I got home that night, I received the usual silent treatment from my mom. Dad was working late at his downtown office, just another sign of how wrong things were. But I wasn't the one who had done anything wrong, so I walked upstairs, and instead of stopping at my room, I knocked on Aiden's door. "Come in," he yelled. I pushed the door open to find him with his computer out, watching Impractical Jokers. "You're not doing research, are you?" I teased. Grinning, he shrugged. "You never know when a good prank can come in handy." I shook my head, not sure I could bring myself to ask him for help. Again. "What's up?" he asked. I need help." He hit mute on his computer and pushed it away. "What's wrong? Is it the thing with Mom and Dad? Because I'm just as confused as you are. They never drag anything out this long." "No," I said, "but same." I sighed. "If I tell you something, you promise not to judge me?" Duh. This is a no-judgment room. That sign says so." He pointed at a yellow sign on his wall that said, "Run like you stole something." I rolled my eyes, but sat down in his desk chair. "This is serious, Aiden." His eyes finally showed concern. "What's going on? Are you in trouble? Is it Beckett? I might not be stronger than him, but I can definitely run fast." "No, it's not Beckett," I cried. "Well, it kind of is. Can you listen?" He nodded, completely silent. A smile tugged at my lips, but the panic in my chest quickly tamped it down. I picked at my nails. If I couldn't even say it to Aiden, how was I supposed to explain it to Beckett? "I started dating Beckett as a bet." "What?" The weight of what I'd said didn't show on Aiden's face. He just looked confused. I sighed, rubbing my forehead. "It was the day I found out I have PCOS. I'd just gotten to health class, and Merritt went off about how fat people should just lose weight, and no one would want to date them, and I just lost it." "You should have decked her," Aiden said. "And then embarrass Mom and get kicked out of the academy? So what do you mean then? What did you say?" I told him about the bet and what Merritt said in the bathroom. "I never thought Beckett would like me, but now he does. And I think—" My throat tightened over the word, over the thought that came next. "I think once he knows about the bet, he won't want anything to do with me." "Oh, Rory," Aiden breathed, his brows drawn together. "This is bad." I hung my head. "I know. But if he likes you as much as it seems he does, don't you think he'll understand? If Merritt tells him and gets her twist on it?" I shook my head, shuddering. "No," he said, "but if you're honest with him and ask for forgiveness?" "You think it will work?" I asked. He frowned. "I don't know. But I don't know what other choice you have." So that's what I would do. When I saw him after the homecoming game against Brentwood, I would tell him the truth and beg that he would see my heart beyond the mistake. I had until tomorrow night to prepare and practice. As I walked to my room, it struck me how lonely I felt that I only had my brother to go to for advice. I missed the girls, and spending the night at Zara's, or hanging out at Callie's, or scheming around the table in the AV room. Even though I'd give everything to go back in time and not make the bet with Merritt, I'd also give anything to be their friend again. I changed into my pajamas, got in bed, and typed a Sermo chat to the girls. And then I deleted it because it just didn't seem good enough. I tried a few more times, but nothing was right, especially with Jordan's latest, uncontested message staring back at me. And then a new message came across my screen. Beckett, I think my dad's in love with you. A soft smile spread across my lips. Just seeing his name made my heart feel lighter. Rory, tell your dad it's a little soon for the L word. Beckett, LOL, but really, he said you should come by more often, which is saying something since he is barely around anyway. Rory, maybe he just doesn't want you to be lonely? Beckett, maybe. Or he's just like me and likes having you around. Rory, oh really? Beckett, I do. When you're with me, it's like the golden hour. I want to take as many pictures as I can because the moment's perfect and I want to make it last. My throat felt tight, a lump growing there. Rory, I feel the same way. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, needing to type this message, to know if he was in as deep as I was. Rory, what if I messed up? Beckett, what do you mean? Rory, if I did something wrong or bad, would you still like me? Beckett, I don't like you because of what you do. I like you because of who you are. Rory, and who is that? Because right now, I was having a hard time knowing who that girl was. Was I really the kind of person who could use Beckett for the sake of a bet and not have a second thought about it? That's what I'd done. I'd used him and 4 girls to prove to Merritt and myself that I was worthy of love. But those actions just made me feel even less so. Beckett, you like chocolate flavors more than fruity desserts? Beckett, you like guys nicknamed Hot Pants? Beckett, even when everyone talks in math class, you stay quiet, just listening to the world around you. Beckett, you stand up for others when they're down? Beckett, you create art with your heart instead of your mind. Beckett, you are amazing. Tears brimmed over my eyelashes and spilled over my cheeks. All this time, I'd been trying to get Beckett to see past my flaws, not realizing he hadn't noticed them at all. He'd seen me, the best of me, when I'd only given him the worst. Beckett, I have to go to bed, Cupcake, but I can't wait for the game tomorrow, knowing you'll be in the stands cheering me on. It means everything to me. Beckett, good night, beautiful. I held the phone to my chest like the words could fill my heart more than they already had. But really, it was hope I needed to be holding on to. The problem was, I couldn't seem to find any. 39. Homecoming was the one day of the year we could dress however we wanted, as long as it displayed school spirit. There were $1,000 jeans paired with tight EA shirts, blue and white tutus, on girls and guys, and even one kid in a complete blue spandex bodysuit. I'd settled on one of the skirts Zara got me, flat tennis shoes, and one of my dad's Emerson Academy t-shirts. When I got to school, Beckett was easy to spot in the hallway. He always stood out, with his height and build, but today he was surrounded. Everyone wanted to wish him good luck for the game against our school's biggest rival. Plus, The cheerleaders were going around, using face paint to put the drafter's quill on everyone's cheeks. Beckett caught sight of me and grinned. At least half a dozen people followed his gaze to me, and the girls seemed to be disappointed. I lifted my hand in half a wave, and he pushed through them toward me. As he passed a cheerleader, he said, "Can I have that?" "Sure," she said, and handed him her face paint pen. When Beckett reached me, his smile was still in place. "Hey, Cupcake." Thinking of his words from the night before made my heart beat toward him. "Hi, Hot Pants." With a laugh, he lifted the face paint. "Do you want something on your cheek? A quill? Or maybe a certain quarterback's number?" "Oh." I adjusted my backpack strap. "Well, is the quarterback good looking?" "I mean," Beckett plucked at the jersey stretched across his broad chest, "only if you're into the whole chiseled abs, Greek god kind of thing." "How about the humble thing?" He laughed. "Oh, he's amazing at that, too." Laughing, I pushed on his chest. "I would be honored." He came closer, one hand going behind my hair to hold the back of my head, and the other resting feather-light on my cheek. The charge from his skin flowed through me as he made careful marks on my cheek. When he finished, he stepped back, admiring his work. "How'd it turn out?" I asked. He nodded appreciatively. "Not bad." He reached into his pocket and got out his phone. "Let me take a picture." I was pretty sure Beckett would be the only person ever allowed to take pictures of me, especially when he tucked me into his side so we could both fit on his phone screen together. The side of his cheek brushed into my hair, and we both smiled at the screen. With a press of his finger, we were frozen together forever, his jersey number on my cheek showing everyone I was his. Even if he didn't want to be mine after tonight, I would always, always be his. School that day passed in a flurry of activity until classes let out early for the pep rally. There was always a giant hubbub before the homecoming game, which the teachers tried to act like was less important than academics. If that were true, Kai Rush and Pixie Adler would be gods among the seniors, with his skills on the violin and her insanely high grade point averages. Instead, we worshipped the girls in tight skirts and the guys in tight pants. The cheerleaders always did a routine during the pep rally and held up hand-painted signs. The football players stood in a line in the gym while Coach Ripley talked about how hard they worked. Someone started a chant with the quarterback's name. Then Headmaster Bradford would go on a rampage about how homecoming night was not an excuse to toss away one's goals and throw caution to the wind. This year was no different, except I realized how alone I'd been every other homecoming. As I glanced over the rest of the student body, I saw Jordan sitting with some other scholarship students. Zara lounged on the bleachers with a few girls whose parents could probably pool together and buy North America. Callie sat with the band, and Ginger ran some AV equipment up front. I missed all of them so much, my heart physically ached. My senses sparked with the feeling of someone watching me, and I noticed Beckett sitting with his team on the front row of the gym bleachers. He grinned at me and lifted a hand, before going back to a conversation with Carson. This would all be easier if he could just sit with me. Instead, I did what I'd done the 3 years prior, found the nearest open seat, and waited for it all to be over. After a painfully suggestive, and school-sanctioned, might I add, dance from the cheerleaders, Coach Ripley led his team onto the court. Pam Alexander handed him the microphone, her stilettos striking the gym floor. Coach Ripley had to hate that, with all his talk of no street shoes on the wood. Cringing, he took the mic from her. "Go, drafters!" he said, and the entire crowd burst into wild applause. Grinning now, Coach Ripley said, "Our boys have been working hard this year, and we have the home field advantage against Brentwood Academy tonight." More cheers, more smiling. Typical. "Our boys are going to need to play their best and stay focused on the game tonight if we want to have a real shot at a win. If we beat BA, it'll mean great things for our team and these boys, including a trip to the playoffs. Come out and help us take this game." As the school cheered wildly, I watched Beckett. Smiling, he stood with the rest of his team, his shoulders drawn back, his hands clasped in front of his waist. My stomach swooped at the memory of those hands in my hair. Would I ever feel that again? I'd find out tonight. 40. The chill tonight was more pronounced than at the last game. I was glad I'd brought my own blanket, since I couldn't be relying on Ginger's mom to supply me anymore. Honestly, I had no idea where I'd sit, or if I'd even see the others, aside from Callie. I held my hot chocolate in both hands, with a folded quilt draped over my arm, and looked over the stands. They were packed. I caught sight of Aiden and Casey snuggled together, seated with several other cross-country team members. The thought of being their third wheel was lamer than sitting by myself, or with my parents in the top row with some of their friends. However, with all the people here, sitting by myself might not be an option. I'd be packed up against someone, one way or another. "Rory!" a familiar voice called. I followed the sound and spotted Beckett's dad. I lifted my hand in a wave and walked up a few stairs toward him. "Hi, Mr. Langley." "Robert," he said. "Care to sit with me?" He seemed to think about his offer. "Would that be weird, to sit with your boyfriend's dad?" My lips turned up at the word boyfriend. Beckett and I hadn't discussed labels, but I liked the sound of it. I hoped that was where we were heading, if my confession didn't blow up in my face. "I'd like that," I said. Maybe I could see the game from his perspective, understand why there was so much pressure on Beckett to follow in Robert's footsteps. He sidled over, making room for me on the edge of the row, which I was thankful for. Having an escape route when sitting with your dream guy's father was always a good move. But now I didn't know what to talk about. He was a professional agent, and I didn't even need all the fingers on one hand to count the amount of things I knew about football. "Your parents staying busy?" he asked. Ah, the small talk. "Yes," I answered. "Dad's been working late on some case, and my mom is making waves in our school lunch program." He chuckled. "She's a firecracker, your mom." "That's one way to put it." I sipped from my hot chocolate. Thank goodness the concession stand wasn't in on the healthy program. "Beckett was excited you were coming to watch." A regretful look crossed his visage. "I haven't made it to as many as I'd like." "Me either," I admitted. I'd missed so much in high school. Just a few weeks with Beckett showed me what life could be like when I stopped shrinking away from the crowd. He nodded. "There will be plenty of games to watch in college if you and Beckett go to the same place." My heart lurched. Beckett and me? Going to the same college? He'd said it like it could become reality. I hadn't even gotten that far in my dreams. The announcer came over the speaker system, letting the crowd know the result of the coin toss and reminding us the homecoming king and queen would be named at the beginning of halftime. As the game progressed, I realized how differently Robert and I viewed Beckett. Robert's eyes followed his son across the field, calculating moves, seeing openings, counting successes, and cursing missed opportunities. I watched Beckett just as closely, but in admiration of his hard work and his power and his heart on and off the field. Seeing him get tackled felt like being hit myself. Watching him get up made my spirits rise. Had there ever been a time I didn't feel like my heart was suited up on the field, being targeted by 11 muscled guys with blood in their eyes? When the second quarter ended and Beckett was still standing, still fighting, I let out a sigh of relief. The score was tied, 17-17, though. It wasn't a downhill battle by any means. Robert's eyes were alight with anticipation. "How do you think it will shake out?" I shrugged under the weight of my quilt. "I have no idea. I'm hoping they can pull it off." "They will," he said. "How do you know?" I asked. "Their focus is there," he answered, his eyes on the field, toward the girls lining up in their gowns and the guys still in football pads. "The first half is all about skill, energy, conditioning. The second half is purely mental." I nodded, feeling better about my decision to wait to tell Beckett until after tonight. This game was important to the team. I didn't want to ruin their chances at playoffs by distracting him. "That's not normal, is it?" Robert asked, nodding toward the freshmen approaching the stands with trays loaded with cupcakes. "No." My eyebrows drew together. "Why would they be handing out cupcakes?" Robert shrugged. "Funny coincidence, though, that Bex calls you that." My heart froze. It was a coincidence. It had to be. But I couldn't escape the feeling like something really bad was about to happen, like when the sky becomes charged before a lightning strike. As the freshmen passed out desserts to the crowd, the announcer named the homecoming king, Beckett. I anxiously clapped my hands together. A freshman handed me a cupcake similar to the one I'd eaten my first night seeing Beckett at the Seton Bakery. My stomach turned. And then the announcer boomed, "And your homecoming queen, Merritt Alexander!" In her shimmery dress, Merritt beamed, taking the bouquet of flowers and bending her head so the tiara could be placed upon her blonde curls. The tradition was for the homecoming king and queen to share a kiss, but Beckett stepped back and extended his hand. I grinned like an idiot. But then Pam Alexander stepped onto the field and handed her daughter a microphone. 41. "I would like to thank the entire student body for blessing me with this complete honor," Merritt trilled. "And look at the king I've been paired with. Can he get a round of applause?" Robert's eyebrows came together as he clapped for his son, but I couldn't move. I wanted to run to the field, to cover Beckett's ears and draw him away from the bloodshed about to happen. The entire school could find out about the bet from Merritt, except him. I'd wanted to do that. "Unfortunately, this crown doesn't belong to me anymore," Merritt said, sending hushed murmurs through the stands. "See, about a month ago, Aurora Hutton and I made a bet. She wanted me to believe that someone like her could win the love of Emerson Academy's quarterback." Robert's voice hummed low beside me. "Rory? Is she talking about you?" My legs moved, mechanically pushing me forward, down the stairs, past the freshmen and their diminishing dessert trays. That didn't matter. My eyes were on Beckett, at the confused look on his face as he searched the stands for me. "However," Merritt continued, "you might know her better as Cupcake." She turned to Beckett, whose scowl was darkening by the second. "That was a cute nickname. You never gave me one quite that adorable." She faced the crowd again. "I hope you all enjoy the cupcakes as a little celebratory treat." I reached the edge of the bleachers, opened the gate, and stepped onto the track. "Merritt!" I yelled. "Stop!" "There she is!" Merritt cried. "Our woman of the hour." She lifted the crown from her perfectly done hair. "I believe this is yours." I froze, 10 feet away from her and Beckett. His eyes bored into me, seeking an answer I couldn't begin to give. He stepped forward, closing the gap between us. "Is it true?" "Which part?" I asked. His lips parted. "The bet," he murmured. "Did you bet, Merritt, you could make me fall in love with you? Tell me you didn't do that." "She did," Merritt said loudly, "and it looks like she won." The crowd was hushed, and I reached for Beckett. He stepped away, his hurt clear in the tremble of his jaw. "Bex," I said, "please." "No, Rory, I'm not a game." His voice rose with each word. "I'm not some piece of meat girls can toy with to get more status." "It wasn't like that," I said. "I can explain. Please, Beckett, let me explain." I reached for his hand, but he pulled away again. It hurt worse this time. "You don't need to explain." He turned to walk away, but spun back, shaking his finger. "You know what the problem is with you? Girls like you think you're so much better than girls like her." He jabbed his finger at Merritt. "But you're not. You care every bit as much about your looks and your popularity as she does, about what dating me looks like to everyone else. But you know the difference between you and her? At least she's honest about it." Stifled tears reached my eyes and threatened to collapse me more effectively than any of the football players had done to each other the entire game. "Beck," I begged. For what? At this point, I didn't know. "You bet her you could make me fall in love with you, yes or no?" I couldn't bring myself to say the words. I only nodded. Beckett stared at the ground, and when his hazel eyes met mine, they were rimmed with red. "Congratulations, Rory. You won." He ran to the rest of his team, past them, toward the locker room as I called after him, but it was no use. He was gone. A cupcake landed on the field near me, and soon a deluge of desserts fired at me, over and over again until I was covered in cake and frosting and sobbing with everything I had. Vaguely, I heard someone on the PA demanding order, but they had nothing on the inertia of the crowd. I didn't escape until Aiden's and Casey's arms wrapped around me and led me off the field as fast as my shaking legs could carry me. Beckett might have thought I'd won, but tonight I'd lost everything that mattered. 42. Aiden and Casey brought me to the junior high girls' locker room. Aiden stood by the door while Casey walked with me. There were tears in her dark eyes as she helped me remove my shirt. It was completely caked with frosting and rubbed against my skin. Fire tore at my thighs, and when we took off my pants, red patches of bleeding skin showed where I'd chafed on the run over here. She gasped and covered her mouth with her hand. "Aiden, we need a first aid kit," she yelled toward the door. I shook my head. "I just need new clothes." Wordlessly, she rose and walked to the door. I heard the swish of the weather strip on the bottom of the door and soft voices before the heavy metal slammed shut. I was alone. My feet chilled on the cement floor as I walked to the showers. I hadn't used these since they forced us to shower after gym class in 5th grade, but the handle squealed just as loudly now as it had then. Ice-cold water splattered over the cement and then warmed. I stepped under, letting the force of the stream work on my hair. Pink diluted frosting spilled over my shoulders, down the rise and fall of my stomach, all the way to the silver drain before disappearing. Each drop of the water stung my battered skin, and the fresh wounds on my legs seared with pain. None of it compared to the splitting sensation in my chest. When Merritt told me that no hot guy would want to date someone like me, I had believed her. I'd wanted her to be wrong, but deep in my soul, I knew I'd never deserve someone like Beckett. Now, I knew it was true, not because of the number of X's in my clothing tags, but because of who I was, because of the darkness inside that made me use people just like Merritt did. Beckett may have hated me now, but not as much as I hated myself. I slid down against the tile wall and sat under the stream of water, sobbing. I'd wasted so much time hiding and avoiding life because I didn't think I was worthy. If I'd stepped forward, had a real conversation with him, who knew where we'd be? I couldn't know for sure, but I was certain it wouldn't be as painful as this moment. As painful as knowing Beckett was about to take the field for the most important game of the season, feeling hurt and betrayed. I hadn't meant to, but thanks to Merritt, I'd humiliated him in front of his father, his team, the entire school, and our school's biggest rival. How he would manage to play the second half, I had no idea. I could hardly imagine standing up. The locker room door opened, and I curled in on myself, not wanting anyone to see more of my mess. "It's me," Kelsie said, walking in with blue and gray clothes in her arms. She held them up. "Extra gym clothes. They might be a little tight, but they should work." I rubbed at my eyes, and my hands came away black. I scrubbed harder, trying to rub out every remnant of the mascara and eyeliner. Just another part of the act I'd put on to hurt the one person outside of my family who actually cared for me. "Rory!" Kelsie cried. "Rory, stop!" But I couldn't. I wanted to strip every bit of sugar and makeup from my skin and start over as someone else. Anyone else. Her thin hand squeezed my wrists and pulled them away from my face. "Stop!" she bellowed. Her words echoed off the cement walls and slapped me back to reality. The reality where her clothes were getting wet and my naked body lay piled like a blob on the locker room floor. I doubted there was a low beyond this, but if there was, surely I could find it. Casey's expression softened. "Let's get you out of here, before the game lets out, okay?" Slowly, I nodded. She helped me to my feet, and I walked to a bench. I couldn't feel my body anymore, just sensed the movement and passing of the room around me. She tried a few lockers until she reached an unlocked one and gave me a towel that hung nearly stiff, tented in the center where it had hung over a hook. Too numb to care, I scrubbed it over my skin until I could dress in what she brought me. It was a large gym uniform. The t-shirt stretched around my middle, and the shorts snugged my hips and thighs. I was caught between a camel toe and a midriff shirt, and I hated every second of it. "Take the towel to cover up," Kelsie said, not a hint of judgment in her voice. "You can always replace it." It was small, but it covered my front. I wrung water from my hair and stood. She led me toward the door, and Aiden's dark eyes took me in. His expression stayed somber as he put an arm protectively around me. My younger brother had officially bested me in every way. He was a star runner, had a devoted girlfriend, and now he was a better sibling. He led our small group out the school's doors to the parking lot, and cold air immediately blasted me, shattering the numbness. It leached through my hair, whipped at my legs, snapped my lungs into action. Each breath burned until I was seated in Aiden's back seat, shaking and covered in an extra throw blanket Mom had him keep in the back. Mom. I groaned. What? Aiden asked, snapping his head toward me. Mom, I answered. She and Dad were at the game. They're dealing with Headmaster Bradford, he said quickly. They'll see us at home. I didn't ask how he knew, just kept quiet until I faced another death by 1,000 paper cuts. 43. The second we got in the house, Mom and Dad leapt up from the couch. Rory, Mom cried. What happened? We've been worried sick. I don't feel like talking about it. I pushed past them toward the stairs. They seemed stunned to silence, at least for a moment. Good. That gave me a head start. No, we need to talk about this, Mom said, following me. No, I said, continuing up the stairs, even though every step reopened the wounds on my legs and made the shorts ride up that much more. Aiden cut in. Give it a rest. She's had a hard night. Dad's voice was harsh. Don't talk to your mother like that. Casey's gentle tone contrasted theirs. Her heart was just broken in front of the entire school. Maybe just give her a minute to cool down. I reached my door and waited, my hand on the knob, listening. Aiden, Mom said, you need to take Casey home. Mom, he began. No, Dad said, in his voice that stunned his opponents into submission. Take her home. I expect you back right afterward. There was a pause. Yes, sir, Dad snapped. Yes, sir, Aiden mumbled. Come on, Casey. I pushed into my room, shut the door, which unfortunately lacked a lock, and changed into clothes that actually fit as quickly as I could. Mom and Dad were coming. I heard it in their voices, and now in their footsteps up the stairs. I sat on my bed and stared at my door, every bit of me on the edge of collapse. It opened, sans a knock or any form of permission, and my parents spilled into my room. What did you do? Mom asked. Mary, Dad warned. She's been through enough. No, Mom snapped equally as fast. I just witnessed my daughter humiliate an innocent boy in front of the entire school. Her hands gesticulated as she began pacing. You got banned from attending homecoming, and you're suspended for 3 days next week. Suspended? I cried, my eyes burning. I was the one who got pelted with cupcakes. You're lucky he hasn't expelled you altogether. Mary, Dad began. No, Mom continued. What happened to the Rory who tutored and came home after school and was just fine the way she was, without makeup or these clothes that are so not you? You're spending time with these girls who apparently don't have any rules and— Stop, I cried. I'd had enough. You want your old daughter back? The one who never thought she was good enough and did everything she could to blend into the wallpaper? Have her. Make her miserable with your stupid diets and workouts and pregnancy tests, and remind her every single day that she will never be good enough for you. She opened her mouth to argue, but I wasn't even close to done. No, I cut her off. I've been under your thumb ever since I hit puberty. You humiliated me in front of everyone with your stupid healthy program because you can't handle the idea that I'll make decisions on my own, even if they're bad. I'm tired of this. If you want someone perfect to be your daughter, find her. Your actual, fat, imperfect, cupcake-covered, mistake-making daughter will be right here, ignoring the fact that you're her mother. Dad's eyes shifted between us, torn between two sides of a coin that was never supposed to flip. I was supposed to be kind, Rory. Go with the flow, Rory. She was gone. She'd been pulverized on the football field, right along with her heart. Just go, I said, barely masking the tremor in my voice. Go! They stood, stunned for a moment, but Mom left first. Her feet pounded down the stairs as fast as she could go, but Dad was still in my doorway. What? I demanded. He stepped forward and sat in my desk chair, his elbows on his knees, head hung low. For a moment, I watched him. He looked more tired than ever, like he'd somehow been the one on the field instead of me. I'm so sorry, kid, he said quietly. My eyebrow rose. What? I'm sorry, he repeated louder, meeting my eyes. I can't imagine what it must have been like out there. Flashes of Beckett's face, the hurt in his eyes, nearly ripped me apart. I closed my eyes against the image, but it just made me see it more clearly. I messed up, Dad. A corner of his lips lifted. If it makes you feel any better, you weren't the only one. A soft snort escaped my nose. Not really. With a sigh, he ran his hand through his thinning hair. I've found it's not the mistakes that matter so much, but what you do afterward that matters. I wanted so badly for his words to be true, but they didn't jive with the life I'd lived in this house. Mom wants me to be perfect. Dad shook his head. She wants you to have the kind of life she didn't have. My eyebrows came together. I'd seen photos of my mom at prom, all dolled up with her hair curled to the heavens and a silk dress falling off her defined shoulders. I doubt she'd led the kind of life that resulted in being showered with cupcakes and plotting to get guys to like her. You didn't know your grandma like she knew your grandma, but that's not my story to tell. He stood from the chair. Your mom might not be perfect, but she loves you. Frustration rose in my chest. She has a funny way of showing it. Mom had no reason to treat me the way she had, and yet Dad was still defending her. He lifted his eyebrows, staring at the floor. Yeah, but then again, you love Beckett, and I have a feeling there are some things you wish you could have done differently. No one's perfect, kid. My bedroom door closed behind him, and I collapsed onto my bed, held my pillow to my chest, and cried myself to sleep. 44. My life existed in my room while I was suspended. I couldn't paint, couldn't read, couldn't bring myself to open my computer or charge and check the dead phone Aiden had brought back from the school, where I'd left it in the locker room. What would be the point? I was Wallflower Rory all over again. The one who didn't have friends messaging her or plans after school, or anything to look forward to other than another day of a bland, vanilla life. I missed Beckett like he was a limb. Knowing I wouldn't see his name on my phone again left a hole in my chest. But that was nothing compared to what would happen when I had to face him at school. His eyes, those hazel eyes that held a world of understanding and emotion. How would it feel to have them slide over me, wishing he could forget me and what I'd done to him? Not only had I broken his heart, Aiden told me Beckett had been injured early in the second half, tweaked his wrist again. He'd sat on the bench for the rest of the night, didn't go out with the team after the game. Not that there was much celebrating to be done. now that the drafters wouldn't be going to the playoffs or boasting a win over Brentwood Academy. And it was all my fault. But I couldn't hide in my room forever under the guise of suspension when what I really suffered from was a broken heart. No, Thursday I had to go to school and face all my peers as a pariah. Mom drove Aiden and me to school that day, and not a word passed between the three of us, continuing the silent streak between Mom and me. I stared out the car window and watched people pass by, watched the school parking lot and Beckett's Mercedes come into view. Just the sight ripped the pulsing wound in my chest right back open. Aiden's hand crossed the back seat and squeezed my own. The corners of my lips lifted. I wish I could tell him how thankful I was to have him, but I couldn't, not in front of Mom. I squeezed his hand back, then rested my hands in my lap. Mom put the car in park and cleared her throat. "Rory, Bertie Bardot wants to see you before first period." My lips tugged down. Do I have to? I really didn't have the energy for our guidance counselor's peppy attitude and even perkier outfits. "You're lucky to be here at all," she reminded me stiffly. "Fine," I said, one of the handful of words we'd exchanged since Friday night. My legs still hurt, but I got out of the car and kept pace with Mom and Aiden into the school. There weren't many people outside, but those who were stared at me, and not in a friendly way. The presence of a teacher at least fended off some rude comments, for now. Since Mrs. Bardot's office was near the entrance, I didn't have to face everyone yet. Mom walked past me to her classroom, and I lifted my hand and knocked on the counselor's door. "Come in," she tittered in a too cheery voice. I turned the tarnished silver handle and stepped inside, my eyes landing first on her, sitting behind her desk, and then on her white bird, Ralphie, swinging happily in his cage. She looked up from her desk and stood. "Shut the door, will you?" I nodded and closed it behind me, suddenly feeling trapped. I'd been suspended. Was this a reprimanding session? A threat to behave? Another lecture on the impact of bullying? "Sit," she said gently. Cautiously, I took a seat. Typically, she'd be chatting up a storm about a new bird food recipe she'd tried, or how her homegrown tomatoes were doing, or anything, really. But today she remained silent. She took the seat behind her desk and folded her hands. "Rough week?" I nodded, staring at the floor. My eyes stung. "Are we too far into the semester for me to switch to Brentwood Academy?" I was only halfway joking. My odds were better there than here. I might be a hero there, considering the fact that I'd practically won them the game. She let out a heavy sigh and folded her hands on the messy desk in front of her. "We all know there's more than one side to the story, and typically, neither side is entirely faultless. Aurora, I would like you to know that Ms. Alexander was similarly reprimanded by Headmaster Bradford." Another sigh followed the first. "The Alexanders have negotiated an additional punishment for the two of you, which is keeping you both from expulsion." Of course the Alexanders had wielded their power yet again. "Instead of Friday's pep rally, we'll be holding an assembly, so both you and Merritt can apologize to Beckett and each other." My throat clenched. Everything about that seemed wrong. Never mind about me. "You're going to shame him twice?" "Beckett's dad has agreed." "And Beckett?" She hesitated. Had no say, I finished for her. I needed to find him before tomorrow, to let him know to skip the day before the game. He would hate something like this. Her expression softened. You've always been a good student, Rory. Your mother and father have done well with you. I'd like to see that streak continue. My jaw tightened. Everyone liked the old Rory better, but they didn't understand that she didn't exist. She was a facade, carefully laid of expectations, held together by the mortar of safety and shame. That was gone now. All that was left was my heart, shattered. Her phone rang, and she said, You may go. 45. I left her office and entered a graciously empty hallway. Pixie Adler must have been off duty, because I didn't even see her policing the long line of lockers. I took my time walking down the hall, planning on what I would say to Beckett. I wanted to warn him, but I also needed to apologize to him outside of the glow of stadium lights. I imagined standing in front of him, looking up slightly because of his height, staring into his stunning, soulful eyes, and telling him the truth, that I loved him and that I was sorry. One of the classroom doors opened, and I froze, on edge. Beckett's fit frame slipped into the hallway, sucking all the air from my lungs. Hope lurched through my chest, tearing at my heart on the way. As if sensing my presence, he turned and took me in, his eyes going from honey to steel. What are you doing here? Any optimism I had left after his cold greeting was gone. The light was gone from his face, pain and distrust replacing it. Well? He demanded. I swallowed and took a step toward him. He took a step back. My heart shattered even more. I wrung my hands and looked at him. Please, let me explain. I don't know why you keep asking to explain, he said. You agreed to Merritt's bet. It cost us the game, Rory. At that moment, I noticed the blue cast on his wrist. My heart fell. You got injured? I fractured my wrist, he said harshly. The team got trampled. Regret ripped through me, as well as anger at Merritt. I was going to tell you after the game, I promise. I didn't want to distract you. His eyes darkened. So you lied to me instead? I didn't want to. Once I got to know you and fell for you, I wanted to tell you, but there was never a good time. You're right. There was never a good time for the girl I loved to tell me it was all a lie. His word caught in my mind, ricocheted in my ears. Loved? Anger ripped through his voice as his fingers did the same to his hair. Damn it, Rory, I loved you. I didn't mean to. I thought you were nice and funny, and you were a hell of a lot better to hang out with than a bunch of drunk people. And the more I got to know you, I fell. I thought you were different. I am different, I argued. I'm not like her. The whole reason I took this stupid bet was to defend girls like me, so we could show her that we actually deserved a happily ever after. That's not an excuse. He shook his head. You don't get to keep secrets and manipulate to get what you want just because of your size. His words tugged at the fraying edges of my heart, pushing where it hurt the most. You're one to talk, Beckett. What does that mean? Forget it, I said, turning to leave. I may have hurt Beckett, but that didn't mean he had the right to hurt me back. I began walking toward my locker, knowing I needed to get my books. Get back here, Rory, he yelled after me. What were you going to say? I ignored him, continuing to walk, continuing to let the anger fuel me when I knew intense pain was only seconds away. Beckett's hand reached my shoulder and stopped me in my tracks. Stop running and say it to my face. The cracks of the dam grew wider, letting anger burst through. I spun on my heel and got right in his face. You act like you're so pure and honest, but you can't tell me you were in love with Merritt for an entire year. I know you. You were tired of her after the first day, but you still stayed with her. And what about your dad? I pointed toward downtown, toward the castle they hid away in. What does he think you do on Tuesday nights? Beckett failed to meet my eyes. Have you even applied to a photography program? Or are you just going to lie to him and yourself your entire life, saying you want to follow his dream? Enough, Beckett roared. You don't get to walk up to me after what you did and think you have any effect on my life. Several classroom doors opened, teachers looking out at us, with students right behind them. Regret washed through me. Here I was, making another scene in front of my classmates, dragging Beckett down with me. I shouldn't have said those things. Beck, I know, he said. Don't you get it, Rory? It's over. I don't even know what I'm doing here, or what you're trying to save. Regardless of the teacher's quiet audience, tears streamed down my cheeks. I couldn't take what he was saying, couldn't take the sting out of his words and the hopelessness from my chest. What about last Thursday on the patio? Less than a week ago we were— It doesn't matter, he yelled. Can't you take a hint? Merritt was right. You and I are never going to be together. His words slapped me just as effectively as a full-on blow could have. The bell rang, jarring us both. People poured into the hallway, the teachers no longer willing or able to stop them. I pushed forward toward my locker and froze. Hoary Rory had been written in hot pink spray paint across the plain blue surface. Someone seemed to notice it was me staring at the graffiti, because a humored murmur rippled through the crowd. Disperse, Headmaster Bradford's voice thundered. To your classes immediately. Mom came to me, putting her arm around my shoulders. Honey. I shook her off, going to my locker and entering the combination with shaky hands. My fingers fumbled with my health book before getting a good grip of it and yanking it, along with my books for every class until lunch, out of my locker. Mom watched as I went down the hall for health. But she wasn't the only one. Beckett stood there, his eyes wide. No words crossed his lips, only silence as he swallowed and looked at me with doleful eyes. Looks like Merritt won after all, I said, and brushed past him, hurrying to get as far away as I could from the beautiful guy I'd never have. 46. When I walked into health class, Merritt was already there, filing her nails like an evil cartoon villain. For all intents and purposes, she basically was. How's your art going, Rory? Heard you put a mural on your locker. I ignored her and went to a desk at the back of the room, by Zara. Hey. She ignored me, just as I had ignored Merritt, but her eyes flicked over to me as I sat down. Merritt turned in her chair. How does it feel to win, Aurora? Zara's jaw clenched. Shut it, Merritt. Her blue eyes opened wide, and she batted them innocently. I was just congratulating our winner. Zara shook her head and opened her mouth to speak, At the front of the room, Mom cleared her throat. "Class, gather your things. You will be going to study hall with Mrs. Garcia." With a disappointed look, Merritt picked up her books, along with everyone else. I loaded my backpack back up, slung it over my shoulder, and began walking toward the door, keeping my eyes down. Mom's hand clenched my shoulder. "Wait." I didn't meet her eyes until all the students had left. Then I looked at her and said, "What?" My voice came out in a huff, rougher than I'd meant it to, but I didn't retract my tone or try it again. I'd had a heck of a day, and it wasn't even lunchtime. Her expression softened, and she said, "I made a doctor's appointment for us. I thought we could go together and give you a little break." I closed my eyes for a second, and then started walking toward the parking lot, not bothering to see if she was behind me. Of course, my mom's idea of a break was a double doctor's appointment. Maybe this was her olive branch, meant to extend whatever peace could possibly exist between the two of us. But I was too hurt. Part of me wondered if I'd ever be able to forgive her for everything she'd done the last few months. I waited by the car, and she came out about a minute after and got in. Her back was stiff as she drove us to RWE Medical, and I did nothing to break the silence. I went and sat in the leather seats while she checked us in and chatted with Betty between walk-ins. How had it only been 2 months since I'd sat in this chair and had my first real conversation with Beckett? Such a short time had elapsed between him being a crush and being so much more. The numb feeling left and was replaced by excruciating loss. Even though I was hurt by what Beckett said, I missed him more. Not because of what his interest in me said about curvy girls, but because of how he made me feel. I could just be me around him, without the pretenses, without worrying about sucking it in or covering it up. He was the kindest person I knew, the gentlest. I wanted to be like him, to be with him. The door to the offices opened, and Chloe grinned at my mom and me. "Welcome back, girls. We have rooms ready for you." "That won't be necessary," Mom said. "We can go in the same one. Less for you to sanitize." Chloe grinned. "You're such a lifesaver, Mrs. H." Mom waved goodbye to Betty and then immediately began chatting Chloe's ear off. It was like Mom felt more comfortable in a doctor's office than she did anywhere else. Chloe weighed my mom first, and then Mom stepped off the scale, waiting for me. Having my weight shown in front of my mom only tipped the scales of my day from bad to worse. Literally. Except when Chloe read it off, at my mom's request, I was 7 pounds down from my last appointment. "Good job," Mom said, the pride obvious in her voice. It shredded the very last thread in my chest. She was finally proud of me, now that I was more miserable than I'd ever been. Was this what it took, pure misery, for my mom to love me? Tears fell from my eyes. I wiped at them, wanting to be anywhere else. Chloe looked between the two of us uncomfortably. "Let me get you two in a room so you can have some privacy." I followed behind her, my head hanging down as I tried to stop crying. Deciding it was no use, I excused myself to the bathroom. I didn't need to go, but I took my time splashing water over my splotchy face. The cool liquid soothed my eyes, but did little to balm my soul. God, I'd made a mess of things, and I had nothing to show for it except a negative pregnancy test and still no period. Beckett was right to get as far away from me as he could. I couldn't stand the thought of staring at myself in the mirror anymore, so I walked back to room 5, where Chloe had left my mom. Through the door, I heard her and Dr. Edmondson talking. As I pushed it open, I caught him saying, "We'll run a full panel for your yearly checkup." Then he looked at me with sympathetic eyes that said he was at the game, or had at least heard what happened. "Hey, Rory, how are you holding up?" If the red around my eyes didn't answer him, then my simple, "Fine," should have spoken volumes. "Well, Mary, if it's okay with you, I'll have you go get your blood work taken while I chat with Rory." She looked hesitant, but finally nodded and left. Taking my no-nonsense cue, he jumped into the appointment, asking me questions about my cycle, whether I'd had any PMS, and how my dieting was going. I answered each of his questions simply. After making several notes, he took off his spectacles and looked me in the eyes. "Rory, your mom's been bringing you in here since you were a little girl. I've come to care about your family a great deal over the years. As your doctor and a family friend, I want to let you know there's no shame in having a hard time. If you're ever so down you feel like you can't get back up, I'd be happy to give you a referral to a good counselor. Okay?" My eyes filled again as I nodded. "Good." He patted my shoulder. "Let me walk you to the lobby." When we reached my mom, she looked between us. "What's the verdict on her cycle?" Mom asked, like she was waiting on a jury trial. "Rory starts the placebo pills again next week. Let's see how it goes before we decide on next steps." Mom nodded and readjusted her purse. "Thanks for squeezing us in." He smiled and looked at me. "For your family, any time." We walked in the cool fall air to our car, and Mom said, "Let's go somewhere." Several minutes and protestations later, she parked the car near Emerson Trails and unbuckled. "What are we doing here?" I asked. "Fresh air is good for the soul," she said before getting out. It might have been, if this spot didn't remind me of Beckett now. Even though I'd only been here with him once, and my family countless times, it was now his. Ours. I followed her out of the car and walked beside her down the trail, remembering the night. She wore heeled boots, and I had on my loafers and stockings, but we still walked. "You remember how close Grandma's house was to the trails before she moved to the home?" I shook my head. I only ever remembered Grandma living in the place with all the board games and the giant TV that played too loudly. "A 2-minute walk," she said. "We could see it through the dining room windows, but we weren't allowed to go on the trail." That didn't make sense. We lived 20 minutes away, and I felt like we were always at the trails. "Why didn't Grandma take you guys out here?" Mom smiled wistfully. "After my big brother died in his sleep of a seizure, Mother took us to the doctor about as religiously as she and Daddy took us to church." My eyebrows came together. "What?" I'd never heard this story before. "If we skinned a knee, we went to the doctor. Stomachache? Doctor. Gained or lost weight too quickly? Doctor. Auntie and I learned a lot on those visits, mostly about how to stay healthy enough to avoid another visit." She carefully pulled a tree branch out of the path and set it out of the way so others wouldn't run into it. "Sometimes we lived so cautiously, I thought we might not have lived at all." I glanced at her, my heart softening in a way I felt uncomfortable with. I turned my eyes back on the gravel path passing slowly under my feet. "I never wanted anything to hold you back," she finally stated quietly. "Especially not something you could control." That was the problem, though. How did I break free of the chains I was born into? 47. As the door slid open on Anna's mom's van, she stood by the opening, already prepared to greet me. "Rory, you okay?" she asked. "How did you get all the cup—" "Anna," her mom said sharply. She waved a warning finger at her daughter. I let out a sigh. So, Anna had been at the game. She'd seen me get pelted with cupcakes, run from the field crying. I could only imagine what that had been like for her, what she must think of me now. Her mom waved at me through the passenger window. "Can you come here, Rory?" I nodded, going up closer to her window. She leaned across so that Anna and the kids sitting in booster seats in the back couldn't hear. "Rory, are you okay?" The genuine, kind way she asked brought tears to my eyes. I quickly blinked them back and nodded. "I'm fine. At least, I would be. I hoped. If there's anything I can do to help." I shook my head. There was nothing she could do, and apparently there was nothing I could do either, except hope for graduation to come quickly. "I told Anna not to ask you about it. You let me know if she does." I smiled and shook my head, glancing toward Anna and her deceptively innocent face. "You know she's going to." Anna's mom rolled her eyes. "Yeah, but that doesn't keep me from taking away candy for the rest of the week." I pretended to be stunned. "You wouldn't?" She quirked an eyebrow. "Oh, I would." With a smile, I pushed back from her van. "Is it okay if I take Anna on a walk instead of going to the library?" "Yeah," she said. "Just make sure her earmuffs stay on her ears," she added loudly. "Fine, Mom," Anna replied, with all the attitude her first-grade body could muster. She jumped out of the car and pushed the door shut. Her mom smiled and shook her head. "See you later, girls." "Take care." I waved goodbye and walked beside Anna. "How do you feel about a little spelling trek?" Her eyebrows came together. "What's a spelling trek?" I shrugged. "We're going to walk around and find things that we can spell." I pointed at her. ANNA. She smiled. "That sounds fun." "Okay, let's spell." She looped her fingers around the straps on her backpack and fell in step beside me as we started down the sidewalk that wound around the playground. "What do you see?" I asked. She pointed at a tree and spelled TREE. "Very good," I said. "It's a spelling word this week," she replied. "Well, you're definitely getting 100 on that test." She smiled. "Your turn." I looked around for something harder and finally pointed out the cement in front of us. SIDEWALK. "What does that spell?" she asked. "Sidewalk," I answered. "Oh." She nodded slowly, then pointed at the gray sky overhead. SKY. "Nice." I pointed at the big yellow slide on the playground. SLIDE. Her eyebrows furrowed as she thought it over. Then a huge smile dawned on her face. "Slide!" "Exactly." We continued like that for a while, walking around and finding harder and harder words to spell until Anna needed help with each one. Eventually, she pointed at me. COPAK. I shook my head and made the R sound. RORY. "Cupcake doesn't start with an R," she said. "I heard everyone calling you that at the game." Pain welled inside of me, and I shook my head sadly. "That's not really my name. It's just like a nickname one of my friends gave me." "Beckett?" she asked, smiling at the sound of his name. "I like him." "That's the one," I replied, keeping my eyes on the ground. She looked thoughtful for a moment, then pointed at me and spelled S-A-D? I reached over and pulled her into my side before spelling Y-E-S. 48. In math, I sat in the front row, which was the only place I could find without seeing Beckett and being reminded of all the ways I'd failed. I made it my mission to be the best student I could in each class until lunch, just to have a distraction. But I was drained. Living a shadow of the life you were meant to took more out of you than living life on the edge, in fear of what people would say if you put your true self out there. I walked through the lunch line, picking up one healthy item after another. I hated the sight of carrot sticks and bland grilled chicken as much as I hated all the eyes I felt on me. As I checked out, Tinsley bumped my shoulder. Hard. "Oops," she said loudly, then whispered, "Sorry, Cupcake." With tired tears in my eyes, I left my food at the register and went to the only safe place I could think of, the last place I'd been happy and felt like I belonged, the AV room. Stepping into the space filled with VHS tapes and rolling television stands breathed life and pain into me. Like taking my uncomfortable, life-giving first breath as a newborn, I took in the dusty smell and ached with all the memories. Even Mr. Davis was there, coding away at his corner desk. I sat at the table by myself, but the maroon chairs had a presence all their own. They were painfully empty, reminding me of the personalities that used to fill them. Tears spilled over my lashes and landed on the laminate table. I'd lost more than Beckett. I'd abandoned the first true friends I'd ever had. They might have joined my cause, but I never gave them the chance to prove they were in it for me. A hand landed on my shoulder, and I jerked away, scared. "Sorry." Mr. Davis stepped back, his hands raised in surrender. He used one hand to push thick glasses up his nose. "I thought it might help, the hand on the shoulder, but—" He mimicked my startled reaction. Clearly, the range of human emotions was not his forte. "It's okay, Mr. Davis." I tried to put on a smile, but I just didn't have it in me. "I'm just having a hard time." I sat back down then, too exhausted to stand. He was silent for a moment, and I heard the nervous scratch of his nails over his skin. They miss you, too." I looked up at him suspiciously. He broke out into a guilty smile. "The headphones aren't completely soundproof." Embarrassment lit my cheeks on fire. "So, you heard about everything?" he finished. "Yes. And I spoke with Headmaster Bradford about it. He didn't want to give you OSS, but you know the Alexanders." "Unfortunately," I muttered, looking down at the floor. I wasn't sure what to feel now. Grateful? Embarrassed? Maybe a mixture of both. "Well," he said, "if there's anything I can do to help you make things right, let me know." I eyed him. "Why would you want to help me?" "I could tell you liked the girls and Beckett. I'd hate to see all that plotting go to waste." He gave me half a smile. "And between you and me, Ginger's been off her game ever since your group broke up. I need my star videographer back." I thought it over for a moment. I'd already lost Beckett, and my dignity. I couldn't lose my friends, too. "I think I might have an idea." After I got home from school, I went to my studio and began painting. Usually, I never made something twice, but this time, I had 4 portraits to do. I worked for hours, my brush poised over the canvas to perfect each brush stroke. I had to make the paintings shine, show the love and happiness I'd felt in the original, even though barely a spark of it remained. When I finished, my hand cramped and my throat was dry. Getting into flow state did that to me, made me forget about the needs of my body and focus only on the needs of my art. I walked down the stairs around 9 in search of a drink and a snack. When I reached the bottom and saw the dining table, I noticed a bag from the pharmacy sitting there. Since I didn't see Mom, I didn't bother hiding my wince. Did she have more pills for me to try? Dr. Edmondson had mentioned metformin as a potential next step to help with the insulin resistance and weight loss, but I didn't want to be given any more medications. I just wanted to be me. Mom stepped into the dining area, carrying a green bottle and a wine glass. She must have heard me, because she shifted to look at me. "What's that?" I asked her, nodding toward the bag. "What?" She set the wine bottle and glass on the table. "Oh, that." She picked up the bag, then dropped it with a rattle on the table. "Lipitor." I searched my memory for that medication, but I didn't remember Dr. Edmondson mentioning it. "Is it like a generic metformin?" She chuckled softly. "No." Then she turned toward the kitchen. "I'm getting you a glass." My eyebrows came together. Mom was acting weird. Sometimes she let us take a few sips of her or Dad's wine at supper, but she never gave me my own glass. And she certainly didn't laugh about medications. She came back with another glass and poured it a quarter full with pale amber liquid, then handed it to me. I glanced down at the glass, stunned. She was really doing this. "Is everything okay?" "Honestly?" She looked down at her hands. "No." Her head turned toward the stool in the corner of the room. "Mind if we talk?" "Go ahead," I said, leery. Her shoulders lifted with a deep breath, and then she looked at me, her expression nothing but vulnerable. "I owe you an apology." My head jerked back in surprise. "What?" Mom never apologized. She let out a half-hearted laugh and glanced down before meeting my eyes again. "I know I don't do that often, apologize. But I messed up, Rory. God, I've made so many mistakes with you." My tongue felt thick as I swallowed a small sip of wine. My instincts wanted to protect her and let her know she hadn't hurt me. But she had. Years of diet restrictions and weigh-ins left me feeling more like a barn animal than a girl who could be desired in any real way. She picked up the bag and ripped it open, revealing an orange bottle with a white cap. She examined it and the pills inside for a moment. "Lipitor is to help with high cholesterol to prevent heart disease and strokes." "But Dr. Edmondson said my cholesterol was great," I argued. "I know," she said lightly and downed her glass. And then it clicked. "You have high cholesterol?" A small sob escaped her chest, and she covered her mouth like she was ashamed of not being completely composed. Still, there were tears in her eyes as she nodded. "I've done all the right things. 3 meals a day, 2 snacks, limited red meat, no fried eggs, omega-3 supplements." She scoffed. "He said it could be genetic." The meaning behind her words hit me, but she wasn't done talking. She laid her hands flat on the table and met my eyes, even though I could see it was hard for her. "I owe you an apology Because you didn't choose PCOS any more than I chose high cholesterol. I saw your panels, and they're amazing, aside from your hormones. The apology was nice, but it didn't make up for the constant pressure of her telling me I wasn't good enough, or the worry that another pregnancy test or diet surprise was just around the corner. Mom, you really hurt me. Her eyes filled. Baby, I'm so sorry. I've gone the last 4 years, ever since I hit puberty, terrified of what you thought of me. I've been driving myself crazy thinking I'm not good enough for Beckett because of my weight, but he didn't care about any of that. He liked me for my heart. She rose from the stool and came to me, put her hand on my cheek. I can't change the past, no matter how much I wish I could, but I'm here to change the future. I love you, Rory, and I'm done trying to do anything to fix you. You don't need to be fixed. You need to shine. My eyes filled as well, and I hugged her. That was all I'd ever wanted to hear, that I was enough for the woman who created me. I love you. I love you, sweet girl, she said, holding me tight. And I know you'll figure out what to do next. You always do. I smiled at her. Thanks, Mom. Anytime, sweetheart. She shook her head, her eyes shining. And I'm revoking my signature for the Healthy program. I think it's great for the school, but it shouldn't be my choice what you put in your body. It's my job to give you the knowledge, but you're going to be 18 soon, going off to college. It's your life to live. She left the room, and I found myself thinking about the spark she'd mentioned, about the things that made me unique and special and beautiful. And I thought about my friends, what brought us together. What if our flaws weren't something to look down on at all, but a reflection of all the life we'd lived? With those thoughts running through my mind, I went to my studio, got out my calligraphy pen, and wrote at the bottom of each painting, "The Curvy Girl Club." 49. The next morning, I got up early and called Seton Bakery to confirm our plans, knowing Gail and her husband would be up this early, prepping dough for the morning. Once we got off the phone, I began getting ready for the day. I didn't wear as much makeup as I had in the past, but settled into something that made me feel good about myself. Some foundation to cover my clearing acne, brown eyeliner, and plenty of mascara. How I'd gone so long without having that as a part of my daily routine, I still didn't know. When I walked down the stairs to breakfast, my family was at the table. I barely managed to eat the eggs and steamed sweet potato my mom had fixed. Dad checked his watch and stood. He kissed my mom, ruffled Aiden's already messy hair, and then kissed me on the cheek. "I'll be at the assembly today with your mother." My cheeks burned at the idea of him seeing what I had planned. "Dad, you don't really have to come." "Nonsense," he said. "I want to be there for you." I gave him a faltering smile. Might as well be another person to witness either the greatest success of my time at Emerson Academy or my last day there. On the drive to school, Mom tried to give me a pep talk for the public shaming that was meant to come later that day, but I needed more than encouragement to get me through this day. Too bad Mom had only given me half a glass of wine last night. When we pulled up to the school, Mom started in before us, but Aiden hung back with me. "Hey, can I talk to you?" he asked. "Sure," I said, and paused in the parking lot. Thankfully, the teacher's lot gave us some space from the other students walking in. "What's going on?" "I overheard your call this morning." My stomach dropped. "Aiden, He held up his hand. I'm on your team. Let me know if there's anything you need. Once Headmaster Bradford kills me, can you make sure Mom and Dad sprinkle my ashes over the ocean? With an exasperated grin, he whacked my shoulder. Seriously, I want to help. I shook my head. You've been the best brother, Aiden. But if this goes wrong, I don't want you going down with me. Just wait until 10 or 15 people move before you do. You don't know me at all. He gave me a crooked grin and then started toward the school. Aiden, I called. Ignoring me, he continued loping through the lot. Rolling my eyes, I followed in his crazy path. Once inside, I kept my head down, trying not to cause a scene before the pep rally this afternoon. Unfortunately, that didn't end well when I ran headfirst into a set of abs harder than steel. I fell to the ground and sat up, rubbing my elbow. Sorry, came a familiar voice. It's my fault. I looked up to see Carson and his extended hand. I halfway expected him to rescind his apology and his offer to help me up. Come on, he said, sensing my unease, and practically hauled me to my feet. He brushed off my back like there was a rash of hay or something on the floor, but I appreciated the offer. Thanks, I said. He nodded, then seemed to hesitate. What? I asked. I'm sorry. His blue eyes were wide and sincere, but his apology was misplaced. Again, I returned, It's not your fault. No, but it's not all your fault either. You didn't deserve the way it happened. I honestly think if you could have told him after the game. My throat began feeling tight as Carson took me down the path of what if. The truth was, I couldn't change what had happened. And, like Dad said, it was what you did after a mistake that was important. I shook my head. Thanks for being a friend, I said. His smile seemed to come easily. Anytime. As I walked to math class, my heart felt lighter. Maybe, just maybe, this could all work out. 50. Headmaster Bradford had moved today's pep rally into the auditorium so we could have more seating, and when I peeked out from behind the backstage curtain, I could see why. My parents weren't the only ones there. Merritt's family and Kai Rush's billionaire father, along with a few school board members, joined the audience as well. My phone vibrated inside my pocket, and I stepped back to check it. Gail, Seton Bakery. We're in the parking lot. Knock 'em dead, sweetheart. I gulped and put my phone in my pocket. Feeling nervous? My mom asked from near the curtains. I jerked, surprised she had made it to me so quickly. Yeah, I admitted. She gave me a short squeeze. This affectionate mother-daughter relationship was new to both of us, but I was beginning to like it. She stepped back and rubbed my arm. Just be you. That's all you have to do. The message behind her words struck me. My mom was saying I was good enough to step in front of hundreds of people, other students and some of the most influential people at the academy, to be completely myself. I reached out for another hug and only broke apart when microphone feedback squealed through the auditorium. Mrs. Bardot's voice came over the speaker system, and Mom said, I'm going to sit with your dad. She smiled and cupped my cheeks. Good luck. She scurried past the curtains, and I took a deep breath, listening to Mrs. Bardot talk about Emerson Academy's zero-tolerance policy, except when it came to Merritt Alexander. And then she called us to the stage, Merritt, Beckett, and me. A hushed murmur went through the crowd. One person tried to clap, but they were alone in that effort. The second I stepped out, the stage lights glared in my eyes, and I squinted against the brightness to see Mr. Davis in the sound and lighting studio. He gave me a thumbs up. Then I turned my gaze back to the stage, toward two less friendly faces. Merritt sent me a grin like a lion might bare its teeth at a gazelle before ripping it to shreds. Beckett ignored me altogether. I'd take 100 lion Merritts just to see his smile turned on me again. I sat in one of the 3 chairs, and once we were all settled, Mrs. Bardot continued speaking from behind a podium with the Academy's seal. While the behavior at the homecoming game was not acceptable, these 3 students want to show you who Emerson Academy really is. We are ad meliora, always striving toward doing and being better, and I am so proud of them for being the perfect example of that. We'll let Merritt Alexander, our head cheerleader and student council social chair, start us off. Merritt turned her smile on full wattage as she stood and took the microphone. Mrs. Bardot took to the wings and folded her hands, watching us eagerly. Boy, was she about to be disappointed. The clack of Merritt's heels stalled in front of the podium, and she grinned at the audience like she was giving a presidential speech or leading yet another cheer. Her breath sounded throughout the auditorium, and then she said, "I would like to offer my sincerest apologies to Beckett Langley and Rory Hutton. What started as an innocent comment about the importance of a healthy diet and exercise quickly spiraled out of control into a bet on Beckett's heart." An innocent comment about healthy diets? I let out a quiet snort. Merritt's comments might as well have worn an orange jumpsuit and sold smokes in the yard for how innocent they were. She turned and smiled at Beckett and me. "Beckett, I'm sorry that Rory and I agreed to those terms. And Rory, I'm sorry the student body reacted so poorly to your win. The cupcakes were meant to be celebratory, but I can see now they fell short of that mark." She turned back and grinned evilly, letting me know they hit their target just as she had planned. "And to you, my fellow EA students, I'm sorry this is taking you away from the pep rally we had planned, but we can still keep our school spirit intact. Go Drafters! Go Drafters!" The crowd started chanting with her and continued even after she flounced to her seat in the front row. Beckett kept his gaze forward, a tight smile on his lips, but only stress in his eyes, revealing the truth, that he would rather be anywhere but here. Mentally, I begged him to look at me, to give me some sign that within the guy I loved, there was a possibility for forgiveness. But I'd have to go off of blind faith, that somehow he would see my heart and know it was his. Mrs. Bardot adjusted the mic stand and settled the crowd, then turned to me. "You're up," she said, so only I could hear. Then she gave me a wink and the platform I needed to say what I had to say. I stood, my heart hammering in my chest, my legs feeling like they hadn't walked before, my hands shaking. I reached out and grasped the podium to steady my hands, and then I squinted through the bright lights to see the crowd. I spotted my brother, my dad and Mom. Then I saw the girls sitting together, Callie, Zara, Jordan, and Ginger, all with their distrusting eyes on me. I closed my own eyes, took a breath, and began speaking. "Hi, everyone. Half of you know me as the girl who ruined our team's chance at the playoffs and got smothered in cupcakes." Boos ripped through the audience, but I pressed on anyway. "And half of you don't know me at all." I pressed on. "My entire time at Emerson Academy, I've sat in the front row of class, taken my notes, and been everything I thought my parents and teachers wanted from me. But a month ago, things changed. I came to school after the worst diagnosis of my life. I was told I have PCOS, polycystic ovarian syndrome, which comes with a whole host of fun symptoms like infertility and weight gain. And then, when I sat in health class, I was told by Merritt Alexander and her friends that because of my size, finding a guy with a good heart along with a good body would be impossible. No one disagreed. I scanned the crowd, waiting for the verbal cupcakes to fall, but none came. I took a breath and continued. You know what happened next. I bet Merritt I could get Beckett Langley to fall for a girl like me, and in the process of proving that I was worthy, someone I'd harbored a crush on for years got hurt. I'll never be able to make up for that, or the fact that 4 of the most wonderful girls got hurt in the process. These girls wanted to help me, as they taught me to reach my full potential with makeup and clothes that didn't fit like a tent to hide my curves. I began to learn how incredible they were. I learned that they were brilliant, funny, kind, and amazing friends and motivators, regardless of their waistline or bra size. They were incredible. Zara stared at me hard from the crowd, but the other girls failed to make eye contact. I stared right back at her. The numbers that come up when they step on a scale have nothing to do with that. And if that's true, then it means my weight or the size of clothes I wear have no say in how worthy I am of love. I met my brother's eyes where he sat in the 3rd row, and he gave me an encouraging nod. Last week, Merritt was announced homecoming queen, and while she deserves the crown, I don't think she deserves the last word. If you want to see me as the fat girl covered in cupcakes for the rest of your life, I have a food truck outside with enough cupcakes for everyone. You can throw them at me if you want. But if you're tired of other people deciding that you matter, if you're tired of counting calories and feeling like you're not enough, come with me and have one as friends. If this whole experience has taught me anything, it's that you should enjoy the damn cupcake. Life's too short to skip dessert, or pass on telling someone you like them until you're the right weight, or dressed in the right clothes, or wearing the right makeup. I met Beckett's eyes and held his stare. Odds are, they'll see past all of that and look into your heart, like Beckett did for me. He shifted his gaze toward the floor, and even with an aching chest, I turned back to the crowd, back to the 4 girls who'd become my best friends. This is for you and every other girl who's never felt good enough. I love you, and you should too. I reached into my bag, which still hung around my shoulder, and pulled out a box with the Seton Bakery logo on it. All the shaking in my hands was gone as I opened it and took a bite of cupcake. I lifted it in the air and walked down the auditorium aisle. Then the most amazing thing happened. Someone started clapping. My cheeks warmed as the smattering turned into a roar. Arms wrapped around my shoulders and stopped me mid-march. Callie. She'd stood from her aisle seat, ran to me and held me tight. You're amazing. 3 more pairs of arms joined me, wrapping me in a hug. I'm so sorry, I said to them, but especially to Jordan. I should have been there for you. We should have too, Jordan said. I squeezed them and started back. What now? Zara lifted her cupcake. We march. Then she yelled to everyone in the audience, Welcome to the Cupcake Pride Parade. And people actually joined. We led the march all the way to the parking lot, where everyone got a cupcake of their own from the stand Gail had set up with Seton Bakery cupcakes. Aiden cleared his throat behind me, and when I turned to face him, he wrapped me in a hug. "I'm so proud of you, sis." More arms surrounded us. My parents. Mom beamed at me. "Not as proud as we are, right, honey?" Dad nodded. "Look at this." He gestured to all the people in the parking lot. "This is exactly what doing right after your mistakes looks like." I smiled at him. "Thanks, Dad." "Of course." He grinned. "Now, I better get myself a cupcake." After my parents went to the stand, everyone swarmed, congratulating me and patting my back for finally standing up to Merritt. Everyone except the boy who really mattered. 51. I peeled a wrapper back from the base of a cupcake, ripped it in half, and pressed the bottom half over the frosting, thinking of Beckett the whole time. Casey, Aiden, and I sat on Aiden's bed, eating from a box of leftovers Gail and her husband gave me. Casey licked some pink frosting from her knuckle. "I wish I could have seen you in action. It sounds like it was epic." With a blush, I shook my head. "Just said what needed to be said." Aiden tossed his own cupcake wrapper in his trash can. "Don't let her fool you, Case. She has this, creepy hidden charisma in there." He put his arm around Casey's shoulder. "She's going to rule the world someday." I rolled my eyes and got up. "Yeah, right. Couldn't even get you to stay at the back of the parade." Casey eyed him. "What?" he asked defensively. "It's not my fault her speech moved me to action." With a shake of my head, I said, "I'm going to go pack my bags to hang out at Zara's." Aiden frowned. "Are you sure you don't want to go to the game with us?" "Nah, you two have fun." I tried to say it nonchalantly, but I couldn't help the shake that crept into my voice. Seeing Beckett play at his last game of the season, knowing it was ending early because of me, would just hurt too bad. I left Aiden's room before I could dwell too much on what I'd be missing too. This would be my last chance to go to a game as a high school student. But sometimes you just had to choose the lesser of two pains, not get rid of the hurt altogether. The other girls and I agreed to meet at Zara's after the game, so around 9 that night, I got in my car and drove the now familiar path to Brentwood. As I pulled up to Zara's gated home and security let me through, there was a strange combination of bittersweet emotions warring within me that I couldn't quite reconcile. It made me want to sing and cry at the same time. I was happy to have my friends back, but if I were being honest, I'd hoped Beckett would come around at the assembly, that he would understand. But how could he? I'd humiliated him in front of the school, used a bet as an excuse to pursue my true feelings about him, and then confronted him without warning in the hallway and insulted him to top it off. I would have a hard time forgiving me too, and I didn't have every red-blooded person of the opposite sex vying for my attention either. Trying to shove down my disappointment so I could fully enjoy this time with my friends, I got out of my car and walked to the front door. Beth let me in with a warm smile. "Rory, glad you're back, sweetie." I grinned. "Good to be back." "Zara and the other girls are up in her room." I thanked her and walked up the stairs and down the hall to Zara's expansive space. The others were in their swimsuits. Even Callie. I noticed her psoriasis, patchy and red from her shoulder to her hairline. Catching my stare, she said, "You inspired me." My eyebrows rose. I couldn't believe my words had that much power, But I was glad. Callie deserved to have fun in the hot tub just like the rest of us. Zara tossed me a swimming suit. Tonight's definitely a hot tub night. And a pizza night, Ginger added. Please, let me eat something with GMOs. I laughed. We could probably arrange that. Callie held up her phone. Cool if I order it? Zara shrugged. Fine by me. I let Beth know someone's coming. While Zara tapped out a message on her phone and Callie ordered pizza on hers, I went back to the bathroom to change. This bikini top showed off my midsection, and the boy shorts had to stretch quite a bit to fit my hips, but I looked at myself in the mirror anyway. From my stretch marks to the small patch of acne on my chin, I took myself in. I may not have been perfect, and I didn't have any magazine cover photographers knocking down my door, but I was me, and that was more than good enough. Callie grinned at me as I came out of the bathroom. Pizza should be here any minute. I gave her a thumbs up, then kicked myself. That was awkward, right? The only people who gave thumbs ups were middle-aged white men and politicians. I put that puppy back by my side and said, What's better than pizza? Jordan lifted a brow. Pizza and a hot tub. Let's get going then, Ginger said. They started out the room. Then I noticed something hanging above Zara's door. The canvas I'd painted each of them. Noticing me, Zara stepped back and looked up at it. It's beautiful, Roar. She put her arm around my shoulders. I put my arm around her waist and said, I'm glad you like it. And that my art could say what I couldn't. Ginger came back and followed our gaze. I have mine above my bed. Callie smiled at us. Mine's over my desk. It's so good. Agreed, Jordan said. You have some real talent. My cheeks felt warm. I just wanted you guys to know that for me, our friendship was real. I just thought when we'd won the bet, you wouldn't want anything to do with me anymore. Jordan looked down at the ground. I thought you felt the same way about us. Ginger nodded in agreement. Jordan put her hand out. Promise we'll never let a guy come between the Curvy Girl Club again? I covered her hand with my own. Promise. The other girls followed suit, and we stood there for a minute in a big group hug before starting toward the hot tub. We padded down the hallway, our bare feet making soft clicking sounds on the tile. Thank goodness the chafing on my thighs had healed since last week, because despite being spandex shorts, these bottoms didn't have much coverage. We made it out to the hot tub, and I dipped my toes into the steaming water. The heat shocked my skin and sent prickles through my toes and up my legs. I eased my way in, hoping the water would also burn away the thoughts of Beckett and how he'd left me at the game, knowing I'd never have a chance to be his girlfriend, let alone his friend. And I did feel better, but not enough to make this tightness in my chest go away. What's wrong? Callie asked me, nudging my toe with hers. I sighed, looking at the rippling image of my body under the water. The words that matched my feelings caught in my throat, and I closed my eyes for a moment. I miss him. They all knew who I was talking about, even if I couldn't bring myself to say his name. Jordan's dark eyes met mine against the water, worlds of pain there. It's been 2 weeks since my boyfriend broke up with me, and I'm still struggling. Every night, I want to call him and hear his voice in my ear. Every day, I want to text him if I see something funny, or just to say hi. On the weekends, I want to meet up with him, spend time together. She touched her lips. I can't help thinking of the last time we kissed. and wishing that I'd known it was going to be the last time. A tear leaked down her face, and she wiped at it with wet hands, making her skin shimmer in the blue light from the hot tub. But it doesn't hurt as bad as the first day. I have to believe it will keep getting better. Understanding permeated my thoughts. Jordan had broken up with her boyfriend 2 weeks ago, when I'd started sitting with Beckett. I'm sorry I wasn't there. She shook her head and lifted the corner of her lips. We did use you to get back at Merritt. I understand why you did what you did. My heart swelled so much it lodged in my throat. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything, Zara said. Other than how you're going to get Beckett back. There has to be a plan B. The lump in my throat grew against my will. You didn't see the way he looked at me when we had the argument in the hallway. I heard about that. Ginger cringed. Was it bad? I nodded. The worst. Callie frowned. That must have been awful. Yeah, Jordan said. But we also saw the way he looked at you before. He loves you. Loved, I said. Past tense. He said so himself. He's hurt. There's a difference, Jordan said. I should know. My heart went out to her. Of the 5 of us, she probably knew most what I was going through. Why don't you try to get your boyfriend back? Ginger said it before Jordan was forced to. He found someone else. I covered my mouth. I couldn't imagine seeing Beckett with someone else, how it would rip me even further apart and destroy whatever bits of my heart were left afterward. Don't let Beckett get away, Jordan said. Zara nodded. Let us help. I reached out and touched her arm and then Ginger's, who also sat next to me. I appreciate it, guys. I really do. But I think this is something I have to do on my own. No plotting, no scheming, just me. And if that's not enough for him, it wasn't meant to be. 52. I got home late Sunday afternoon, feeling refreshed. The night spent at Zara's was exactly what I'd needed. It was like being reset and settling into the way things should be. I finally had friends, ones I could talk to about real things. I didn't have to be a wallflower anymore. I could just be me. Yeah, I had PCOS, and I'd need to figure out how to manage that. But for now, I had an action plan, my birth control pills, and actually partnering with my mom on a diet plan that worked for me. After greeting Mom and Dad in the living room, I went upstairs and poked my head into Aiden's room to say hey. He stood in front of his closet, flipping through shirts. Hey, sis, he said, smiling. He picked out 2 button-up shirts and held them out. Which one do you think? The blue one, I answered immediately. Matches your eyes. With a shrug, he hung the brown one back in his closet and slipped the blue shirt off the hanger. Where are you going? I asked. Casey's mom left her dad, finally, and they're looking for apartments, he said, the excitement clear in his voice. I went to take them out to dinner afterwards to celebrate. I smiled, thrilled for Casey and her mom. That's amazing. I know, he said. It should have happened years ago, but now is better than never. True, I agreed. Tell her I'm happy for her. He nodded. I will. With a smile, I left his room, then started toward the bathroom. I needed to shower out the salt water from Zara's hot tub. Rory, Mom called from downstairs. Taking a shower, I yelled back. Be down in a minute. There was a long pause before Mom said, Take your time. As if I needed her encouragement, I went to the bathroom, reached into the medicine cabinet, and took my 5th white birth control pill from the 4th row. I hadn't started my period yet, but there was still time. I flipped on the hot water and shimmied out of my clothes before stepping into the steady stream. My mind worked under the water. How could I get Beckett back? A letter, maybe? A painting? A photo? I could stop by Seton Bakery when he wasn't working and leave a message for him. I bet Gail would help me with that. Or I could do something really epic and take over Headmaster Bradford's PA system. But then again, there were only so many times my mom and Mr. Davis could pull a special favor with the headmaster. It wasn't an accident my speech was allowed to continue. And even though I wasn't going back to my wallflower ways, I was ready to step out of the limelight. I sighed and rinsed my conditioner. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Beckett saying he loved me. Past tense. And every time I opened my eyes, I wished he could be saying it in the present. I loved him, the way he protected others, how he had a tender artist's soul paired with a powerful quarterback's body. He saw things most people didn't, especially things in me. The photo album he'd given me was the most thoughtful gift I had ever received. He helped me see myself, not just as he did, but as I wished I could. I could be beautiful, majestic, mesmerizing, not in spite of my curves, but because of them. I hoped and hoped for a plan, but if all else failed, I would approach him on Monday and beg his forgiveness. Tell him I would do anything, everything, to earn back his trust and prove to him that I cared about more than his status, but about his heart. Resolve washed over me just as surely as my coconut shower gel. After rinsing off the soap, I stepped out of the shower. I wrapped a towel around me and bent to grab my clothes and put them in the hamper. And I saw... My eyes widened. "Mom!" I screamed. "What?" she yelled back from somewhere upstairs. What was she doing up here? Her room was downstairs. Never mind that. "I got my period!" I lifted my underwear for proof and followed the sound of her voice. "That's amazing!" she shouted back. It was coming from the direction of my studio. Maybe she was getting ready to vacuum? They kept the vacuum in one of my studio closets. Either way, who cared? This was awesome. "I know!" I cried, walking toward my studio. I pushed into the room, holding my towel up with one hand and my underwear with the other. Either that or I'm hemorrhaging, but... I froze, standing absolutely still as I took in the room and who was in it. Why was Beckett standing with my mom, an amused smile on his face? What was he doing here? "Honey," Mom broke the silence with a too big grin, "I thought you'd be dressed." My underwear-clad hand slowly lowered to my side like a deflating balloon. There was that word again. Humor and horror lit Beckett's eyes, and I melted a little, and then promptly short-circuited from embarrassment. Beckett was in my house, and I looked down at the towel and the revealing slit up my leg. Oh, God. I hid the underwear behind my back and crossed my legs. "What are you doing here?" Mom smiled between us. "Why don't you get dressed, honey, and then you can talk." I glanced to Beckett. Was this real life? Was he really here? As if hearing my internal questions, Beckett nodded. My chin jerked in a robotic replica of the gesture. "Be right back." I spun and left the room, pure adrenaline moving me now. Mom closed the door and hurried behind me, whispering, "You got your period." "Oh my God, Mom," I whisper-yelled back. That is so not the biggest news of the moment. What is Beckett doing here? Her eyes widened, and she shrugged. He wants to talk to you. I realized I was hunched over, sneaking around in my own house. That was stupid. He knew I lived here. I straightened up outside my bedroom door. What did he say to you? She reached up and pretended to zip her lips shut. Mom? Nope. She took my shoulders and practically pushed me through my bedroom door. You talk to him. As I went to my dresser and hurriedly put clothes on, I panicked about what he had to say. Mom wouldn't send me to the emotional wolves, would she? Unless he hadn't really told her anything, and she just wanted an excuse to make her escape. I let out a quiet groan just as the door cracked open and Mom's slender fingers holding a tampon crept through the crack. Need one of these? The joy in her voice was enough to make an exasperated smile spread across my face. I snatched it, then finished getting dressed. There wasn't enough time to obsess about the outfit, so I settled on a pair of buttery soft leggings and an extra-long t-shirt. I threw my hair into a knot at the top of my head and looked in the mirror. Makeup-free, round cheeks, circles under my eyes evidencing the stress of the last week and the all-nighter with my friends. This was me. Beckett wanted me to be real. This was real. So was what I felt for him. I hoped he could see that, and that it would be enough. 53. I walked toward my studio, knowing Beckett would be inside, that his words would determine how I spent the rest of my senior year, heartbroken or in love, recovering or reveling. With the bolster of my speeding heart rate, I stepped into the studio. Rory, he breathed. It wasn't my nickname, but he said it with so much feeling. I just didn't know what the feeling was. Had he come to tell me that I should give up? Or that he hadn't? Thanks for coming, I said, even though I didn't know if I should be thanking him. It was just good to see him again. To have him in this space felt like magic to me. Of course. His lips turned up. I heard some really good news. Yeah? That you got your period. His eyes glittered with so much humor, I couldn't help reaching out and batting his arm. I didn't know you'd be here, I cried. A soft chuckle escaped his lips. I didn't know it was up for question. Your period, I mean. I shrugged. I guessed if we were going for honesty, now was the time. That's part of PCOS. What you talked about at the assembly? Yeah, I sighed. We were too young to talk about it, but I was tired of hiding in a shroud of anonymity and secrets and schemes. PCOS basically means I'll always struggle with my hormones, as well as losing weight and having children. It's not impossible, but the odds aren't great. I'd been looking down, but now I forced myself to meet his eyes. They were pools of empathy, concern. Why didn't you tell me? It's not exactly high school dating material, I said with a shrug and looked back at the carpet. This part was harder to admit. And Merritt, health class, it just made me feel like having PCOS was all my fault. I was ashamed. His finger lifted my chin, and there were his eyes again, the ones I loved to get lost in, and the ones that saw past my appearance and into my soul. You never need to be ashamed with me. Instinctively, I reached up and held his hand with both of mine. I should be, though. I'm ashamed of what I did to you, how I used you. I'm so sorry, Beckett, And I swear, if you give me a chance to make it right with you, I'll walk your dog or wash your car or do your chem homework or make meatballs for your dad every Thursday night." His lips were lifting softly. "I don't have a dog." I smiled, narrowing my eyes at him. "You know what I mean." He stepped closer, his body inches from mine. His hand was now over my heart, and my hands covered his. "You never had to do anything, Cupcake," he breathed. "I've always thought you were perfect, just the way you are." My heart echoed around my chest, swelling and pouring love through every inch of me. This was too good to be true. It had to be. But when I looked into his eyes, I knew. He saw me. He saw my heart, my soul, my needs, and every part of me that matched so perfectly with every part of him. And because he saw, we didn't need words to speak what was so clearly there. He placed his hands on my cheeks and pressed his lips to mine. A need raced through me, permeated my cells, until I was running my fingers through his hair, feeling the strong muscles of his shoulders and the smooth skin at his lower back. The way his lips felt on mine, I could live in the sensation, explore it for a lifetime or 3. His lips parted from mine, but his hands moved to my face again, his thumb brushing over my tender lip. "What does this mean?" I breathed. He smiled, gently tucked my hair away from my face. "It means you're mine." In this moment, I couldn't think of a better thing to be. 54. I waited in the gym after Beckett's last team meeting. Since the drafters hadn't made it to the playoffs, they needed to turn in their jerseys and other equipment. Beckett said he was ready for a break, but I knew it would be hard for him to step away from football and let go of something that connected him to his dad. He insisted I come with him to Thursday night dinner, but I was still nervous about what his dad thought of me. Surely he carried some ill feelings after everything I'd put his son through. I was still trying to hype myself up as football player after football player came out of the locker room. When I saw Carson, I said, "Is Beckett almost done?" "Yeah," he answered, but hurried away. What was his rush? I glanced up and saw Callie walking toward him with a garment bag. They must have had plans tonight. But she walked right past him and up to me, where I sat on the bottom row of bleachers. "You're coming with me." I knew she was pointing at me, but I still asked, "I am?" She nodded and curled her finger. "I'm still waiting on Beckett," I said. "I know," she replied, but left it at that. Curiosity drawing my brows together, I got up and followed her. "What are we doing?" Her voice carried a hint of pleased excitement. "You'll find out." "Should I be worried?" She shook her head, but stayed quiet as we walked toward the small gym. When she opened the door to the junior high girls' locker room, I stalled. Memories of the homecoming game and the devastation of that night washed over me. This time, all 4 of my friends, plus Casey, were there. "What's going on?" I asked apprehensively. Zara's voice answered me. "You're getting dressed up." "What?" I asked. "Just go with it," Ginger said. "Trust us," Jordan added. I turned to Casey. "What are you doing here?" She smiled sheepishly. "They recruited Aiden, and I wanted to help." I went to her and hugged her. "I love you." I couldn't imagine a better person for my little brother to be with. She squeezed me back, sniffling. "No time for this," Zara said, tugging my arm. "We've got to get you ready." "For what?" I asked again. Zara wagged her finger, letting me know there was no way I could get any intel out of them. All there was left to do was sit back and watch my transformation take place. Instead of curling my hair, Zara feathered her fingers through the strands, forming a delicate braid. Jordan painted my face with a smoky eye and lengthened my lashes with dark mascara. When I looked at myself in the mirror, I could see the beauty there that they'd amplified in each of my features. Finally, Kelsie held out my dress, the homecoming gown I'd only worn once, and not to dance in. "Seriously?" I asked, a blend of giddy anticipation spreading through me. Kelsie nodded and helped me into the gown. Each moment as the silk slipped over my head was pure therapy, replacing every ugly moment with one of hope and possibility. "Look at you," Callie breathed. I examined myself in the mirror, a living picture of beauty, of becoming. "Now," Jordan said, holding open the locker room door, "Prince Charming awaits." They led me down the hallway, back to the AV room. Giving them a sideways glance, I pushed open the door and couldn't believe what I saw. The entire room had been transformed. Gauzy curtains covered the walls of VHS tapes. The TV carts had been moved or hidden. A camera and light setup stood in the corner, and on the other, speakers softly played slow, sweet music. And finally, my eyes landed on Beckett. He was dressed in a suit that fit him better than I knew a suit could fit anyone. He stepped forward, his hand extended. I placed my fingers in his, holding on to the centered way he made me feel. "What is all of this?" I asked. He brushed his free hand along the sweeping strands in my braid. "I didn't get to dance with you at homecoming. I want to fix that." My heart swelled, spilled over into the world's widest grin. "This is for me?" He nodded. "For us." If I thought I couldn't be any happier than a second ago, he'd just proven me wrong. He led me in front of the camera and took a series of photos with me, just like I'd seen couples do at homecoming dances before. And then he led me to the dance floor, a small patch of tile near the speakers. "May I have this dance?" "Of course," I breathed. He swept me into his chest, holding me to him and slowly moving to the music. I leaned into his shoulder and glanced toward the door. My friends were there, grinning, supporting us, supporting me. But eventually, they left too, and it was just Beckett and me living in this wonderful, perfect moment he'd created for us. "This is amazing," I said as the next song started. "You're amazing." "I have to be," he said, the vibrations of his voice humming around me. "I have a pretty amazing girlfriend." I smiled, but my lips faltered. "Your dad probably doesn't think so. Are you sure he's okay with me coming over tonight?" He nodded, still swaying us back and forth. "He sees that you make me better." That surprised me. "What do you mean?" "It means," he looked me in the eyes, "that I finally stood up to him." My mind reeled with shock. "What? You didn't tell me." "I got my acceptance letter to NYU Thursday." The words poured out of him like he couldn't stand holding them in any longer. I told him everything, that I wasn't playing football and I was studying photography instead. "And?" I asked. "How did he take it?" "He was upset. Reminded me that after I get my degree, I'll be on my own financially. But he respected me for finally standing my ground." It was hardly possible, but I held him even closer before resuming our position. The music was long forgotten now. I'm so proud of you, Beckett. The smile that crossed his face was pure and unfiltered. I loved seeing him this way. That means the world, Cupcake. Good, I breathed. Because you mean the world to me. As Beckett and I resumed our dance, I reveled in this wonderful world, one where two hearts could find each other, where the curvy girl and the quarterback could realize they had more in common than they ever expected. One where I realized I could fall in love with him and, even more surprisingly, myself. Epilogue. Jordan. Rory and Beckett were so cute together. Back when the girls and I started our plans for Beckett to fall for Rory, part of me thought he would be just like every other popular, rich high school guy, the kind who only looked at girls on the surface and only wanted the physical stuff out of a relationship. But then again, I'd dated a college guy, and he'd ripped my heart to shreds just as thoroughly as any high school guy could. I had worried Beckett wouldn't take a second look past Rory's size and into her heart, like I thought my ex had done for me. Even though Rory kept it to herself, I knew she had a good heart. I had seen all the sweet things she did when she thought no one was looking, like picking up stray pieces of trash in the hallway, or helping if someone dropped their books. As Ginger, Zara, Callie, and I walked away from the AV room, I could still hear the music playing softly. The plan was to work on homework here while they had their homecoming dance, and then do the teardown. Luckily, I had the night free from helping Mom with her new custodial service, JJ Cleaning. It was sweet of her to name the company after the two of us, Jacinda and Jordan Junko. But to me, it was just another reminder of how out of place I was at Emerson Academy. Sure, the school uniforms were designed to make us appear the same, but no one saw how many nights Mom and I had to eat ramen at home to make up for the exorbitant cost of clothes through the special distributor the school had chosen. Not to mention all the work we did just to make ends meet and pay back medical bills. I knew I was lucky to have a scholarship that covered my tuition, but sometimes it felt like wearing golden handcuffs while the rest of me was done up with drugstore beauty products. Zara bumped my arm at our lockers. Jordan? The way she said it made me feel like I'd missed my name being spoken a few times already. Sorry, yeah? I said. Yes, I mean? I'd been trying to stay away from the Chicano way all my public school friends talked. It just didn't fit at Emerson Academy. I didn't fit at Emerson Academy. Can you compare your trig assignment to mine? She asked. Sure, I answered. I need to double-check my work anyway. Me too, Ginger added. You're so lucky you don't have trig, Callie. Callie didn't argue. After Zara grabbed her books, we walked together to my locker, and they waited while I retrieved my trig folder and textbook. I'd bought the book used, and it showed. I couldn't help but eye Zara's brand new edition with envy. We started back toward the gym, which was always left open for athletes who wanted to stay around and exercise, and students who wanted to stay and do homework. Ad meliora all the way, even if it meant zero sleep and presidential-level stress. But I had no doubt the hard work was worth it. People who graduated from Emerson didn't just go to Yale and disappear. There were presidents, diplomats, famous actors, producers, you name it. I wanted to be one of the successful people, the kind who lifted my entire family out of poverty, just like my mom was trying to do with her business. Music poured through the closed door of the music room, enveloping our group with haunting and wistful violin notes. I paused, and the other girls followed suit. The window to the music room was open, but whoever played was at the front, only our music teacher in the room with them. Her eyes were closed, listening. "Who is it?" I asked. Zara shrugged, and Ginger did the same. We turned to Callie, since she was in the band. "My guess is Kai Rush," she said. "He's first chair violin for orchestra." My expression immediately soured. Of course the school's one billionaire would also possess extraordinary musical talent. It wasn't enough to be ridiculously rich after having designed a world-famous app. No, he had to show everyone up with his music, too. That didn't keep me from listening, though, from being entranced. No. What did stop me was the shrill ringing of my phone that echoed from my pocket so loudly the music stopped within the room. The four of us immediately ducked as I reached for my phone and swiped right. My mom had changed her ringtone in my settings again so I wouldn't miss a call from her. "Bueno, Mama?" I said, trying to hide my frustration. "I just wanted to remind you we have a job tomorrow morning." "I thought Camilla was covering it." "Her son's sick," she said. "Make sure you don't stay out too late. We need to start there at 4. 4 a.m.? I groaned. Wasn't it possible to sleep in? Just one morning? "It's a big job, and he only wants us working when he's there." My eyes narrowed. If he thinks we'll steal, why is he even hiring us at all? The line was quiet for a moment, which only meant there was something she didn't want to tell me. "What, Mama?" I crouched and continued walking toward the gym so the music teacher and Mr. Billionaire wouldn't overhear or see me through the classroom window. She sighed. "It's another student's parent. He was referred to us from another client and—" "No way. Asked me on a trial basis," she continued over me. "This job is enough to pay our rent and more each month. We have to take it." "Mama, end of discussion. You can stay out as late as you need to, but if I have trouble waking you up, Jordan Maria Junco—" "Oh, hush," she said, a smile returning to her voice. "Stay safe, sweetie." Her lighter tone did nothing to help my mood. "I will." The line went silent, and I turned to my friends. They looked at me with curious expressions. "Extra shift," I said, clipped, and pushed into the gym. That was just the way it was. Some people got happily ever afters and private violin lessons and impromptu homecoming dances with the perfect guy. And me? I cleaned up afterward. This has been Curvy Girls Can't Date Quarterbacks, written by Kelsie Stelting, narrated by Joyce Oben. Copyright 2020 by Kelsie Stelting. Production copyright Kelsie Stelting.
Hi, this is Kelsie Stelting, author of Curvy Girls Can't Date Quarterbacks. To learn more, please visit kelsiestelting.com. Author's note. The first time I remember thinking I was fat was in first grade. I was out to eat at a restaurant and saw one of my classmates there. Inside the back room was a pool table, and I remember navigating around the table thinking I was so big. It made me uncomfortable, even though I didn't completely understand why. Over the years, I came to understand that other people saw me that way too. When all the girls started dating in 5th grade, as real as dating can be at that age, I was left without a boyfriend. When I had a crush on a boy in 7th grade and sent him a flirty message, he called me fat, and then proceeded to guess my weight to the pound, and he guessed correctly. That summer, I went on a run every single day at 7 p.m. In high school, I got my first introduction to crash dieting, counting calories every single day and trying to figure out which brand of cheese sticks had fewer calories. I found some as low as 70. I laid down in bed and looked at my hip bones, wishing they would stick out more or that my stomach would lay flatter. I obsessed over pictures online, only posting ones where I thought I looked perfect, and untagging myself in pictures where I didn't. I'd lay awake at night trying to remind myself that God made me and that I was okay in His eyes, but just wishing I could be okay in everyone else's. The problem with this? I'm not the only one who has ever felt that way. Over time, I've come to accept myself as I am and understand that my worth lies in my humanity. However, countless girls and women struggle with image issues every day, not feeling worthy to show up in photos or to put themselves out there because of the rolls under their chins or the stretch marks on their stomachs. By the way, you don't have to have had a child for your stretch marks to be okay. I wanted to write this book for my 17-year-old self, for the parts of my current self that angsts over the numbers on the scale, that wishes my thighs didn't rub together, that sucks in my gut every time I look in the mirror before a shower. I wanted to write this book for you, the woman who's felt less than because of your size. Because the truth is, it shouldn't matter. There's no rule written anywhere, that matters at least, that says curvy girls don't deserve love or praise, or any of the good things that only come to them in spite of their size. You deserve to be cherished, not because of your eye color or your tan or the size on your clothing. You deserve to be cherished because you are a human. You deserve to be cherished because there's a heart that beats in your chest. You deserve to be cherished because you are you. I hope that you will acknowledge that light of humanity that shines in others, but also that, like Rory, you can acknowledge and love that light in yourself. Acknowledgements. Just like Rory, I have so many special people in my life who have helped me achieve great things, like the completion of this story. From my family to the writing community to my readers, I am blessed beyond measure, and it's always such a joy to reach this part of the writing process where I can name all of those who helped this story come to life. My husband Ty is always there to be a listening ear, even though his accountant brain doesn't quite understand my writerly idiosyncrasies. He encourages me and doesn't call me crazy that often. My 3 boys sacrifice time with their mom so I can put words on the page, and I hope someday they'll see my example and know that dreams are worth following, no matter how outlandish they may seem to the rest of the world. Our oldest also helps me name characters, and although some don't make the cut, like his suggestion to call a famous football player in the story Rudy Poopy, he still has a very great input. My mom is always one of my first readers, and she constantly cheers me on, asking for the next story. My siblings are even better publicists of my work than I am, and it makes me feel so good that they are proud of me and my writing. My husband's family is also so supportive, always asking me how my writing is going and keeping my books on their shelves. In the writing community, I've met so many wonderful authors who encourage me, like A.D. Award, who gave excellent advice on writing for curvy girls, as well as Anne-Marie Meyer, Sally Henson, and Yesenia Vargas, who helped me brainstorm title ideas for the series. My editor, Trisha Harden, has a heart of gold, and I hope she continues editing for me as long as I continue writing. When I found out I was laid off and therefore would be able to get this story done sooner, she jumped into action and made sure my words had a slot. Not only that, she cares for my stories just as if they were her own and honors my voice through her edits. Working with her is a pure joy. Sally Henson was an awesome friend and editor to have on this writing process. Not only did she encourage me as I wrote, she also provided structural editing, suggestions, and plenty of phone calls where we could talk about writing and life. Angsty G Designs did an amazing job on the covers for this series, and I loved that she was able to get my covers done ahead of time so I could look at them and be inspired as I wrote. My readers and Kelsie Stelting Readers Club are some of the most fabulous people I've ever met. Talking to them in the group and seeing the way they reacted to this story fueled me so much and pushed me to write the best story possible. I don't know how I got so lucky to have them, but I'm not taking them for granted. I'm also thankful for Joyce Oben for always delivering an amazing story to listen to. She seems to get the characters in the story, and she does an amazing job at bringing it to life. And you, sweet listener, I already know that I love you. People who read books and even listen to the acknowledgments are the best kind of people. Thank you for spending time in the story, getting to know my characters, and hanging on until the very last word. You are amazing, and I am thankful for you. Please enjoy Rory's Song by Sarah Burns.
There's no way this can't be right. I can't be in your sight line, and no one should ever encourage me to try. I may not be the perfect fit. Someone told me I deserve this, and she should have never challenged me to bet. He doesn't need to know that I'm putting on one heck of a show. Every time he smiles my way, the world opens up and things start to change. He takes my hand like it wasn't planned. I pray that his heart is where I'll land. Even if he walks away, in my heart he'll always stay. I put on my makeup, I play the part. I'm painting my dreams before they fall apart. I hope that this new me has a brave heart. He'll see through and come to realize that I've been wearing this big disguise because girls like me never win the prize. There's more at stake than before, and I can't bear to watch it all walk right out the door. Every time he smiles my way, the world opens up and things start to change. He takes my hand like it wasn't planned. I pray that his heart is where I'll land. Even if he walks away, in my heart he'll always stay. She'll never understand the cost, because girls like her never get this lost. Every time you smile my way, the world opens up and things start to change. You take my hand like it wasn't planned. I pray that your heart is where I'll land. Even if you walk away, in my heart you'll always. Every time you smile my way, the world opens up and things start to change. You take my hand like it wasn't planned. I pray that your heart is where I'll land. Even